Alu going aggressive like that just, again, catches them off guard.
Well, let's not forget that this NIP side did beat Envious in Dubai on this very same map. And normally when you think about Envious and French CS, the first map that comes to mind is Inferno.
Yeah.
So they're definitely working that knit magic here on Inferno right now up against their fellow Swedes. It's just a case of whether they can build on it and turn this 7 rounds that they've got on the board into maybe 10 or 11.
Gerard's going to peek out. I don't think he expected Flusher there, but lands the quick headshot. JW, who was able to pick up that dropped AWP from Alu, has been able to return the frag, though, but not very low indeed. Forest peeks out aggressively, and JW must have heard it. They're evened up the situation, but they certainly were not expecting Exist to be there. And Crims now finds himself the last player left alive. He swaps out the less powerful Galil for that important AK-47. He does have the bomb, and he does have time to work with, but still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, the defense has been split. It's really worrying for NIP if Freiburg does end up going down. That's a really nice smoke from Crims. It will go over towards the opposite bomb site, so Exist may very well sort of hear it come down, and he'll be calling it to Freiburg, but NIP, they'll be more than aware that it could have been a smoke coming over from Banana. And now Freiburg just looking to hold this angle, knows that Crims is heading towards him. And the King of Banana is back. 8-0.
Yeah, really well played there. He didn't need to peek out. He had that utility of the flashbang to utilize, and he was able to do so. The clock was ticking once again there, so Flusher really needed to land that kill and instantly turn around and get the bomb down. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to anything anyway. It wasn't to be the case. Still flawless so far from NIP. Fnatic yet to get around on the board here, Kyanite. They're going to have to, I mean, like, it's a force, but it is an eco because it's just pistols here. We've got 3 players with armor, a lot of great grenades as well. But if things go according to script, this should be, again, another round for NIP.
Let's wait and see whether Ninjas in Pyjamas will be able to make it 9-0. So far, I'm sort of seeing flashbacks to Cobblestone, except with the team switched around. NIP have looked really, really solid here on the CT side. Exist should be able to demolish JW, which he does in the upper apartments. With Flusher solo on HP and Pronax and Crimson no armor, I can only see one winner, but Pronax thinks otherwise. Forest knows that these Fnatic players are going to be galloping towards him. He's going to nail Crims in the face. So close to dropping Flusher as well. Oh my God, with the Tech 9! Straight onto Forest and Pronax too! And somehow Fnatic are on this A-bomb site, and Get Right has it all to do.
Oh, and he just missed the side of Flusher there, left on 12 HP, and this looks very, very good indeed for Fnatic, I have to say. Pronax has been able to pick up that M4, and how did NIP lose this round? Maybe a case of the Caster's Curse coming into play. He's going to spray down, but Pronax picks it up. A really nice round there, right when they didn't need it. And Flusher picking up that kill with 12 HP with the Tech 9, the headshot onto Forest there, over towards Arch. That was it. That was round 1 in my opinion for Fnatic. And this is the thing, they can do that. Even when they're down and out, you know, 8-0 down, back onto pistols, they can pull off rounds like that. And look what it's done to the economy of NIP. They are broken just off 1 round loss.
Well, certainly are. And now the big bad weapons belong to Fnatic. Let's see what they can do with them. Get Right and Freiburg and Forest, of course, buying up the Zeuses. Meanwhile, Exist is playing up close and personal here in lower apps with that shotgun. Don't really expect much, but who knows? Maybe they can get the odd Zeus kill here or there, catch the Fnatic players off guard as they rush into one of these 2 bomb sites. Let's wait and see.
I should really know this, but how much does it reward you monetary-wise for a Zeus kill? Do you know that? I'm not too sure. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, my mind is eluding me. Apologies, ladies and gents, but we'll see. Forest actually picks up a kill there, and unfortunately, we miss it. Oh dear, I would have loved to have seen that, but still first kill of the round in favour of NIP with the Zeus.
I think Freiburg might be on the verge of getting one as well. Fnatic will be put on full tilt. Forest, he's picked up an AK-47 thanks to that Zeus. Crims chimes in onto Freiburg. And let's see where JW is going to be heading. Looking left, looking right, searching for Forest. He can almost smell him. That's how close they are to each other, but the bomb has been lost in upper apartments. Forest is going to make it a hat-trick of frags this round. And it almost seems like we're going to have to end up forgetting Fnatic's heroics of the last round.
Oh, Forrest, lovely one-tap there onto Flush. Will he get the ace? Not if Crims has got anything to do with it. And we know what Crims can do here. He's already picked up the hat-trick in this round. And neither NIP players have got rifles to do anything with. But tagged low, Alu peeks out perfectly there. Such confidence. Well played by NIP, especially Forrest with the quad. We are going to have a pause come into play here, so maybe a quick timeout to discuss some stuff here for Fnatic, as their money is not in a great situation. And that was a round that they really couldn't afford to lose there, Karnai. Again, you know, they'd broken the economy of NIP, and just to allow Forrest to pick up 4 frags like that, it's very demoralizing, and Fnatic maybe got a little complacent.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what Fnatic are going to actually opt to do here, because the money is pretty much spread out. Like, we've got Flusher on 5.9k, then again we've got Crims and Pronax on just over 3k. Then you've got Olaf Meister, who's completely broke. So are they going to opt to eco this forthcoming round and buy into the next round, or are they going to try and force things up and see how Lady Luck is going to treat them? What do you think will be the better option?
It's a difficult one.
It's difficult.
It really is.
Because you feel like Fnatic basically they need more rounds on the board. Yeah. And even if they decided to eco this round and it went to 10-1, it would leave Fnatic under an immense amount of pressure to be able to win those last 3 rounds, or last 4 rounds, to at least walk into the second half with 5.
You just see the graphs coming up as we do have this pause in play. Hopefully it won't be too long before we are back live. I believe it's just a quick tactical one for
well, we all
Fnatic.
know what happens when Fnatic have a pause.
And yeah, that's exactly what my point was going to be, especially again on a map like Inferno. I believe they were 13-9 down against Virtus Pro on this map, and then I don't think they lost a round after that. And so you never quite know what Fnatic can do. And just because they are 9-1 down doesn't mean that they're going to do what NIP did on Cobblestone and just continue you know, the bad form. Fnatic are very, very, very capable indeed of doing some damage here. And if they can pick up 4 more rounds or so and take this as a 10-5 half, in the grand scheme of things, they should be okay with that.
What do you want to see Fnatic try and do differently?
I'd like to see them change up the pace. I know that's a really like a generic thing to kind of say here, but if they can catch Freiburg off guard, who is, you know, at times potentially being a bit slow over towards Banana there, and get good control of that area, I'd really like to see that, because I don't think, I'm trying to think if we've seen Fnatic plant on that B-bomb site yet. I don't think we have.
Well, this is interesting. I talk about a dynamic defense, and Alu this time round is being sent all the way towards the car at Banana to try and hold it with his AWP. They're heading straight towards him. It's in fact going to be Flusher to get the opener with the AWP. They know that Exist is hiding around the sandbags, but he's mowing them down. This is fantastic play from Exist. A massacre at the top of Banana, and Freiburg, he's playing Satan's role in life and wants to burn them to a crisp. And Pronax and JW, they've been forced to retreat.
I mean, the change of pace was great there from Fnatic again, picking up that first frag, Alu going down. The game was up for NIP after that, but Exist in such a perfect spot, and the flashbangs that came in to help him out were absolutely phenomenal there, and he sprayed them down. Then it looked like Fnatic were going to roll through anyway, even after taking Exist down, but Freiburg with the counter incendiary grenade shut that push down in quick fashion. Get Right found out Olaf Meister, who was lurking and pushing through Arch there, and now JW and Pronax, both with AWPs in hand, find themselves in a very tricky situation here. It's all gone very, very quiet indeed. They're just trying to find this opening, but it's going to be a difficult one.
JW looking for that opener with his AWP, and the funny thing is that Pronax too has an AWP, but they still want to go for this. They know how important this round could be, and they're anticipating that Freiburg could be hiding behind this fountain, but you can't help but fancy him given his current position. Pronax does get the kill, but even if he does plant, it's still a 2 versus 1, and my money's going straight on the Ninjas.
Oh, most certainly so. He's already picked up 2 in this round, though, so you never quite know what other damage he can deal. Very, very low indeed on the health points, and he's actually going to be able to take down Get Right there. Now this could be close. Forrest knows his position though. Forrest does have a kit, and he does have a flashbang to utilize, but still it will take one single click of the trigger from Pronax. It will not happen though. Forrest lands his shot perfectly timed there. 10-1 will be the scoreline, and that was a great round. It really was.
Fnatic, they're crumbling.
Do you think?
Well,
I mean, the scoreline says it, but do you think...
Well, you think this is a good performance from Fnatic?
No, but I'm trying to say mentally, do you think they're crumbling under the pressure?
Well, they paused. and good old Pronax hasn't managed to fix it, and they have to force up again pretty much. So let's see what they're going to try and do. You said you wanted a change of tempo. They tried to do that straight towards Banana, but Exist was just far too powerful for them to resist. Alu looking to hold mid and arch with the AWP, keeping his distance. Meanwhile, there's a lot of grenades, a lot of smokes on this Fnatic side, so we could very well see a good old set piece. But no, they're actually going to smoke quad and try and overpower Alu towards Arch. He gets the no-scope, but it's not going to be enough, and JW is going to pick up the AWP. Crims is going to manage to slay Exist. And Forest realizes they're going to be trying to wrap around, and he too is going to bite the dust. And Fnatic, you wanted them to up the tempo, and Chewy, they must have listened to you.
Yeah, they really did. And Alu not landing that first shot really was a nightmare for NIP. And then when the M4A4 sprays just absolutely failed for Exist and Forest, I do believe it was, that was round over. Fnatic simply winning the gunfights there. So Get Right is going to try and escape with his life, but that will be the second round on the board here for Fnatic. A nice play from them. That was a round again that they really shouldn't have lost. NIP really should have been in the positions to mow them down one by one, especially Forest, who was still in the balcony area there in that advanced high position. Being able to see them push through from Arch and them not knowing that he was there originally, he really should have been able to pick up at least 1 or 2 frags. Wasn't able to do so. Alu did get that first play around the corner, but instantly got traded, and that's Fnatic's second round on the board.
I think what Fnatic did really well was they realized that Alu loves to play Arch by himself with an AWP, so they purposefully threw those quad smokes and the pot flashes to force Alu back and isolate him all alone, and then they just completely overpowered him with the Tech 9s that they had, and they picked up his AWP as well. So solid stuff from Fnatic, and NIP find themselves broke again, but Forest has pulled out the Zeus. Yes. Let's see whether he can work a bit of magic with it again.
This is the thing though, again, as I say, it just takes one single round win for Fnatic to break the economy of NIP. So if they could continue on that and maybe force NIP onto a double eco, then this really could have gone back into their favour. But again, going back to that round with Forest, he's going to be able to get the Zeus. Yes, he does indeed. It's only 300 in the bank. There we go. I deliberately watched that to see how much money it landed in the CT economy, but he does get the Zeus kill.
Alu just hiding behind the truck with this Desert Eagle. JW's head pops out, and his head is no more, nor is Olaf Meister's. But Freiburg with this USPS, I'm not sure whether he's going to have enough artillery in his gloves to get a frag. He's picked up this M4A4, and he will have received the call from his teammates that Crims is going to be incredibly low on HP, but it's not going to matter in the end. Flusher with the headshot, and Fnatic, this is more like the Fnatic we're used to seeing, and they picked up that AWP as well, and they're going to give it to JW.
NIP economy still not the best here, and it looks like they're going to force up with FAMASs, so no diffuse kits whatsoever unless Get Right decides to choose and to pick one up. And I'd really like to see him do so here, in all honesty. He's not deciding to do so, going for more grenades. So what do you think about that decision? We know that he's gone for that P90 option, of course, but not a single diffuse kit on the CT team, and they did have the money for it.
Let's wait and see. Where has he taken the P90? At the moment, he's pretty much just sat towards Arch. We've got 3 NIP players looking to try and reimburse the Arch area, with only Exist, I believe it is, playing either from pit or from apartments. So let's see whether Forest can find an opening. No movement yet from Fnatic. They've left 2 players towards the bottom of Banana to just make sure that they can force Freiburg back, take control of that area in case they want to go back there later on in the round. But at the moment, Bomb still towards second mid / the A bomb site.
And I think NIP realise how important this round is for their economy, just for that final round. That being said, though, Get Right with that P90 will fall. Smoke grenade actually hits his teammate there, but actually I think it's giving them a bit of cover here. Forest, who's been playing this balcony position time and time again, is going to have a smoke grenade there to try and help him out, as Exist will chime in as well. That's the first kill for him in this round. 4 versus 4 situation. Fnatic still with 30 seconds to play with, but the bomb is making its way over towards B here. Freiburg at first. Oranges is going to peek out there, but he loses the gunfight to the M4 of Flusher, and that could potentially give the bomb plant here. Not if Exist has got anything to do with about it. The bomb will go down, but he picks up 2 very nice frags indeed, and it's all left up to JW.
Yeah, JW going in search of any diffusers going anywhere near that bomb, but it's irrelevant now. He has been killed by the Finn. The bomb will get defused, and Ninjas in Pyjamas here on the CT side of Inferno. 11 rounds. Who would have guessed it?
Very, very good play from them indeed, and Exist with that triple in that last round was absolutely crucial, and he's been doing really well. And again, it's those two players that we've kind of been seeing so far in this series, if NIP are playing well, standing out on the scoreboard for me. Forest and Alu, they've not really gone too crazy with the double AWP setup, which was what I was potentially expecting to see. Forest is more than happy with the M4 up towards that balcony area. Alu's been doing great damage with the AWP, and just look at the buy coming in here for Fnatic. This is the last round of the half, so they're getting everything that they possibly can do into their hands, but still only 3 pistols.
Last round it was 3 towards Arch early on. This time round it's 3 towards Quad early on. Now Exist is going to rotate back round towards Arch. Smoke's going down defensively to try and slow down any potential Fnatic pushes. NIP will be more than aware that financial situation of their opponents won't be too healthy, but obviously, like you said, knowing this is the final round, they'll be expecting a lot of nades, maybe the odd Molotov here and there, but they're slowly creeping back down towards mid. Bomb actually making its way towards Banana, so it seems like Freiburg and Get Right might have a bit of a rumble on their hands.
Still no frags though, 48 seconds left on the clock, time ticking on for Fnatic to do something. Olofmeister now lurking, he's going to push his way through Arch, but Alu peeks out just at the perfect second. Get Right's like, oh hello, I did not expect you to be there as I'm reloading, and it's all left up to that man Get Right now, who picks up 1, and we are into a 3-on-2 here. They've got control of the bomb site, but in comes the quick rotation. They've got the weaponry advantage to the CTs, even though this area has been smoked off. You would expect them to retake this, not if Crims has got anything to do with it though.
Here we go, Forest and Exist prepare to try and retake this bomb site. Crims is playing so up close with his AWP, and he will make it work. Forest, is he going to continue going for this? It's the last round of the half, of course he is, but you just can't help but think there's not much he can do, even though he managed the headshot. 11-4, and if NIP can take their terrorist pistol, then we could be going to train.
And again, I'm not calling out bad play, but look who is the player who is the quietest for Fnatic. One of those players, again, any of these players can go big on the day, but to see Olofmeister with only 5 frags on Inferno is not something that you see every day, and it's not necessarily the key to this scoreline overall. That's not what I'm insinuating, but it's still just something to point out, and also to point out to see now how he picks it up on this CT side, because we see it done time and time again, where he's a bit quiet and then suddenly the beast just awakens and Olofmeister arrives. So let's see if he can in fact do that.
Well, I put Fnatic down as my favourites to win this event. I think you did as well.
Yeah.
But at the moment, not looking very likely, especially if Exist continues to slaughter opponents like that. JW, just about gets revenge onto Freiburg. So close to making it a double, but Ali will not let that occur. Crims begins to rotate in, but it's still 4 versus 3.
And Get Right's got really good control of Apps here. I don't think he spotted that play. Now he has. He spotted the feet of Olofmeister coming through the stairs area here, so you can just see him peeking through. He's going to find the head of Olofmeister and secures another kill for him. Forest now takes down Flusher, and it's all left up to Crims, and it will not happen. 12-4. And I haven't been keeping exact tabs on this, and I really should. It'd be interesting to see if the analysts go into this and look into this. But how many pistol rounds have we seen NIP win to Fnatic? Because I'm pretty sure we've seen NIP, obviously barring that Cobble game, go considerably more in their favour on those pistols.
Well, it definitely does make your life a lot easier when you can win both pistols for obvious reasons. Essentially, in theory, if you manage to win those pistol rounds cleanly, and by cleanly I mean capitalise on the next 2, it's essentially giving yourself 6 free rounds, or at least 4 free rounds, as overall 6, and you still work for the pistol round.
Yeah, of course. And look at what JW's picked up. We saw what damage he could deal with it on Cobblestone, and he's going to have to try and repeat the feat here on this now CT side for them of Inferno. But this being said, Ninjas in Pyjamas, they were 12-6 up on Mirage and then lost. Fnatic have got a harder task on their hands now with a 12-4 scoreline, but they can still do this one. NIP, that being said, though, find themselves in a position where they are simply 4 single rounds away from evening up the series, taking us to map number 5 and taking us to train.
Get Right with his favourite weapon in the game, the P90, of course. Preparing to try and unpeel this banana. Flusher ready with a nade, and that nade's going to deal a bit of damage onto Freiburg. as he prepares to push in with this MP7. He knows he's completely surrounded by CTs, but nonetheless, he's still going to drop Crims as he goes in search for more opponents to try and slay. Spots one behind him. Get Right comes in to save the day. And Pronax in a 1 versus 4. There's only going to be one winner, and they go by the name of Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Really nice stuff there. And again, I just love, it's a little thing, but I love how you can see the little spark coming out of the Zeus there when you see it from a, another player's perspective. And I think, I can't remember who it was actually who was hiding behind new boxes there at the back of the B bomb site, but he certainly went for a Zeus indeed. So 13-4 is the scoreline here. Fnatic having to fully save here. We can see that the only things bought is 3 Zeuses, in fact. No grenades whatsoever, no upgraded pistols. So this should, according to the script, be round number 14 and a 10-round advantage on Inferno to NIP. Who saw that one? I don't think any of us did, in all honesty.
Went for the cheeky mid, or peek towards mid. Spotted some of the NIP players running upwards, but it is going to be Get Right first. Pulls the trigger onto JW, gets the kill, and him and his teammates will try and sniff out a few more, but look at this position from Olaf Meister with the Zeus. I mean, you were asking whether I could see it become sort of a weapon that these teams begin to utilize on a regular basis. Maybe so.
I think it already is, by the looks of things, and
how
many times.
And it's worth it for the price.
Exactly. $100 for a free kill, and and a $200 profit, maybe, or so. When you've not got any money to spend, you never know. And again, it's more of a factor of not really necessarily worrying about your economy, but more so humiliating the enemy team's economy if you can hit them at close range with that Zeus. But once again, a really good anti-eco for Ninjas in Pyjamas there. Only one player falling, which was Freiburg. So now we find ourselves in this 14-4 situation. Fnatic buying up once again here. 4M4 is the name of the game, and that Mag 7 once again now for JW. And what's interesting me here with Fnatic is that they are deciding to still use that M4A1. I know it's a little thing, but they've been pretty resilient with it, and they're just deciding, especially Crims with the M4A1, just deciding to use it time and time again. But oh, hello, Get Right, double with the P90, and that's the way to start off round number 19.
Yeah, it seemed like Pronax was, well, it seemed like he had other ideas up his sleeve, or maybe Flusher definitely does, lifting his mouse to absolute perfection, but can't get the frag. And the plant is going to come in on this bomb site, but they've got to be careful, especially Forest. He does not want to go down to the Mag 7 of JW, not going to occur. And Flusher, he might as well just pull out and try and save this M4A4 now. Yeah,
he's got to save this in this situation. He hasn't got a kit. He's not got tabs on all of the positions for these NIP players, I don't believe. And so the best he can hope for is a couple of exit frags. He may have the information that a few of these NIP players are low, one of them being Freiburg, who will fall there, but still, and not enough time left on the clock. And I'm liking this call from Forest here to actually push around over towards Arch. He may find the play just through the statue there, but Flusher will actually be able to pick up the kill. 15-4 will be the scoreline. Flusher actually does eventually eliminate all of the NIP players, but kinda, I don't think many, if any, at all people expected to see this scoreline. 15 for Ninjas in Pyjamas and 4 for Fnatic on Inferno.
Yeah, it's been disappointing, to say the least.
It has,
it's almost like Cobblestone switched around to an extent, but who knows? Who knows? Not even the magical Fnatic pause could save him.
And I mean, like, fair play, in all honesty, like, although it's been a shutout, fair play so far to NIP to do this. When their backs were against the wall, they're 2-1 down in the series, 1 map away from being eliminated from the tournament, and, and losing that extra guaranteed $20,000, if not 40. And then just to come out with a performance like this against Fnatic, who we know are good at this map, and to do it in this fashion is absolutely incredible, especially with everything that's going on recently. We know how hot they are in the press, Ninjas in Pyjamas, with the rumours and stuff going on. So for them to do this and to put up a good performance has certainly been impressive.
Smoke going down towards CT spawn from Freiburg, but JW, I'm seeing flashbacks to Cobblestone. He's managed to creep into apps and he's got no resistance. Crims as well taking a leap out of his book with the Mag 7 over towards a B bomb site, but Get Right somehow opens things up onto JW as he dumps him down and continues to make his way towards upper apps with that AK-47. The question is, are the rest of the Ninjas going to follow him? The bomb is going to get picked up, and it seems, Chewy, like it is heading towards the A-bomb site. Freiburg most likely just to try and fake a B push.
Get Right there with his second frag of the round. He is not very low indeed, but Exist will be the first casualty of that T-side now. And they've actually been able to find the bomb here, so maybe a lot of information could come from this overall. As look at the clean sweep there from Fnatic. Such a great hold, such great information there, and that's what they needed. But Kainai, I have to say, at 15-5 scoreline now, yes, it's Fnatic. Yes, they're the best team in the world. But plays like that now, in my opinion, are too little too late.
Never say never.
Never say never, I know. And as I say, I know it is Fnatic, but still, they've got a long, long road to climb.
If there's any team that can climb that road, it's definitely the lads in orange on your screens right now. JW put down 74 HP as Freiburg goes in search of a frag towards the top of Banana. Forest's position has been given away in the boiler room as he eagerly looks to try and get the all-important entry frag towards A, and it is going to actually occur. It's occurred towards Arch, and the rest of the ninjas are going to be swarming into this A bomb site, but quickly shut down by JW.
Yeah, and again, that was the thing. They put their foot on the gas pedal and it didn't quite work in their favor. So really nice resilience once again from Fnatic, and just look at how low these players are. JW now causing significant damage to the Ninjas in Pyjamas team. And NIP, I'm pretty sure, when they lose this round, should be on an eco here. So Fnatic again just crawling up the ladder one bit by bit. It's a long climb, but as you say yourself, if there's any team who can do it, it's going to be Fnatic. 6-15 is the score. Still map point for NIP. Still on the verge of taking us to map number 5, which will be Train. Let's see if they can do so.
NIP, we've got a few Glocks in play, only 2 P250s, a Molotov in the hands of Exist, so maybe we might see them try and push towards the top of Banana and try and Molotov anyone on top of the B bomb site. But no, they're actually waiting at T steps, and well, they predicted that Fnatic are going to try and push them down mid. Exist surely gets what's only going to be a consolation. And look at how aggressive Fnatic have gone.
Again, very, very interesting play from them, and I mean, I'm liking it. You can see that they really are going for it aggressive even now, even halfway through this round as Exist will fall. Get Right tries to come around the side and deal some damage, but it won't happen. Forest goes for the cheeky Zeus. Again, it will not happen here. So 15-7 will be the score line. It'll be interesting to see if NIP will be able to buy here, or if they do, exactly, you know, whether they'll be able to go for 5 AK-47s with full utility and everything. How is it quite going to pan out for them? And the longer that Fnatic stay alive with a lot of players, you know, keeping alive at the end of the round, that's really important for their economy overall.
3 in a row for Fnatic, and they can't afford to lose any more rounds. Ninjas in Pyjamas. The bomb is going to be heading towards the A bomb site. Question at hand is, what are Fnatic going to try and do to change things around? JW's made his way over towards Quad. He's going to take a cheeky peek down mid and try to deal damage, but even though damage was dealt onto Freiburg, 54 HP is a plenty for a player of his caliber, and that is why he's going to get the frag onto Crims as he dispatches of him with ease. Olaf is forced to come back towards the B bomb site, but still, Fnatic aren't 100% sure where their opponents are planning on going. That smoke will buy Olaf a bit of time. Yeah, and when especially you've got a player like Forest now actually being the lurker over towards this apartment area, the man on your screens as well, he can certainly tap off a few heads and open things up on a bomb site. So now we see Fnatic going for that generic kind of 2-and-2 split. We've got what looks like, I believe, Flusher actually on the relative quick rotate, still staying towards CT spawn, but he can move back towards Catwalk if needed at any point. And Get Right's been able to push up, find the information that there are no Fnatic players near him, deciding to keep that P90 instead of swapping out for the M4. And this is what I said, Forest lurking over towards the A bomb site. He can knock off heads like that, and he's guaranteed that 2-man lead now. Yeah, right. Gonna get nailed in the face, and this is it. The call has come in, guys. There's no way we're going to be able to make our way in towards B. Let's go towards A, but JW seems to have things on complete lockdown. Great play from the Wonder Child. Next up has Exist, and Alice trying to dispose with, but in the blink of an eye, they get 2 frags of their own. Olafmeister's going to be flanking from behind in a great position to capitalize. Pulls the trigger and gets the double spray down. Great awareness from him to push down Banana really, really, really quickly and back the rest of his teammates up. JW deserves some credit as well for getting 2 kills with the AWP. And Ninjas in Pyjamas, they only need 1 more round, but easier said than done.
This is looking a tiny bit scary in a way for NIP. Once again, their economy's broken, so we should see another 15-9 scoreline actually, and things slowly but surely coming back towards Fnatic. But still, even then, you know, when they had that 1 versus 2 situation, they simply forgot the bomb. Hello, Get Right. That was a lovely shot onto JW, saying you did enough damage to us in the last round, no more, good sir. And I'm liking the decision there. Simple thing from Flusher, just shooting the gun out the way so that no players coming up through mid can pick it up quickly.
Flusher spraying and praying. His prayers have been answered. Get Right is getting close as well with Exist, his left-hand man. And you can see how desperate Get Right is to pick up this weapon. Got a frag with the Deagle, dealt damage onto Olaf, just not enough, and Flusher will utilize that pop flash, and he's seeing where the Ninjas in Pyjamas boys are actually heading. Freiburg, last man standing, and he's pretty much a dead man standing with 2 HP. The call will have come in due to death cam that he's headed towards CT spawn, but Fnatic have got to remain aware that he can do this and sneak through kitchen. Yeah, I think the most he can really hope for here is a bomb plant, but Olaf Meister is certainly going to be the one looking to try and stop that in his tracks. He's picked up an M4 here, but Olaf Meister still is going to be able to find a shoulder there and confirms round number 9 here for Fnatic. So the comeback still on Kyanite here. We've got a long way to go indeed, but if they can just keep controlling the economy and wear NIP down, we know what happens at times to the NIP mentality. And so they, as we said, they are most certainly not out of this game yet here. They've got little room to play with, Fnatic, but time and time again we've seen them play with that little amount of room and somehow expand it. Olaf going very, very aggressive down Banana. Not only does he get information, but he's in a prestige position to try and get anyone who pushes out of T-steps. The first person to do that's going to be Exist, but very unlike Olaf Meister to miss that shot, but he definitely makes up for it. Gets revenge, but the rest of the Ninjas are heading towards him. Olaf Meister with his second. He sees that nade flying towards him. He knows that surely more must be coming.
Alu knocked very low indeed as well, 28 points of health, and as soon as I say that, the grenade will finish him off, and this is surely going to be another round here for Fnatic. They are awakening finally on Inferno from that 15-4 deficit. They've managed to win 6 rounds in a row here, unless the real hype duo of Forest and Get Right can somehow deal enough damage. I don't think it's going to happen. They're really not landing their shots whatsoever. And again, just to talk about, you know, elements such as economy, the more players that are staying alive for Fnatic in these rounds, the better their economy is going to be, just to be able to keep extending things and rebuying whenever needed for those few players who will fall. Only one falling this round. 15-10 it is. Are Fnatic delaying the inevitable, or is the comeback well and truly on?
I reckon it is.
So do I, actually. So do I.
Really?
I was debating it, and after the first few rounds I wasn't going to, but now seeing them on double figures, it wouldn't surprise me if Fnatic somehow brought this to overtime. It really wouldn't. They've certainly got the skill and the class to be able to do so.
Tech 9 armor bite coming out from the Ninjas, and maybe this change of tempo, this more penetration is exactly what they need. Forest has spotted one player towards the balcony area, but he's in fact can actually frag Olaf Meister so close to dropping Pronax as well, but the call is going to come in that he is bleeding internally. Alu will nail him in the face, but Flusher through the smoke sprays down all the Ninjas in Pyjamas players on top of that bomb site, leaving Alu in a 1 versus 3.
I don't think he's going to be able to do much here, I'm afraid. They are swarming on top of him one by one. He gets the Tech 9 out and does eventually take down Flusher as revenge for those earlier crazy frags through the smoke, I do believe that was. But will it be any more than that? We will see. They're peeking in together here, and Crims will eventually dispatch of Alu. So now 15-11 the scoreline. Let's have a look at the NIP economy, see what they're going to be able to do. And now this is interesting. They're going for an AWP. Let's see if Alu can utilize that.
Where do you want to see him take it?
I'd either like to see him get, you know, control of Banana, or I'd like to see him just get that opening pick onto JW down mid and really take him down. But the thing is now, is once again, is Fnatic is twitching it up, and this is what they can do. JW hasn't got the AWP, it's Olaf Meister.
Yeah, it's been Olaf Meister AWP in quite a few rounds,
yeah.
For example, when he took it towards Banana.
Exactly.
A lot of the time we've seen the ex-LGB duo in Crimson Olaf Meister just controlling that smaller B bomb site. Forest is going to be creeping in towards the apartments, but there is Olaf Meister with the opener onto Forest. Can't quite tell exactly where he is. No, he's playing from Apps, but he's got Pronax, his right-hand man, with the rifle. So if NIP end up actually pushing Apps, they could be walking straight into a death sentence. It's nice to see that they are falling back after losing that first man, trying to regroup.
JW pushing through the smoke there, and I'm not too sure why he managed to, well, what encouraged him to try and do that. That being said, he did lose the gunfight. Freiburg being taken very low, but still, man advantage. No, sorry, it's all even now, even, apologies. It's 4 versus 4, which does, you would think, favour the T side with those CTs having to split up, but Fnatic are so confident that this is going to be an A push, and I don't blame them that they're still stacking 3 players over towards this larger bomb site.
This is intelligent play from Olaf Meister, great positioning. He should be able to, well, I was going to say he should be able to get that first frag. He's going to put the Molotov down, which should slow things down, but NIP put a smoke down. Olaf gets the frag. This is good stuff from Olaf Meister, more like what we're used to seeing from him and Fnatic, but Alu is still being let off his leash. Olaf peeks, Olaf gets the kill, and now Freiburg and Get Right trying to plant over on this B bomb site. He may very well be able to plant, but he's actually going to go for it, and they did line up for him, but he's going to plant instead.
Flash out.
Oh, ran out of time as well.
Ran out of time there. That was literally on the cusp of it there. Very unlucky indeed, but kind of, again, 15-12 is the scoreline. The economy for NIP is in a right old dire state, and look at Get Right's money. Dying after the round had finished there. His money is absolutely broken. NIP deciding to force this up with pistols, Tech-9s, armor buy here. And Fnatic, I mean, this is just absolutely phenomenal play. 8 rounds in a row now on their CT side. How NIP have not closed out this game is beyond me. And I was just about to mention that man, Olaf Meister. He's picked up his game and now utilising that ult to its full ability. Yeah, JW's picked one up as well. Olaf makes it a double. He was quality in the last round, and so far he's been quality this round. Flusher, all eyes on Arch. Meanwhile, the rest of the Ninjas in Pyjamas boys seem to be making their way towards apartments. Might see if they got any smokes. Yeah, there's one smoke. Forest has got a smoke as well. So Arch has been smoked, so they might very well try to breach quad and try to brute force a bomb plant down towards the A bomb site. If they can kill Olaf Meister, which they can. After he picks up 3 frags, so enough damage dealt in the overall grand scheme of things, and the in-game leader of Pronax will finish off the final 2 there. 15-13 it is, ladies and gentlemen, and this is still very much game on indeed. It would be heartbreaking for Fnatic to lose this map after such a great comeback, but it just shows what sort of a team these guys are. The fact that even at 15-4 down, they do not give up. This is it. If Fnatic win this round, then surely Ninjas in Pyjamas will be going into the final round of this map with not a healthy financial state. Olaf Meister going aggressive with this AWP. He's literally just waiting to see a glimpse of somebody. The Molotov is going to hit him in the face. And oh my god, the flashes are going to be coming over. Freiburg is going to lead the charge as he looks to try and open things up on this banana. Knows that Olaf Meister is completely trapped behind the sandbags. But Olaf and Crims come in. They get a kill apiece. And Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're being executed here on Banana. I have absolutely no idea what is going on, but again, Olaf Meister just comes in big. It was 2 frags, but it was 2 very important frags indeed. That really should have been NIP's to take. Get Right will fall. 15-14. We are going into round number 30. And how has this happened? 10 rounds in a row for Fnatic. The NIP economy is not great. They will be able to buy up here, but Fnatic are just all over this. And I actually am gobsmacked. I really am. I didn't see it happening like this. I really didn't, but credit to Fnatic for this. Good thing, though, for Ninjas in Pyjamas is they still just about have enough to make something happen, you know what I mean? Yeah, but is it going to be enough? Losing 10 rounds in a row like this when they were 15-4 up, do they deserve to win this map? You've got to question it. After their performance at the start of it, I think so. But after this, with Fnatic coming back in this fashion, this game, for me, should be going to overtime. Freiburg being forced back down away from Banana. Forest just toying around in apps. And at the moment, Ninjas in Pyjamas just trying to unpuzzle their opponents, figure out how exactly they're setting up and try to deduce how they'll be able to unlock it. Flush is playing this great angle, playing very passive from Arch. He should be able to catch any terrorists making their way in, but oh no, he actually crouched and he got fragged by Alu. Forest is also going to get a headshot onto Pronax, and the Ninjas have left it late, but they very well may win this. It's 3 versus 2, and Crimson Olaf Meister surely need a miracle now. That grenade, I swear it landed at Forest's feet, but it only dealt 7 points of health damage to him. That's all it did, and now this is tricky. But look at how low 2 of these NIP players are. This is going to be the key. Crims is going to spot out exist there, evening up the situation. The clock is ticking, but they have the kit, and they have plenty of time to deal the damage. Freiburg with the Galil in hand. He's got to do something, and he doesn't, and that could be it. It will be it. We are going to overtime, and how did NIP let that up? The 2 players low didn't even deal any damage whatsoever. What a retake from Crimson Olaf Meister. And from 15-4 up, NIP choke. We are going to overtime once again for the 2nd time in this series.
Well, Ninjas in Pyjamas won overtime last time around. My money's going on Fnatic. With the amount of momentum that they built up after that monumental comeback.
I agree.
And, you know, we were talking about the pause.
Yeah. It didn't quite happen at the time. It was a delayed response.
It was just Pronax messing with our heads.
I mean, and again, just look at, again, I know I keep talking about frag count, and it's not the most important thing, but Olaf Meister, at around about that 15-4 scoreline, was only on 7 frags, around about that mark, really definitely in single figures. And now look at him, 24 to 23 frags on the name. Flusher, once again, the standout player on the scoreboard with frags, almost a 30 bomb just in normal time. And I think the teams just need a split second here just to regain their composure before we go into what will be the second overtime of this series. But I have to say, kind of, I've got to agree. I think Fnatic are going to take overtime.
NIP as well, starting on the terrorist side, of course, in this overtime. Not going to make their life much easier. MR3, 10k cash on each side. And I really love this format more than the old MR5 16k format, because it causes, it forces players to have to really manage their economy a lot better. But Allo gets the opener onto Olaf Meister. Olaf, who was so instrumental towards the end of normal time for Fnatic, has been assassinated. And the bomb here is at the top of Banana. So let's see where Nip are going to be heading. Forrest has got to be careful that JW doesn't kill him with that Mag 7, and he will do.
Again, with the Mag 7, it's just the gun of choice for JW. I'm pretty sure he's probably got more kills with it than he has with an AWP, which is not exactly a common thing. That being said, he has still been very, very good with the AWP, and he's actually switching out between the two. Just, you can see him doing so. Anyway, all the action's going in towards B. Crimson, a cheeky spot that we saw Get Right playing in earlier on, will get one. Flusher gets 2 of his own here to confirm the 30 bomb, and Get Right now with the Pro 90 in hand. 1 versus 4 situation here. It's going to be another round on the board here for Fnatic. And I'm trying to count up how many that is in a row. I think that's 12 rounds in a row we've seen from Fnatic now on this CT side.
There it is, 16-15. I don't know about you, but I can't believe what I'm witnessing. This is why people say Fnatic are the best team in the world. They just never say never. They didn't even let their heads drop. No. And they continue. They took every round as it came. And now they've somehow, after being 15-4 down, are 16-15 up.
It's a lesson to everybody, you know, who's aspiring to be a professional player. This is the kind of thing you aim for. To be 15-4 down, a lot of even professional players would drop their heads, but Fnatic just simply did not do so, as we can see just from the scoreline. The way that they've played has been phenomenal here. And if, you know, Richard's prediction that this is, potentially the last tournament that we see NIP at, with this roster anyway, it would be a great shame for them to go out in this fashion on this map.
They definitely go out in style and Get Right. He doesn't want to go out just yet. He wants to win Inferno. Jumps straight down into the pit, and I don't think Pronax even realizes he's there, and he is going to get the kill. Flusher playing right on top of this A-bomb site. His role is going to be massive if Fnatic are to win this round, but the old Fnatic and SK duo in Get Right and Forest chime in to get a frag apiece, and Crims now, not much he can do in this situation.
No, most certainly not. Just going to salvage that M4 and keep it in hand, of course, because with this being the format that it is in overtime, we've only got 1 more round left in this half before the sides do switch. Crims is going to be able to take down Freiburg there, losing that gunfight. Knock low onto 12 HP. They know exactly where he is, and they will go hunting for him here by the looks of things. So he's actually having to use that utility to prevent the hunt coming his way, the swarm of these NIP players. But we're all evened up once again here. 19 is the magical number that we're aiming for.
Credit where it's due to Crims, managing at least 2 frags. And here we go, last round of the first half. I do feel like Fnatic really do need to win this one. You know, going into their second half here in overtime, MR3, you want to at least go into that second half into the more difficult T side. 2-1 up, and we know how much Fnatic struggled when they were on the terrorist side, so I don't really feel like they can afford to lose this round.
Into that last round of the first half that we talked about. A little pop flash there from Olaf Meister just to ward any advancing terrorists off, but they've got that advanced smoke grenade down there. It looks like Forrest is going to peek out aggressively, does take down JW, but Flusher instantly responds to even things out now into that 4 versus 4. But Fnatic are taking a leap out of NIP's book. They're pushing aggressively down Banana here, and they've got that advanced smoke down, completely shutting the Ninjas out of that section of the map.
Yeah, what it's done is it's allowed an extra Fnatic player to rotate over towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah.
Flusher and Pronax patrolling the A-bomb site, but so is Alu. Crim's just playing sneaky beaky within the smoke, and the second it disappears, NIP won't be Ninjas anymore. They'll probably find themselves in a lot of trouble, but Freiburg, he's caught on here.
Still got time to work with, but as I keep saying, I know that clock is ticking, so they've got to move, and they've got to move soon. In comes the flash. Crim's fully flashed. Freiburg isn't going to check behind him, though, and that is a big mistake indeed, Freiburg, not to check your corners, because that really could have lost you the round. Exist also falls to the hands of Crims with that M4A1 in hand, and a lot of work to do. Get Right looks like he could come in to try and save the day here, as does Alu as well, but we're back into a 1 versus 1.
10 seconds to go. Crims knows that this
final
nip player had no choice, and Crims really gave him no choice. Alu so low on HP, and Crims showing us what he's really capable of. Fantastic shot. And 2-1 heading into the second half.
Why Freiburg didn't check that corner? Didn't check Cubby? Like, it wasn't because he was flashed. Like, you could tell that he wasn't flashed. He just peeked round the corner and just didn't check to his left.
It goes to show that he's human as well.
Yeah. Most certainly so. Well, here we go. Fnatic with that advantage now. Again, as I've said, that magical number they're looking for is number 19 here, so they only need 2 more. They need 1 more to guarantee at least overtime number 2. But what a map this has been. Really great play from these two teams.
Well being run by the NIP side. Maybe that's a sign that we almost are over and done with this game. Crims just toying with that AK-47 towards you, perhaps area exists. The man patrolling the CT side of apps with his right-hand man in Forest, just hiding behind the truck. All eyes on quad to make sure no one can creep through boiler room towards this larger bomb site or through mid. Here we go. Fnatic leaving 1 person at the bottom of Banana, 1 person T-steps. It'll be interesting to see how this round unfolds.
Yeah, it certainly will do.
They're just trying to feel things out, figure out how NIP are currently set up. If they realise that Alu's isolated again on Arch, they might smoke quad and try and maybe even go CT spawn to B, or at least try and wrap around this A-bomb site.
But actually, this is what NIP did really well, in my opinion, on their CT side, is just playing that patient game. We can see the really tight angle that Alu is currently holding over towards Arch here, but NIP once again are just waiting for those angry Swedes in Fnatic to come into their crosshairs. Backing off now. He doesn't want to get caught out like he did once or twice earlier on in that advanced Arts position. Going to back away over towards Library, but with 25 seconds left on the clock, we've seen this once before, and we're going to see it again. A late A-push coming in from Fnatic, with Forest potentially cleaning up the whole lot. They have been able to get the bomb down here, but in the 5 versus 2, I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately, for Fnatic there. They will fall. And again, that's exactly actually what we saw happen earlier on, pretty much. A similar situation, Fnatic leaving it very, very, very last minute.
Freiburg, still 13 frags. JW, only 17 frags. Quite unlike both of them, I guess.
Yeah.
But I guess it doesn't really matter when you've got players of Forest and Alu and Get Right's caliber who can step it up and pretty much 30 bomb. Alu just needs 2 more frags, and he's going to have 30 frags to his name as well. So frags being shared between all these different players and Fnatic. Are they going to try and up the tempo? But no, NIP go for the double nade, and Olafmeister is blown to smithereens. Fnatic, so early on in this second round of the second half of overtime, find themselves a man down. It's so difficult when you find yourself in this kind of scenario. Not much you can do.
Yeah. They've got plenty of time to work with, though. But if it plays out how it did in that last round, we will find Ninjas in Pyjamas once again on map point. I dread to think how many map points they had earlier on. As I said, it was that 15-4 scoreline, and they weren't able to convert it. So even if NIP do win this round, Fnatic will certainly come out fighting in the last round of this first overtime. But in they go, they're going to flash their way through. Exist is going to be able to take down 1, though. Exist with 2. Flusher eventually responds, but now left in that 4 versus 2 situation. This is very, very tricky indeed for Fnatic. They're split up. All the players are rotating through. Alu is still alive with that crucial AWP, and it will once again be map point for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Will we be going to train, or will we be going to overtime number 2? Let's find out.
Let's find out. AK's being brought out by Flusher, Pronax and Crims. Olaf with his world-famous Tech 9, where, of course, at ESL 1 Katowice, 50% of his frags were with that pistol. And JW with his side AWP, as we used to call it before the nerf, his CZ75. But anyways, Fnatic start to catapult themselves towards the top of Banana, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be Freiburg chucking a heck of a load of nades towards them, and they haven't even realized that Get Right is hiding in this corner. Fnatic one man down already, Chewy, and it just seems like they're walking into a black hole at the moment. NIP, they've shown no flesh.
And that's exactly what they need to do in this situation, to be quite honest. That's what they want. They just want, as I've kept saying time and time again, just the players to appear in their crosshairs here, to wait down the time, to use the utility at the correct moments here. They've still got a smoke grenade just about to pop down there, which was coming in from Arch, I do believe that was, over towards that Banana area. They've got a big read on this to NIP, and they've got those incendiaries to work with as well. So they're just shutting the time down here for Fnatic, giving them less and less room to work with.
Sure, NIP maybe gone aggressive towards the A bomb site. They've figured out exactly what's going to happen. JW has somehow managed to breach this B bomb site, but not fully. And that clock is ticking, 25 and counting. And if Fnatic are going to get this bomb down, they need to get this bomb down now.
19 seconds, the clock is ticking. Pronax starts things off, but Freiburg comes alive on the B bomb site as it's all left up to the wonder child in JW. It will not happen, and finally NIP take the map, 19-17. What an absolute thriller. Oh my gosh, that was probably the craziest map I think I've ever seen, or certainly ever casted.
I mean, people say NIP are dead.
They're not dead yet, they're still in it, they're still fighting.
They beat Envious on Inferno. They just beat Fnatic on Inferno. They beat Fnatic on Dust 2 early on. They beat Envious on Dust 2.
Yeah.
You can't help but think that there's still some sort of firepower still left in them.
Well, I hope so, because we've got Train coming up next, the 5th and final map in this series, and let's hope it continues on this form. And it looked like it was going to be a shot. Let's just, again, recap that, because it was a dominating, I think it was an 11-4 half for NIP to start things off, and they looked really strong, and we, you know, were like, what is going on? I think it was a 9-0 start that they started on, like, okay, Fnatic are a bit slow here. And then to move it to 15-4, you know, I was already thinking about, you know, where I was going to get my next drink from, because, you know, and stuff like that. You think map's over. But Fnatic with that comeback, I mean, what happened? Just
well, it's Fnatic. The pause came in, and then we speak about nip magic. Fnatic have a bit of magic of their own. But anyways, guys, we are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with Train, which will be the 5th of this best of 5. Don't go anywhere.
Check this out.
What's up? We're playing Sideman Go-Go football. Are you ready for this? Because I know I am. So let's go.
Jack, I want you to draw me like one of your French girls.
Welcome back to the Gfinity Champion of Champions. My name is Lycan. Joining me on the desk is Richard Lewis and Thorin. Guys, Thorin, this game was pretty crazy. First of all, Nip had an incredible lead, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah. Insurmountable almost.
Yeah, then Olaf Meister kind of woke up and was like, we're not going out like this. So he brought it back. The game was tight and then went into overtime. What are your thoughts overall on the performance of Nip in this case?
Yeah, obviously, it was literally insurmountable as much as they couldn't have lost the game. They were up 15-4 at one point in time. They looked like, okay, I mean, you don't even have to be an incredible T-side team probably to close that game out there. But you saw in the map before Mirage, if Fnatic get like a key CT round at the right time, they can just snowball the whole CT half. And they get that momentum going. It builds up, it builds up, builds up. And the biggest problem for the guys from Nip is they just started doing what is the... I think it's the cardinal sin on T-side of Inferno, which is where when you can't get entries to a site, you just go slower and slower, and you just start, everyone's walking up. You're never attacking a site. You're never rushing in with a flash and going just before it or just after it. Instead, you're just walking in. And when you do that, really good CT teams like this are just going to eat you alive, because as soon as they get one kill, they're going to rotate over, get the advantage there. And yeah, as you said, like it was basically the Olaf Meister and Flusher show. Those were the two guys. I mean, what summed it up for me was there was actually a moment where Nip, towards the end of the half, had, I think it was a 3v2, and they had the bomb planted as terrorists. But because it was Olaf Meister and Crims, who had that fantastic synergy with how they play off each other, they actually won without either of them dying. And they did just a full retake. And that really just summed up how good Fnatic was overall. But with that said, they got it to overtime. But in overtime, it was all NIP. They were very good there.
I mean, well, if you wanted to get an idea about why we talk about Olaf Meister as the best player in the world, here's why. Because it's halftime. He's got like 7 kills on the board or something ridiculous. Looks out of the game. All the armchair analysts at home are like, ha, Olaf Meister is bad now. You know, like all of this stuff. And then boom, he picks up the AWP, which isn't something that he does primarily. It's not like his bread and butter, so to speak. And he just starts picking up impact kills, starts snowball, helping his team really get back into the game, and then he just goes absolutely ham with it and finishes right up at the top of the frag charts from coming back at like absolute rock bottom. And that's why he's the best. That isn't even what he does for a living. That isn't even what he does in terms of what he brings to the team. He's not like a designated AWPer in any way, shape or form. You leave that to JW, but he picked up that AWP and he made it work on the map. Now, all of that said, I don't want to focus too much on Fnatic, because obviously what NIP did, I think maybe Duncan's playing it down a little bit, because it did look like they were going to choke. But what NIP have done there is they've beaten Fnatic, probably, if we just look at it in pure statistical terms, the best team in the world on Inferno. And sure, they had to take it to overtime after having a 14-4 lead, but they still did it. I didn't give them a prayer on that. Duncan didn't give them a prayer on that. And it's also got to be said, what's really remarkable about it is how, again, I hate to keep harping on about it, but how ineffective Freiburg was. There's an argument there to do it. At times, they were almost playing 4v5, and they still managed to overcome Fnatic, the best team in the world. So you've got to give mad props to what NIP have done here. Now, you're going into train. this is a map that realistically can go either way. This is one of the ones that definitely can go either way. They've played before, as we said, at DreamHack Summer on home turf in Sweden. It was 16-14, and there was a godlike call by Pronax right at the end where he just read a complete fake to basically win that game. So that's how close it was when they last played on this map. NIP have already gone way above expectations. We looked at it statistically. All of their the last 4 times they played in a series, it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1 at Katowice. So they've already took 2 maps off Fnatic in this best of 5. Me and Duncan didn't think they could do that. Anything can happen on Train, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if they could get to a 5th map, they'd actually have a shot to win the series. Like, it wasn't a scenario where they were ever going to win 3-1. That was even the most exuberant NIP fans surely didn't think that was possible. I mean, what was key for me there was that this time NIP actually won on a Fnatic map pick.
Yeah.
Before they won their own barely, and then okay, they lost theirs barely on Mirage, but at the moment you're still playing in Fnatic's hands. They've still got theirs coming up. They know, okay, we're getting our maps and we're having chances on yours. Now NIP's actually pushed it to 5, but doing it on Fnatic's maps, I think that's actually pretty key. And so when it goes into Train, the problem with the Train situation is a lot of NIP's best map performances on the map haven't really been wins. They've been like close losses. And you always look at close losses and you want to feel like, wow, you're so close. You're always in the game. You're always so close there. But I always say, usually say, if you're repeatedly losing close on a map, it's actually showing you've got a key problem there. For some reason you can't close the map out, or one of your halves isn't quite good enough, and so no matter how much you get out of the other one, it evens out overall. So yeah, I'm still edging it towards Fnatic here, but I think now, amazingly, now we're in a position where there's actually a chance NIP can win this series.
Yeah, and it's got to be said as well, you take the Cobble map out of this equation, I think we're looking at one of the great, like, this is a great series. This is like, all the games have been super close, super competitive, which realistically, again, even the most biased NIP fan, I don't think would have put them in this position, would have thought they're going to be in this position. It's 2-all, you're going into Train, anything can happen. You know, this is a huge performance from NIP.
I agree. I think that regardless of the results of the next match, the performance we've seen from NIP today, they've got to be feeling good. The fans have to be feeling good, and NIP has to be feeling good because it shows them coming out of whatever the slump is that they have been in. One thing I want to do, I want to kind of sidetrack a little bit, not necessarily talk about this matchup, but more something we've seen. There have been a lot of Zeus buys. Recently, there was a buff to the Zeus price reduction, so we see a lot of eco rounds where they go with the Zeus. Can you kind of talk about how that's playing into the game?
Well, I mean, look, all due respect to our casters, which made several references to how it's like a bit of banter or a bit of fun or whatever, the Zeus is now a viable buy in the current meta. It's like $100. You're playing on a map like Inferno, for example. There's so many tight corners up close. You know, you think about bedroom and apartments in general. $100 for a one-shot, one-kill weapon. That's great. You are going to see it play into the meta more and more people are going to be picking them up. I think it's a very viable buy in the pistol rounds now, especially when you're in an eco position. You want to try and save as much money as possible. You're going up against full buys. You can maybe, you know, pop the Zeus, get a gun. It can turn around on its head for $100. That's ridiculous value for money.
Yeah, the big problem is the fact that it's a kill. It's not like there's any skill. You don't have to hit them in a specific path. It's just a kill. So yeah, you do have to be point blank, but obviously on certain maps as CT, you can choose the range it takes place at. Like if you're sitting on the balcony as a CT waiting for them to come out, okay, yeah, in theory they could come from another area, but most of the time, a large percentage, they're going to come out of there, and it's basically at that point, what's the counterplay to that? If you hit into quite a large area, you're going to get the kill, and it is only $100, whereas none of the pistols, in theory, you're going to be like, you're going to have to shoot them specifically in the head, or you're going to have to use technique, or, I mean, admittedly, you can't miss, obviously, it has to be the first shot, but I think it's kind of a scenario where what I don't like about it, crucially, is the lack of counterplay. That's the key thing. It's not just that, like, there are a lot of conditions within it that make it hard to get the kill, because, like I said, you've only got one shot, you have to hit them immediately, close range, all these things. But the biggest problem is it's the fact that what can the other guy do against what you're doing there? There's not really much there. So, I mean, you saw it in this game. Forrest had a couple of them on CT on Inferno. I think the fact that you're seeing it so much, it just feels a bit abusive right now for the games. It doesn't really feel like good even when someone does it themselves. It just feels like they're trolling you now.
Yeah, I think what'll end up happening is this is like one of those instances where right now, because it's not really being utilized quite so much, everyone's like, oh, look, it's a Zeus buy. Oh, look, it's $100. It makes sense. I think it'll get to the stage where it does play into the meta, and this will probably be something, I don't know, like a month or two down the road, people are crying about, oh, we're going to nerf this.
Put the price up, someone like MBK wins one key round because there's one kill, someone's going to kill 3 people. That's when people, that's like
Yeah.
the sort of thing that'll galvanize people to be like, right, they'll go crazy. I mean, I always make jokes, okay, when there's ridiculous stuff like that in the game that really isn't in the spirit of Counter-Strike,
Yeah.
I always make jokes, okay. So, for example, I had one, I was telling Henry G, I was telling him, yeah, what they should do now is make it so that when you, the next upgrade to the Zeus is you buy a Zeus and you can attach it to your rifle, and then when you right-click, it actually is sort of like a bayonet, you know, and when you're up close, you get the kill. Problem is, I'm always scared to even make those jokes on Twitter in case Valve actually do implement that, you know. So.
I think you're safe. I don't think you need to worry about that quite just yet.
Because Valve don't listen to the community. Yeah, you're right, Mitch. Bang on. You're always telling me that.
I didn't say that.
You
I
hate
didn't say
working
that.
majors,
I love Valve. You know that. I'm the biggest fanboy. But anyway, yeah. So I think the situation we're in right now is, you know, it's one of those things. I think it's freshened up the meta a little bit. I do like seeing it being utilized, and I agree with Thorin. I don't think there's a lot of counterplay yet, but this is what we need to do. Metas evolve. You know, things can change, and a few tweaks to that gun. You know. Who knows? It could be a regular staple. Certainly for now, it's absolutely worth picking up on certain maps. Inferno being one of them.
Yep. All right. So we're going to be going into the final game. The final match is going to be on Train. So talk us through Train, Richard.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, this is obviously a map that when it was introduced originally, it looked very different to what we've got now. In fact, it was introduced originally, it didn't really take off as a you know, competitive map, and then they did this reimagination of it, which is a lot better. So, I always think the key to this is when you're playing as terrorists, you've always got that option to do that kind of fast B execute. You go through what they call white walls. It used to be like a toilet area in previous iterations of the map, and it can be very easy to get a couple of smokes down and get a fast plant, but it can be quite a hard site to hold because you've got these long train tracks where you can AWP and rifle from. Other parts of the map, you've got what they call Ivy or Side, depending on which version of Counter-Strike you played. And this is another choke point that can be held by the CTs with an AWP, with a passive rifler, and again, smoke's very, very effective on this map. The key to this map used to be controlling main. If you could do like a fast flash out of main and get out aggressively and control that yard area, but that isn't really as viable in the CSGO version of the map. So this is something that has been newly introduced. Some teams have embraced it. Some teams have tried to shy away from it. You know, you think about like Virtus Pro and Na'Vi, they were straight on this map. They wanted to dominate. You know, they wanted to dominate teams on this map. Others were like, we're just going to make it our veto. Like, we're just going to get rid of it. So this is a map that I would say it maybe plays to the strengths of someone like a JW. I think it's great for Flusher, the terrain. It's so good for lurkers. But again, that means obviously then it plays to Arlu's strengths. It plays to Get Right's strength. I think this will be a very close map. I mean, inherently, the scorelines on this map always seem to be pretty close. It's always a map that people are going to post numbers on. I can't really think of any big blowouts I've ever seen on Train.
Well, the key thing for this particular matchup especially is what makes it so uncertain is that neither team, in theory, plays it much. Like, it's actually the least played map for Fnatic entirely out of all 7. And in terms of NIP, it's I think it's like the third from least that they played because they so heavily play a few maps. So neither team really has, like, even the big data set on it. And neither of them have even played 10 times. Fnac's played 9 and they've won 6. And Nips played 7 and they've won 3, so it's kind of hard to have any real consistent idea that this team's definitely going to be good and in this way. I think this is the most 50-50 of all the maps in the pool because the other ones, even when Fnatic had an advantage on something, I thought they had advantage on Dust 2, we still at least had a history of Nip winning some key Dust 2 games and how they might go about doing that. I think the big trend for me on this one is, as I've over-referenced before, that great performance where Olaf Meister went 39 kills on this when they played against NIP at DreamHack Valencia and Face It Stage 2 in the group stage. I think that what that really highlighted is this is another map where sometimes Fnatic can struggle a little bit on the T side. So they're used to getting the big CT half, 9-10 rounds. So for me, T side, everything relies on Olaf Meister. This is one of the few maps where suddenly he becomes like actually an entry fragger. Yeah. Some other maps, he can be a lurker, he can do it. That's what's great about him, he can do whatever you want. But on this map, when they struggle for T rounds, they literally put it all on Olaf Meister. Like, okay, you walk out into the main area, get a kill, and we follow you in then at that point in time.
That's literally what he does. He'll walk out there and get 3 headshots. Just quickly, because I know we need to get into the game, just also wanted to say that NIP, when we saw them play Virtus Pro at the Major on this map, I mean, it was, you know, it wasn't convincing at all. So, you know, and Virtus Pro are one of the best teams. you know, in the world on this map. But I haven't seen anything that would make me think NIP have got an ace up their sleeve here. So this is going to be wide open. On skill, you probably have to just give it to Fnatic. But as I said, anything can happen at this point.
All right, real quick before we go, score predictions.
I mean, obviously, again, this is a very specifically, like, if they start CT, you can get a huge snowball. Okay, let's imagine Fnatic starts CT. I would say they'll win this pretty handedly, so I'll say like 16-8 Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot closer than that. I think this could be a 16-13, 16-14 again, but I will just plumb for Fnatic.
All right. Well, thank you guys. And once again, we're going to the last match between Fnatic and NiP. It's tied 2-2. The winner of this moves on to the grand finals tomorrow. So take it away, boys.
Thank you very much indeed, guys, behind the Gfinity analyst desk. Of course, myself, Chewy. Joined alongside me is Knight here for map number 5, the final one between NIP and Fnatic. And let's just recap things very quickly, of course. There's a lot on the line for this, but score-wise, we saw a 19-16 first scoreline on Dust 2 in favour of NIP, then a 16-1 on Cobble, which we'll forget quite quickly, I'm sure. And then it was 16-13, I believe, in favour of Fnatic on Mirage, and then a 19-17 on Inferno. So it really has been a thriller of a series so far. But Train, what do you think about the map?
I think Fnatic will win, but then again, I predicted that Fnatic would win 3-1. Realistically speaking, I really like this new iteration of it. I was gutted when they initially removed it from the map pool because it's such a legendary map. Like, we think back to, I believe it was Wally versus Pentagram, I think it was.
Okay.
But yeah, such a legendary map, and it's so nice that they brought it back into the map pool again. But prediction-wise, I don't know, I'm going to put my neck on the line and guess that Ninjas in Pyjamas are going to take Fnatic are going to take this 16-11. And the main reason why I give NIP 11 rounds is because at ESL 1 Cologne, they looked really good on this map against Virtus Pro.
Well, we will see. Here we go into the 9th round, almost live and ready to go with this 5th and final map, and we cannot underestimate how much is on the line, just in terms of pride and also prize pool as well. Of course, the winner of this guarantees at least $30,000 in the bank. The winner of the entire tournament with 50K, and just for competing at the tournament, you do get 10K. And it would be a big upset if NIP were able to take this series. And you never quite know what can happen, but kind of obviously a map like Train here, the guys on the analyst desk went through the kind of key areas of this map, but just simply starting CT side, I think, is going to be quite an important factor potentially here.
Yeah, for sure. And if you want to give us a prediction? No, you don't like them.
No, it's a difficult one. And again, like, going down to specific score rounds is a really tricky one indeed. I'm going to say, I think Fnatic is still going to be able to take this one in all honesty. I'm going to go for a 16-10.
16-10, okay, Here we go. Fnatic win the 9th round, and they are going to start on the more favoured CT side for the first half. And I think Thorin hit the nail on the head when he said on the CT side on this map, you really can build up a lot of momentum, and the snowball effect can come into play. So Fnatic are one of those sides who definitely, on an individual and team level, they have the quality to make that happen up against an NIP who are rumoured to be in turmoil. Let's see whether they can do it.
Well, will they cause the upset, or will Fnatic just about regain composure to finish off this best of 5? I think a lot of us here at the Gfinity Arena area think that it was just going to be a 3-1 scoreline to Fnatic, but obviously we land ourselves in map number 5 with it all to play for both teams.
Yeah, Bomb's been left pretty much near spawn. NIP, they've got some men in the white halls, some men outside a side hall. It's going to be Pronax's grenade to start things off with the frag onto Freiburg. Exist is going to drop down in towards the ladder room. That bomb is still yet to be picked up. NIP, they don't want to go back and pick up the bomb until they've at least found an opener somewhere.
With Get Right very low indeed as well. That's going to play a factor into this one. Alu will fall, as does Exist as well. This is looking really good for Fnatic here. Get Right still very low indeed. Now eventually he will fall, but it's all left up to Forest. 5 versus 1. We know what damage he can do with a pistol, but it's a clean sweep for Fnatic. Great work indeed on that pistol round, and that will be the first on the board for them. Let's see what they decide to buy up here, what exact weaponry they do decide to go for.
Yeah, well, they've bought quite a few rifles here. Remember what happened on Mirage, where they started off on the terrorist side, they won the pistol, then they bought up the AK-47s and ended up losing them. Let's hope we don't see a repeat of that. I think Train is a completely different kettle of fish, so hopefully, as long as they keep their distance, play passive with these M4s. They should be fine. Meanwhile, NIP, they brought up armor because they failed to plant the bomb on the pistol.
And they failed to do anything on that pistol round, and Freiburg starts off tagged heavily low, down to 31 points of health, and as you say, they forced up in the sense that just buying those armor and upgraded pistols in this round number 2, but still no frags as of yet. Fnatic just trying to engage in those long range battles here and not let those pistols get too close up front. Meanwhile, GetRight's been able to push through the T-main kind of area and slightly push out on towards this A bomb site, but still not been able to find a player as of yet.
Oh, I think GetRight just got spotted by JW, but JW's been brought down to 47 points of health as NIP look to at least try and brute force a bomb plant towards either of these two bomb sites, but it's so difficult with just pistols and train. It's one of those maps that includes so many long distance encounters that it's very difficult to be effective with the pistols.
And they've just been overpowered here. They've been able to pick up 2 frags, but it wasn't quite enough. I believe both of them were GetRights, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So Forrest finds himself once again the last one left alive, just looking to do some damage, but with the Deagle, I don't think he'll be able to do too much. Tagged down to 14 points of health. Flusher will eventually finish him off there, and that's 2-0 in favor of Fnatic here. Ninjas in pajamas again, as we've said, because they were not able to plant in that first round, and they did buy up there in some respects in that second round. They will be on pretty much a flat, full eco going into round number 3.
Flusher only 5'7". He's got a Molotov though, and the fact that he's got armor as well up against these unarmored opponents, I'm pretty sure yet most of them have P250s, bar Alu. Should still see Fnatic end up being the victors. Flusher, the second he sees these NIP players, down will go the Molotov to try and burn them alive, slow them down, and that's exactly what it's done.
Still that man advantage in favour of the counter-terrorist side of Fnatic, and they're just going to get another smoke grenade down there to prevent any players pushing through. And we can see JW now, the man on your screen, just using the side of that smoke to his advantage. He is going to spot Alu there. Will he be able to find any more players? Because there are 2 more lurking in towards that pop dog area. Elsewhere, GetRight has been spotted and tagged low. There we go. Now JW finds them, sprays down, and that will be the hat-trick for him. So a good clean sweep here once again. And only 2 deaths on the Fnatic side so far in this entire first 3 rounds, which means, of course, their economy is going to be in pretty good stead right now.
Yeah, but JW getting 4 frags in that last round, it's given him more than enough money to buy up his favoured AWP. Alu has gone for 1 as well. So the previous older iteration of this map, we used to see a lot of AWP battles underneath the trains from the normal main area. Now, obviously, main has been moved to the side a little bit, so it's not exactly the same, but we still do see a lot of sniper rifles utilised because this map has so many long-distance battles inside of it. Freiburg gets the opener onto Pronax. Olaf returns it, but GetRight and Exist elsewhere on the map are going big, and Fnatic are finally starting to drop an NIP. Could this be the round that they get their first terrorist round on the board with?
Yeah, apologies, didn't manage to catch many of the frags, but all the same, Ninjas in Pajamas push their way through, and JW and Flusher now the last 2 left alive here. We can see that's Exist, I do believe, not very low on HP indeed, but they've not got too much time to play with. They have got defused kits, but I don't believe Fnatic are going to be going for this one. We can see that Ninjas in Pajamas are now starting to just spread out across the map, trying to look if they can take any rifles away here. We even see Freiburg pushing all the way into CT spawn, but that's the first round on the board there for NIP, and an important one as well. You know, against a team like Fnatic, and we know how Fnatic can play on that momentum, you certainly do not want them to start to run away with things early on in the game.
Yeah, I think Fnatic need to try and adapt to more of a Virtus Plow way of playing their CT side. So, for example, utilise the rifles, get up close and personal towards that side main area. Don't give NIP any breathing space. Even go aggressive towards upper and lower over on the B bomb site to get information and choke your opponents if you need to. Do not allow NIP to execute and utilise, for example, the window near White Halls that allows you to smoke off the outer bomb site.
So let's see how round number 5 plays out here. Once again, just a slow start. We've only got 1 player, actually, which will be Flusher over towards that B bomb site. And this is the thing with a map like Train. You can just play that dynamic CT setup with such quick rotations in area like that connector spot. As GetRight will be the first casualty of this 5th round here. Olaf Meister with his 2nd kill there as he takes down Freiburg. This has certainly been a very good start indeed for himself and that Fnatic team. Are they going to find one? Alu actually gets caught out. Olaf Meister already with a hat-trick in this one, and Kana, he is just single-handedly shutting them down.
Yeah, very good use of grenades coming out from Fnatic. And now Forrest all alone. He's going to nail Olaf in the head. I think he's seen a glimpse of Crims to his left. I'm not entirely sure, but these Fnatic boys are slowly but surely creeping in on him. And Chewy's decided to pull out, and he's going to fall back to plan B. No, he's picking up the bomb. He's going to continue to go towards side main, where he will meet resistance.
Crims pushing through now, and Forrest will get caught unawares there. So again, Fnatic just regaining that 3-round lead now. 4-1 will be the scoreline here, and the money for Ninjas in Pyjamas is not in good stead whatsoever. We can see after winning that round in round number 5 and then losing this one, they've really struck down on their economy. So we'll see what they decide to force up and buy going into round number 6 here. But this is already a good, strong, solid opening few rounds from Fnatic, I have to say.
Yeah, but it was good from Fnatic that previous round. The nades went in, prevented NIP from being able to push out that side main area. Even the players who tried to escape ladder room. And then the Fnatic players just got up close and personal. Literally, NIP were just left with no breathing space to execute anywhere. Forrest returns, or trades a kill rather, onto Pronax towards side alley. And NIP, we've seen them do this quite a bit. They force up after losing a round to try and apply pressure on their opponent's economy, but Exist and Forest are going to have to really step it up here.
Yeah, we've actually not seen NIP so far in these first 5.5 rounds actually head over towards that B bomb site. It's really not played a part whatsoever. So it would be interesting to see if they decide to switch over there and try and get that bomb down over towards B at some point. They're getting shut out, get right just on the edge of that incendiary grenade comes through, but Crims will find Forrest there. That's one player with a rifle down. Exist now the only player on this T side with a rifle in hand, and of course if NIP lose this one, their economy is going to be in an even worse situation. The AK-47 will fall as Alu does try to respond, but this is still very, very difficult indeed. Alu does a great amount of damage though. 2 kills with the Tech 9. He's got another one here. This is a 3 versus 1 clutch almost. You've got to think if he could pull off this final kill. JW, and this is the thing now, JW's got the CZ, but he's left very low as well, 30 points of health.
JW's going to peek out, pull the trigger, and assassinate Alu. And there we have it, yet another Fnatic round on the board. NIP, they invested, the investment, it's not paid dividends, and surely now they're going to be forced onto a pretty harsh eco. I'd be surprised even if we see the odd P250 come out. It could be an all-Glock setup. Freiburg and Exist, the only 2 going for P250s. They had a bit of extra cash.
They've got to go for a bomb plant here, really, at the very most. But the interesting thing is that they've actually seemed to have forgotten the bomb. So Alu and Forrest just double-checking it there, and they will pick that up and make their way through towards that white tunnels area of the map. Now, Flusher playing very close indeed, just shoulder peeking it time and time again to see if he can spot anybody, and that's exactly what he does. So he smokes out, actually flashes out, I believe, I apologize, over towards that lower ramp area as he backs away from the situation. Now gets that smoke grenade down just to try and prevent any pushes coming in from NIP, but it looks like they're banking their favors by water falling onto the B-bomb site from the upper area. Only able to pick up 1 frag though. They still got to try and get this bomb down.
Yeah, the important thing for them is to get this bomb down, get that extra bit of cash once they lose this round, which they most likely will, unless Get Right can go massive. He's going to get the double, but he found himself surrounded in the end. Just wasn't meant to be. And I still feel NIP did very well to drop 3 out of 5 Fnatic players there regardless, as well as the fact that they got the bomb plant. So hopefully, come this next round, they can buy up those AK-47s and start to really show us what they're capable of. And they've only gone for the double AWP, and it doesn't surprise me on a map like Train with so many long-distance battles.
Yeah, let's see what it can do. Fnatic, of course, just sticking with 1 for now in the hands of JW. But on Dust 2, we saw the T-side double AWP set up in the hands of Alu and Forrest, of course, be utilised very, very well indeed, actually. It was quite an impressive sight. So let's see if they can continue on that form. But look at how aggressive Fnatic are being. Alu's caught them off guard, though, as he picks up 1, he picks up 2. Out goes Flusher and Crims there, and they've opened up this B bomb site, but the quick rotation will come in. And NIP have not fully committed yet. They've not taken the bomb onto that site as of right now.
They haven't, but Olaf Meister is nearby, and he can smell the smell of ninjas. And they know he can. That's why they've fallen back now. Most likely heading straight down towards the ladder room and over towards this outer A bomb site. JW has spotted them, so unlike him to miss shots like that. Alu with the hat trick gets his 3rd as he dispatches of JW. And I really can't see NIP dropping this round. Surely this is the round that they can finally get themselves back on the scoreboard with after a bit of poor luck, to be honest.
Yeah. And it's all thanks to Alu again. Those opening 2 frags onto Krim and Flusher, I believe it was, who pushed aggressively up towards that B slope area, were absolutely perfect. He completely caught them off guard, and at close range with the AWP dealt the good damage to open things out. He also picked up the 3rd kill as well, which really put Fnatic out of any chance of getting that retake on towards this A bomb site. So there we go, 62 will be the scoreline. Olofmeister will take down Exist in the end. 5 players staying alive at the end of this round. Let's see if NIP can start to convert off this one, because if they manage to pick up another round here, it's going to be really interesting to see what the economy is going to be like for Fnatic.
For sure, Pronax still stuck on that FAMAS. Crims, Desert Eagle, Flusher, 5-7, Fnatic. They want to play NIP at their own game here. They want to force it up as well. They want to make sure that NIP can't make it 2 rounds in a row, but it's going to be so tough when, oh no, JW actually dispatches of Get Right. I was going to say he's in a great position to use that P90 to its full advantages. Freiburg's going to be the ninja escorting Alleyway. Meanwhile, Forest and Alu, with the AWP in their hands, trying to sniff out a frag, but JW, he's the man of the round so far. He's going to find his 2nd kill. And Ninjas in Pyjamas are slowly but surely starting to drop one by one.
JW's just responding to Alu here. He's saying, whatever you can do, I can do better. After Alu's hat-trick in that last round, JW not allowing anything of that fashion to continue once again here, as he's already picked up 2 so far. The only 2 frags of this round. Ninjas in Pyjamas taking things very slow. Freiburg will spray down. Left alive on 19 points of health. He'll confirm the frag onto Pronax, and Flusher will fall as well, as Exist manages to pick up the kill to now even things into a 3 versus 3. Exist gets the 2nd one here. These two players in Exist and Freiburg are very, very low indeed on the NIP side. They've got 30 seconds to play with, and it looks like they could be banging their way down towards Pop Dog, but Crims with the Pro 90 gun that Get Right uses and bought at the start of the round will actually deal damage to them as revenge. 3 kills in a row with a P90. Lovely work from him to close out the round.
And it paid off for Fnatic. Ninjas in Pyjamas, won't be surprised to see them force up against their opponents again. And what do you think about this style of play?
It's a risky one, to be quite honest. Again,
but it's sensical.
It is indeed, and then especially against a team like Fnatic, as we talked about, with that momentum factor and being on that more favoured side. You don't want them to start to run away from this one. I find it more questionable when you see CTs in a situation where they've got quite a few rounds, you know, in their stead, and decide to force up silly situations when they really don't need to. But again, yes, it will be the force up here, and again, the frags are going in advantage of the Fnatic side, as we now, once again, find Exist and Forest, the last 2 left alive. They are going to be able to take down 1, but Exist finds himself in a 1 versus 3 situation. This should be an 8-2 scoreline, unless he can pull off something pretty miraculous, and he will not do so. 8-2.
Yeah, they tracked him down in the end, and NIP, it really hurts me to look over at the right side and see him as broke as they are, but that has really been the name of the map for them so far. They haven't really been given too many opportunities with actual weapons to be able to utilize, and Fnatic, this is the snowball factor that Thorin mentioned.
When it comes to crunch time, Fnatic rarely disappoint, and this final 5th map is certainly crunch time, as we've said many times. This single map decides the difference between at least $20,000 more. Flush is going to find the first one down to Alu. This is just an eco, but this is just target practice for him, surely. He picks up 3. Crims comes in to help out there, just denying the ace, unfortunately, and Get Right's just going to bunny up around on the A-bomb side. I'm pretty sure they've seen him here. Crims will dispatch of him there. So 9-2 is the scoreline. Real, consistent, good play here from Fnatic. They're just taking things so clinical. It's really great play from them, and Ninjas in Pyjamas are the ones with all of the effort to do now. They're the ones who've got to change up the game.
Yeah, interesting to see Flusher use the AWP as well over towards that B-bomb site, but early on when we said that each and every single one of these players on this Fnatic lineup are so versatile and can interchange their roles so well, that pretty much just hits the nail on the head there. And because obviously Olofmeister is normally their secondary AWP, but JW, look at this position, straight in towards ladder room, and he will reap the reward. See you later, Freiburg. He's going to now fall back and play this more passive with the rest of his teammates. They have gone in the man advantage. Meanwhile, NIP, they're just left pondering with regards to where they want to head.
And again, they just feel so confident with their B setup that they're just happy to leave Flusher solo there with that AWP, banking 4 players over towards A. Now JW will move over there, so that's both AWPs on the CT side over towards B at the second. But we talked about it earlier on, and I'll repeat the point again here. You can just easily rotate on their CT side. It's such a quick job to do, no matter where NIP may push. But I mean, looking at the setup for NIP, they're trying to scope something out and find some information, maybe find a head popping out at the wrong time to get an entry frag onto a site, but it's just not working out in their favor. Fnatic are playing this so patiently.
Forrest spraying and praying here towards side alley. He knows Pronax is going to be nearby, but it's not going to matter because Get Right and Exist are going to get the double. Get Right looking for more. And the question is, can he find them? It's 3-on-3. Flusher with the AWP from Connector. Alu really needs to capitalize here, and he will not leave an Exist. A Lone Ranger all by himself with 7 seconds on the clock. I don't think he can pick up this bomb and plant it. And this round, Chewy is going straight to Fnatic.
They're going to try and take this rifle off him at the last second here, although he does manage to pick up 2 kills, and he does just about manage to survive with that AK-47, which could potentially be crucial in this situation. But just look at the economy. It really says it all about this game, let alone just looking at the top of the scoreboard where you can see that 10-2 scoreline there in favor of Fnatic. The best that NIP can hope for now on this T-side of Train is 5 rounds. I saw them play, again, it was online and it was against a different opponent, but NIP, just after that 16-14 very close loss against Fnatic on Dust 2 just the other day online, they played TSM on Train and they looked really lackluster on it. And I have to admit, so far, once again, NIP have been pretty lackluster on this map. In the meantime, though, Fnatic have just been on form.
I feel like they're getting picked off one by one. I feel like they should maybe try and stick together and try to execute a set piece onto either of these 2 bomb sites and try and overwhelm the CTs defending. But even when they tried doing it there in the blink of an eye, they get completely mowed down. 11-2. Are NIP going to do what Fnatic did on Inferno? It's, again, it's like Cobblestone again.
It is, it is. It's gone back to that kind of attitude and energy in the game for me, I feel. It's just, it's died down quite a lot. But, you know, again, this is just credit to Fnatic's great play. Even after losing that map, after that great comeback, they come into this, and it's like it never happened to them. They're just, it's a new map. It's crunch time again, guys, and they pick up their game, and that just shows phenomenal resilience here from the Swedish side of Fnatic, that they can lose a map in that fashion after such a phenomenal comeback to then completely forget about it and play so well here. But JW's pushed up aggressively. Let's see if he finds a frag. He won't do. Advantage NIP.
Yeah, Pronax looking to try and shut down the NIP players, but Alu comes in as he assassinates not 1 but 2 of these Fnatic boys. And maybe, just maybe, NIP can at least go into the second half with 11-4. And if they win their pistol and win the first gun round, then the rounds will pile up. But anything less than that, and it's going to be very, very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think the worrying thing for me here really is we all know that Train is a CT-favoured map, but I think on the whole, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think NIP have looked slightly better on their T side, in my opinion, at times in this series than on their CT side, especially with that comeback when they were on that CT side and 15-4 up. You know, it was pretty crazy. They switched to the T side, but still the amount of work that they did, you know.
It's nice from Olaf Meister getting in the faces of the Ninjas. Hat-trick from Olaf Meister. Nothing the NIP boys could really do there. And he's going to pick up an AWP as well. He has the Swedes completely surrounded. And now Exist. He's being attacked from all angles here.
And this is not the first time that we've seen him left alive in a 1 versus 3 situation. He will not be able to convert anything off that. A pretty lackluster half, I have to say. But you can just see the frag count there on that Fnatic side. All of them doing really great damage, and all of them contributing to that phenomenal 12-3 scoreline that they started off with. And I don't think we can underestimate it enough here how important it will be for NIP now on this CT side. And I got it wrong earlier on, so I'll call myself out on it and apologise. I actually think NIP even have been better on their CT side from what I've seen really overall in the grand scheme of things in this series. So this is the opportunity for them to come back into this game, but they are going to have to pull off almost a Fnatic-esque comeback if they want to pull themselves back into this series.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult. I mean, essentially what we're saying is if NIP want to stand a chance of winning this map and winning this BO5 overall, they need 13 terrorist rounds on train, which is a very, very steep hill to climb. But that last round, I think Olofmeister did really well to creep into that new side main and surprise the Ninjas with that M4A4. And this pistol round is going to be massive for Ninjas in Pyjamas. But even, I'll tell you what, even if they do end up losing here on train, I still think they'll be able to go home with their heads held high. They proved a lot of people wrong.
Most certainly so. They've really given us an absolutely phenomenal thriller of a series, barring that Cobble game, and if this one's a a blowout as well. But still, it's just been so back and forth with some really high intensity action, which is what we love. But I think the tricky thing for me here is, again, we know that train is a CT favoured map, but to pick up 13 rounds when they're down this far and know that they have little room to play with, and against Fnatic is going to be a big one. That being said, though, that's the exact start that they wanted, with Forest taking down Olofmeister to start proceedings.
Right, going aggressive. He may very well try and jump in towards ladder room, but Freiburg has company over here on the inner bomb site. Alu, his right-hand man, looking to help him out, but Pronax will plant the bomb. No casualties just yet. Get Right chimes in with a headshot of his own. Forest will get his second of the round, and now Pronax and JW with it all to do. JW is isolated in the upper area, trying to drop Get Right, and he will do, but he still has more CTs coming towards him. One from the right, one from the left, and he will finally get exterminated by Forest. And I said NIP had no choice but to win their pistol and capitalise on the next 2 rounds. This is their chance to capitalise.
Yeah, it was really important. And Fnatic being able to get that bomb down, of course, now means that they shouldn't force up here by the looks of things. Again, just a couple of P250s, in fact, 5 P250s coming in, a smoke and a flash as well. So looking to maybe once again get aggressive potentially and put the bomb down quickly to just advance their economy, but probably not really banking too much favour on actually winning this round so that they can then go into that early 3rd round buy, or it will be round number 18 buy, of course, in this instant. Get Right once again with a P90 in hand, still fragging with that, as that's his second kill of the round here, and this should hopefully be a clean 5-man sweep for the Ninjas.
And it will be 12-5. Meanwhile, Fnatic will buy up thanks to planting on the pistol round, of course. And this is it. They've got the big Kalashnikovs out, the AKs are out, and I don't really need to tell you about the advantages the AK-47 has above the P90. In fact, the FAMAS and all the M4s, it's a one-shot headshot, and this is Fnatic's chance to see whether they can take advantage of this. I'd like to see a very aggressive defense play from Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is nice from Forest. Waste no time, push straight through Ali, figure out exactly where your opponents are. But he's got to be careful because Olofmeister is still lurking around, and Forest will burn him alive. And the call will now be given in that, guys, there's no one at T-spawn, there's no one near side Ali. Focus on the other areas.
Most certainly so. Get Right's going to be one of those crucial players here, playing quite far forward, going to flash his way through. Let's see if he decides to push this. It looks like he will, but he'll be caught off guard there, and gives the frag back in their favour. JW with a lovely headshot onto Forest there. Gives the man advantage now in favour of Fnatic, and this is all falling apart for NIP. They had the man advantage. They had the opening frag of the round. It's all going to be left up to Alu and Freiburg to save the day. The bomb will be planted, and we're back into a 2 versus 2.
I think Alu may have gone unnoticed, but he's definitely being heard now. He's definitely no longer unnoticed. He's a dead man. And Freiburg 2 cannot clutch. And finally, Fnatic will get their first terrorist round on the board. 13-5, 3 rounds away from winning this map and this best of 5. And you can't help but feel that NIP at the moment are just a ticking time bomb.
I have a feeling so. And this is the thing. When we saw that 15-4 scoreline on Inferno, although it was very, very unlikely in a lot of aspects, it still could have happened that Fnatic will have made the comeback. I really feel if we see this go to 15-5, or anything near that kind of a scoreline with Fnatic on match point, I personally, and I'll put it out there straight away, I don't think NIP have the resilience to be able to pull off a comeback of that form. And, you know, and again, technically, they are, I hate to say it, but they are technically playing 4v5 right now. We're into round number 19, and Freiburg has only picked up 2 frags.
Crims, casualty number 1 as Fnatic search to avenge their teammate's death, and they do so with what a frag on to Get Right. 4 versus 4. This does favour numerically Fnatic. It means the CTs can cover a lot less ground. And let's see what Pronax, the Swedish mastermind, has in store for the boys in orange. Exist, all eyes on side Ali. Meanwhile, the bomb is slowly starting to make its way
He most certainly does do indeed as they make their push through. We saw them take it slow on the T side of Inferno, and at times it was almost too slow. Will it be a repeat here? They've got time to play with, but Forest is the one doing significant damage. That's the second kill in a row here. The bomb will be planted, but Forest gets his third. Absolutely phenomenal hat-trick from this man. And now Olofmeister finds himself the last one left alive. They're going to smoke off the bomb diffuser there, which will be Forest. Alu closes things out there, and that was a really nice round there from NIP. Forest the saviour for the Ninjas.
Most certainly. It's nice to really see him back in form. Here he is again towards the top of the scoreboard. But you highlighted this earlier on. Freiburg isn't Freiburg.
And I hate to call it out. Like I know I say that a lot, but I really do not like calling out bad play. But in a best of 5, in a final map, where so much is on the line, to be heading into round number 20 with 2 frags is simply not good enough. No matter who you are and who you're playing against, it's not good enough.
Fnatic pegged back onto these pistols. JW, that CZ75 that he's been so dominant with so far, but he is going to get headshotted by Alu. I think Fnatic's best part, or best bet to try and brute force a bomb plant here maybe is to try and use Pronax's flashes as pop flashes and his smoke to try and cover off the connector towards the inner bomb site and just try to push through lower and force that bomb plant down. They're most likely going to lose the round, but hey, they'll get a bit of extra cash. Just got to look at the bright side.
Yeah. They've still got a lot of rounds to play with here, let's not forget. Fnatic only 3 rounds away from taking not only the map, but the entire series, of course, and advancing through to face up against the winner of Envious versus Virtus Pro, which will be the next match on stream. But Freiburg and Get Right cleaning things up finally. He's been able to double his kills there, as that will be 13-7. Ninjas in Pyjamas still fighting. They're hanging on by a thread here, Knight. They've still got a lot of work to do, though.
They do, and Fnatic are going to be looking to make sure that work gets 100% complete to book themselves a place in our grand final, which will be played tomorrow. It will be a best of 5. But here we go, Olofmeister, as we saw earlier on, he's the Lone Ranger who continuously keeps dashing towards the side alley. Exist his main opponent in that area. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic, they're slowly walking through the white halls, and they could very well opt to pop flash straight through this smoke and try and overpower Freiburg, and overpower Freiburg is exactly what they managed to do, or maybe not. Freiburg with the headshot, but Alu also rotated in, but he also got slaughtered on this inner B bomb site. Get Right wasting no time. He's not even going to bother waiting for his teammates. He too will get killed. And now Forest and Exist find themselves in one of the toughest situations they've been in so far on this map. Exist is just busy fighting it off towards that outer bomb site with Olofmeister.
Yeah, and that's the real big trouble here. Even Forest picking up kills there over towards that big bomb site, it was pretty much impossible because Olofmeister, who we know is just a phenomenal player, was just keeping Exist at bay. There was no way that Exist could push through that connector area or maybe even go up through Pop Dog and try and go around the back of the Fnatic players towards that B-bomb site because Olof was just lurking there, keeping him busy. They had tabs on where Forest was as well, so it was really, in all honesty, a matter of time before Fnatic secured the round. And that's exactly what they did. 14-7 the scoreline now, double the score of their Swedish counterparts. Fnatic 2 rounds away from claiming victory in this long best of 5.
Alu has made his way, sprinting towards this electric box. He'll put the smoke down now towards the ladder room, and most likely his teammate will pop flash him straight in towards this side connector. He pushed in, but he didn't catch any glimpses of these Fnatic players, but I think they may have heard him.
Forest picks up the first frag, though he's really been the standout player for me in this series for NIP, I have to say. If I did pick one, and he starts things off well, but Get Right will be fragged out here. Alu responds, it's back-for-back trades here on this map. Alu with the double here, and this is exactly what NIP needed. Pronax and JW find themselves the last 2 left alive, but let's not forget what damage these two can do. They can certainly pull off this situation here. Not if Forest has got anything to say about it, though. He tags JW down very, very low indeed, and even on 3 points of health, he's still able to pick up that final kill. And now it's all left in the hands of Pronax.
Pronax wants to fight on with 30 seconds to go. He's going to fake the bomb plant. Little does he realise that he's got a man to his left and a man to his right. Pronax will clutch! 3 from him! And he will secure match point for Fnatic. NIP.
Oh my, that's got to be I think
What
that's
are
it,
you
mate.
doing?
I think that's it, mate. I honestly think that is it. Like, how that even just happened in that situation there. Left so low on health as well. For NIP to make such a crucial error like that, I don't know what's going on in their heads right now, but Fnatic on the verge of victory here. Look at how low the economy is. Forest is going to push through. It's a 1-for-1 trade here, but Fnatic are 4 frags away from the grand final of the Gfinity Champion of Champions tournament.
People talk about nip magic. Whatever that magic is, they need it right now to survive. They've huffed and puffed, but I'm afraid it just hasn't been enough to see them emerge victors over Fnatic in this best of 5. But hey, it's not over just yet.
It's not. And let's not forget, you know, right back at the start of this series, which seems like years ago, it was about 4.5 hours ago or so, we saw NIP 15-13 down on an eco round, and they took it, and then, you know, went to overtime and looked good there. So again, you can't count these players out, but I really think that Pronax 1 versus 3 was potentially the last nail in the coffin. You will find out imminently, though.
Alu and co heading straight towards that coffin. Only time will tell. Freiburg wants to continue to fight on. He is the king of banana, and he's using that banana 5-7, but Crims is going to come in to assassinate him. And Olaf as well says, anything you can do, mate, I can do better. And now it's all down to the NIP in-game leader to do what's probably considered the impossible, and it definitely is impossible now. He's not able to do it. Fnatic, 5 maps is what it took for them to emerge victorious. But they've done it in the end. But still, credit where it's due to NIP. No one expected them to win more than Dust 2, and even Dust 2 was a bit mad.
Yeah, it was a bit mad. It was back and forth, but again, I think the crowd enjoyed that. We've got an absolutely packed audience here at EGX. There's literally not a single seat to spare, and there are people even queuing out the door. So if you are coming to EGX for any future series, of course, if you are watching at home at the second, make sure you get here early, because there's plenty more Counter-Strike action to come. And this is the thing, this was the series which, in all honesty, I think a lot of people thought that was going to not be, that was going to be quite a, you know, a relatively one-sided one. Now we've got Envious versus Virtus Pro coming up. That's going to potentially be an absolute thriller of a series if that wasn't beforehand. But still, credit to NIP. They did come in fighting, and they really brought it to Fnatic there. And it was a close, a best of 5, I think, again. As the analyst said, that Cobblestone game was one of the changes there for me, in all honesty. I said before Mirage started that if NIP were going to take this series, they needed Mirage. And if it was 16-13 the other way, they would have taken it.
I think a lot of us were surprised that NIP ended up taking Inferno.
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
Credit where it's due to Fnatic for mounting that comeback, but that BO5 pretty much sums up Counter-Strike. You know, you've got amazing moments, you've got tears, blood, sweat and tears shed.
It was mad.
The players in the booths, but you never know what's going to happen.
You've got stomps, you've got 2 overtimes, you've got a 15-4 comeback. You've got a team who are, you know, in a lot of people's opinions, on the brink of completely disappearing, you know, and splitting off in their separate ways. And let's not forget, this is an NIP roster who, although they aren't a champion of a Gfinity event, they've certainly been champions of many other events. And now Alu, of course, with that 5th player. It was a heck of a good series. My voice, as you can probably tell, is completely ruined. I think I need to go and lie down in a darkened room for a few minutes. But any final words, Kyanite?
Well, I want you to pick a man of the match. I think it's so difficult to do so over those 5 maps. But if you were just going to like pick
Flusher.
one, Flusher?
I'm not even going to let you finish the sentence. It just came to me. I mean, like, I know it's not just about frag count, as I keep saying time and time again, but still, he just came big when they really needed him to, and he stepped up at the right times, and he controlled things single-handedly at times as well. So Flusher was the standout man for me there. It's not really surprising, but again, all of them at times played their individual parts. When Olaf Meister was really, really quiet on that first side of Inferno, there were still other players, you know, doing their part and everything. And that's what Fnatic can do. Anyway, guys, I think we've got an interview coming up with Olaf Meister, if I am not mistaken. So, Banks, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chewy. I am joined by Olaf Meister. What a fantastic game we saw then. Another reason why best of 5 is the way to go. Can we have one more round of applause, please, guys? Now, Olaf Meister, first game, went all 5 maps. Most people didn't expect it. What was the thoughts from the Fnatic camp?
Well, we always play really even with NIP. We have done it ever since I joined. But, like, it was a hard game. We lost 2 maps on overtime. And, yeah, well, we won in the end, so I'm happy.
Now, looking at this tournament, best of fives, everyone's talking about the format. Seems to have worked pretty well so far. Everyone's enjoying it. Good bit of action straight away. Out of the two teams you could possibly face next, who would you like to face?
Well, I always want to beat Pasha, so it's pro for me.
The rivalry between you and VP. Well, we will find out what's next going to be happening between them two. And the last question I'm going to have for you is, what went wrong in the overtimes for you guys?
I don't know. I think overtime is always 50-50, and they won it this time, both times. So, well, next time it's our turn.
Well, let's see if you guys can handle the pressure next time it comes to the overtimes. But we're going to head it back to Lycan and the guys on the analyst desk.
Hey, excellent. Thank you, Banks. Guys, all right, that's the end of the series.
Yeah.
Fnatic takes it 3-2. Thorin, what did you think of the series? What did you think of the last round?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the rest of the maps were so exciting, but I think if that guy from The Simpsons was here, he'd be like, worst final map ever. It's like just nothing, was it? Unfortunately, the hype really was killed there because Fnatic's CT side was just way too good, and they didn't really give enough of a window to NIP that they were really ever going to come back into that. That's the problem with Train being the last map there. It's like, yeah, you felt like because neither team have played it that much, it would be a bit more open, but as a result, neither team was super strong either. So once Fnatic got the early strength there, I felt like the lead was going to be insurmountable.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, let's be real. That Pronax 1v3 to force Nip into an eco, that shouldn't happen.
No, that definitely not.
That definitely shouldn't happen. So NIP can feel disappointed by that, but that's also heroics from somebody that you, again, and this is what Fnatic do. This is like heroics from a player that the prescribed wisdom is, if Pronax is the last alive, Fnatic are going to lose the round. And he came up clutch, and there was just so many good moments on that. I thought it was going to be a lot closer, a lot more competitive. But just before we get into the bones of it and sort of pick it apart on an analysis kind of level, I do want to say that it's probably the last time that we're going to, see Fnatic in, NIP in its current form. That core four that have been together for so long. I think we can safely say they're not going to play again together. And I think, they've been a great team. They really set the bar to begin with for all professional teams. They created the aspirational element in the scene. It's ultimately a sad day. That they're going to be breaking apart, and I'm sure all the true fans of Counter-Strike all wish them well wherever they end up, even you.
Yep. I mean, obviously they had a great run. Even in this series, they gave us some thrills overall. Yep. But when you really look at all the maps, if you look at the series in totality, realistically, you can see that Fnatic was always leading the whole way because it was on NIP's maps that they would always be either winning or it was incredibly close.
Yeah.
NIP could only make one of the Fnatic maps very close, and then Cobblestone and Train, they were just completely out of bounds. And you saw, like I said at the beginning of the series, the big problem here is the map pool for NIP.
Yeah, depth.
It's not even just about specific maps. It's like they can't match up over a full 5. In a best of 3, hey, obviously it would have been possible there to make that really competitive, but there's nothing you can do in a best of 5. You really, if the better team is nearly always going to win.
I mean, there was some great individual moments, from both sets of players as well, throughout the tournament. But, you're right. You can see why Fnatic are the best team in the world, why they're a cut above. They always seem to have that just extra little bit of oomph when they needed it. They were able to just take it to that next level. And, it's really tough out there. But the fact that Fnatic, again, NIP, went and took 2 maps from Fnatic in a best of 5, that's unprecedented. They've not done that to this Fnatic lineup before. In many ways, they're still going out on a high, in my opinion.
Yeah, so if you look at the hype that came around this, it was more because NIP just decided to show up today and we saw some great games from them. We didn't expect them to, the eyes were on them. Everyone expected them to go down pretty hard. They didn't go down as hard as we thought they would. Does that speak for NIP or does it speak against Fnatic as they move into the finals?
Look, there's no doubt that you've got to give credit to NIP there. I mean, Fnatic, if they were up on this stage now, they'll tell you that was a hard-fought game. It's always going to be that way. The Swedish scene's very intimately acquainted with everybody. They've all played in teams with each other. They all know each other's games inside out. They're usually, close games, even though Fnatic have obviously had the better of it. So I think Fnatic have done what they needed to do. They beat a very strong opponent in the form of NIP. And NIP were literally just playing with nothing to lose here. They come here, they're not a champion like everyone else in the lineup. Nobody expects them to be in the final. Nobody expects them to win a best of 5 against the best team in the world. Well, they took 2 maps. So I don't think it's to any, anyone's credit except Nips. You know, I don't want to take away anything from Fnatic. They've overcome a strong opponent. That's what champions do. So.
Yeah, the thing is, in Counter-Strike especially, I always say, between really good teams, it resets even between maps.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you get smashed on a map, you can come back if you're really good. On the next map, it'll be totally different. Between series especially, and between days. So as a result, you can't look at this one and go, oh, well, Fnatic, you know, seemed like at times they weren't on all cylinders. You know, they weren't like the best team in the world on certain maps. It was competitive. Tomorrow, hey, listen, they might turn up and be terrible, or they might turn up and be even better than they were today in Imperius. So I think it's very much... it's not going to be a form guide, this series here. All that matters here is they won the series. They did what they needed to. They got to the end of the map, and they won the series overall. So, yeah, I feel like ultimately this isn't necessarily going to play into tomorrow. And what's good now about the result of this series is now the name of the tournament is certain to be true. It's going to be the champion of champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one quick point, because I know we talked about it a little bit from a narrative perspective. I don't want to keep harping on about it, but again, I always think it's remiss if you don't talk about things that are pretty much the elephant in the room. We talked a lot about, you know, Freiburg is the one kind of player that's coming out of this NIP organization that doesn't look to be having a lot of opportunities laid out for him. Doesn't look like maybe he's going to be joining another team anytime soon. Certainly hasn't been talked about or linked with any of the big organizations in the way that other players have. And I felt he really needed to put on a strong performance here, and we didn't get that from him. I mean, in train, he was woefully absent.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he had like 2 kills in the first half, I think.
Yeah, and you know, again, we talk about his role as an entry fragger. I don't even know if at this point it's something you need to revise, or it could just be the environment he's in. Maybe he needs a restart as well as everyone else in NIP. Maybe he needs to be playing with other players. Maybe an in-game leader that can utilize his talents better. Because right now, that's as abysmal as I've seen Freiburg play. And I know Adam very well. I've known him many, many years, and I'm going back to CSS. That on his day, he's a great player, seriously. But he hasn't been for some time now, and I think he really needed a performance to sort of take that confidence into whatever he's going to do next in the post-NIP era. So really disappointed for him, and it was a big factor in NIP not being able to overcome Fnatic, because you need firepower against a team that has fraggers across the board.
Right. When you talk about the games, let's look at the ones that were really close between NIP and Fnatic. Do you think that they underutilized the available timeouts to them? Do you think that maybe for Freiburg's sake they could have called a timeout, kind of just, you know, shaking each other up for a second?
I definitely think so. I think NIP, again, you know, Fnatic are quite cognizant of when we need to use a timeout. They use them better than almost any team out there. I think NIP, again, there was times like on Inferno, for example, where you were like, maybe you should call a timeout here. You know, you get the game slipping away from you. Like when it was heading towards overtime and you were losing all that all those T rounds, I'd have called a timeout there if I was the in-game leader. Well, sometimes it can help.
Here's the interesting thing, is that when the major happened and Fnatic made literally like a pattern out of calling timeouts, fixing things somehow, and then going on to these crazy runs, everyone initially, and I was caught up in this, thought, wow, Pronax just must be so on the ball. He's reading like the temperature of the game. And actually what's interesting is it's the coach of Fnatic, Vugo, who said, actually, oh no, actually I call the timeouts. Like, I'll tell the guys, like, you know, I can see that you're too into the game. He's thinking, because even players like Pronax, they're just thinking next round, what am I doing next round? Yeah. Well, NIP don't have a coach, and you see NIP nearly almost never take timeouts. They don't do it at all. Now, in their case, I don't know how much it would actually change things. Like, they play such a formulaic style. It's not really like they're going to figure something out, especially within the team. And even the idea is, in Fnatic, they don't necessarily come up with a tactical change. It's more like they reset emotionally. They're like, listen, you're playing like too aggressive at the moment. Just calm down, like trust in the system. It'll work, etc. I mean, at NIP, that's kind of the biggest flaw that everyone's been saying they've had for the last 6 months or so, is the idea that mentally it's gone, you know.
Yeah.
If things start to go wrong, there's nothing can bring them back together. So in their case, hey, who knows, maybe it wouldn't even do anything. I'm not sure in their case it's that big of an issue.
I say it every time when we talk about teams, you know, the difference between confidence and arrogance is measured in your successes. And when it gets to the stage where...
I keep trying to tell people. I'm killing it now.
It's true, mate. It's true. And when you get to a stage where it's like, we don't want to change, we don't want to do things differently, we want to do it this way, we're not going to utilize timeouts, we're going to pick into opponents' maps, and all of these other little sort of idiosyncrasies of the NIP way of doing things. That's great if you're winning tournaments. Right? It's that, but when you're not, and you're actually not going as deep into tournaments as your fans want you to, as people believe you can, as your pedigree suggests you will, then you really have to change something up. I mean, I think it must be incredibly frustrating for NIP fans to see them do this time and time again. But I got to say, I almost admire it. Just like the sheer brashy nature of just not, we're never going to change. This is how it's always going to be. This is why that particular lineup, I don't think they could ever attain success again. I think they do need to have this big shake-up that I'm pretty sure is coming. So,
yeah, the sad thing I think about NIP is that kind of mindset, when it was the Makalele lineup, or it was early on, those first 1 or 2 months when they had Alu, it meant that you got some of the most crazy series, because then when they would have an incredible performance and it was on the maps that both teams liked, we're going to get all-time great series, because you have people just pushing each other to the highest level. The problem is, it reminds me of when Envious started to fall off before they made the roster change, because they have this really heavy force buy style, which again is counterintuitive. It's not the way you're supposed to play the game, the efficient way. It means when things are going badly, you will snowball the opponent's win. He starts beating you, and you're going to force buy, and you're going to destroy your own win ratio, basically, the differential. Likewise, NiP being so stubborn, when things started to go badly, that's when you saw them starting to just get thrashed on certain maps as well. Before, okay, they could lose, but it would be like 16-12, 16-13. Instead, you ended up with maps like in this series where you got the cobblestones and the trains where they're not even in the map. And at that point in time, it actually just gets a bit sad at that point. You just want something to change for their sake, because even if they're not going to be a championship team again, no one can know whether that will happen. You want it to be competitive at least. You want to know going into a series, right, you've got to really watch out for NiP on this map, or if you're not really on point on this CT side over here, it's going to cost you the game. No one knows that against NiP at the moment. No one knows which maps they win, which halves they'll turn up on. They don't themselves. And that's really an indictment of where they've come to as a team. They're not even the team they were 5 months ago, 6 months ago. They're a team that at this point, listen, we've got to be real. Take the names off the scoreboard. They're like a 7th or 8th level team. They really are. Like, they're in tier 2 now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they've exhausted all possibilities as well. This is the key thing here. Like, it's not like NIP.
Like, the guy who's the observer is just looking through Reddit comments, right? And he just came to a Reddit comment, which I got to say, I've got to give you props whoever put this. The Reddit comment said, Freiburg has transitioned from entry fragger to entry frag.
Anyway, you know, they've exhausted 10
out of 10.
Thorin rates, great bait, mate. Anyway, so you know, they've exhausted all the possibilities. They tried to swap, you know, in-game leaders around. They tried to swap tactics and kind of roles around. They've tried everything, and nothing's worked. When you get to that stage, the only option is we gotta break up. We gotta force roster changes, and I think they put it off as admirably for as long as they could. But here we are, and it's a shame. It's a shame, because the last few tournament performances, you know, we're already talking about you beating, you know, you take your maps off Fnatic, you're beating Envious, you know, you take your maps off TSM, online, individually in best of ones, you're showing you're capable of beating anyone. But ultimately, it's all about trophies in the cabinet, and they haven't really looked like getting one of those for the longest period of time. So
let's talk about MVPs for each team. I think that coming out of NiP was definitely Alu. We talked about in the first game, he was kind of choking some shots, but later on in the other series, he was really him clutching in a lot of cases. What are your thoughts on just overall NiP, I guess?
It's a tough one. Like, standout players for NIP's Alu, but I got to say, like, Forest was God mode on the first map especially. But I think he put in a great consistent performance across the series as well. I mean, there were rounds that Alu kind of lost single-handedly, but then there were rounds that he won single-handedly. It's very hard. I mean, I maybe might give it to Forest just in terms of consistency overall, but it's definitely a toss-up between those two. In terms of Fnatic, I mean, Olaf, mate. It's so ridiculous, because he had such a bad half on Inferno, but like I say, great players just bounce back, and he was doing so much in terms of just taking up different roles, right? What do we need here? I reckon if we pick up an AWP, this is going to get us across the line. Do we need entry fraggers? Okay, I'll go first. Watch me. Get behind me. This is a player that consistently puts a great team of great professionals on his back. So it's always really, really hard to look past him, whatever the statistics say. He just had so many important moments.
Yeah, I'll take Olaf Meister as well, because actually on the last 2 maps he was really spectacular. Even on the map they lost, he was basically the reason they had a chance to even win that. Remember, there actually should have been one map in this series which NiP got to stomp, which was the Inferno game. They were up 15-4. That should have been it. They should have closed it out at some point in the next 4 or 5 rounds. But what happened was, in the 11-round comeback to get to overtime, I saw the stat online. Olofmeister had 19 kills in that period of time. Yeah. He just basically just went wherever he wanted on the map, wherever he thought they would be. He read the game. He had an AWP, he had a rifle, whatever he needed to do, winning clutch rounds. I mean, considering they lost the map, it was an absolutely ridiculous performance. And they just carried it over to trainer. And on training, he was doing the same thing. CT side, he was just picking up kills all over the place.
And just to make it look like we're not completely all about Olofmeister, because, you know, I got to say as well, Flusher, you know, he kind of, sometimes he flies under the radar when you're watching the games because the kind of kills he makes, they're not necessarily spectacular. But this is a guy who always does his job. You come at a site, he's going to kill at least one of you, usually 2. He's, you know, very, very consistent. He's good in clutch situations, knows how to utilize terrain to buy time for his team. So again, you're talking about Olofmeister or Flusher, I think, for MVP. I think Olofmeister had the more important kills, and certainly, you know, he clutched rounds like we saw when it was a 1v2 on Inferno, and that makes a huge difference, taking it to overtime. But obviously Flusher as well, just for his sheer volume of kills. I think he had the most overall.
The thing is, though, even though Fnatic won the series and it was a full best of 5, I don't even feel like there was one guy who definitely was like it wasn't like, for example, Olofmeister had maps, so he just took him off. Like in the first 3, he had a couple where he was just chilling. He was like bottom of the scoreboard on the first game, for example, on Dust 2. He wasn't even that great himself the whole series. Okay, he was towards the end because we played 5 whole maps. I think that just kind of shows where Fnatic is. Like when you asked before, like, why am I so sure Fnatic's going to win? You could look at this series now and go, right, well, Fnatic struggled and they hadn't got the 5 maps against NIP. I mean, how are they going to win from this point? That's the whole point. Fnatic doesn't even have to be playing well, but they just know how to win the game. They have the gamesmanship element where they know like what exact round you have to be really good at. You can give up some of the other ones because that'll turn the whole game. And so in a series where they had times where they weren't even looking that great, they still managed to win the series anyway, win a best of 5, and now they're going on to the final.
Yep. All right, well, thank you guys. That wraps up the first series, which is Fnatic versus NIP. Fnatic taking it 3-2. We'll be back after a short 10-minute break with more Gfinity Champion of Champions here at EGX 2015. We'll see you soon.
this out. I'm running away from this pain. I'm trying to find a new way where the sun's shining down on my face. I'm running away. You're in a toxic
Welcome back to the Gfinity Champion of Champions here at EGX 2015. My name is Lycan. With me on the analysis desk is Richard Lewis and Thorin. We have a game coming up for you guys. It is going to be Virtus.pro versus Team Envious. The last game, it was Nip versus Fnatic. The hype was there because people wanted to see Nip come out and show some good stuff, and they did. Now the hype is here because we're about to see two amazing, well-matched teams kick it off. What do you think we're going to see?
This is the form match right now between like the CS teams that are literally hot, like they're just going absolutely berserk. You know, Virtus.pro, they went out there at ESL Dubai and they you know, had a great final against TSM. Envious, they're coming out of DreamHack London last weekend, looking absolutely incredible. Just 2 16-13 wins in a best of 3 over TSM, and TSM were just like, they did everything they could because obviously they have this curse against Envious where they haven't beat them yet. They haven't beat this new lineup, and they tried to do everything to beat them. They changed their tactics specifically to beat them. Still couldn't do it. Kenny S in absolute God mode. This is going to be, for me, this was the game I was most looking forward to. All due respect to Fnatic and NIP, this is what I was like, yeah, I want to be here. I want to see this.
Yeah, because the other thing is, even though these two teams at different times have had great performances, Envious made the final of the major, Virtus.pro won in Dubai. Yeah, they've met in the group stage of Dubai, but they haven't actually clashed in a series. We don't really know what does the new Envious look like when they're in a full series against Virtus.pro. So better than that, better than just a series. Let's have a best of 5 between them. Now let's also see another question mark about Envious, okay? One of the things I still wondered was, what happens with Envious when they're not playing teams that like to play the same maps as them? Because Virtus.pro have a really deep map pool. So Envious actually, at the moment, they've only played a few tournaments. They've gotten away with banning certain things, Overpass all the time. There's some maps they've just never played. They've never played Overpass. They played, I think, 1 game of Train ever, and they lost it to Mouse Sports. So there's 2 out of the 5 of the map pool gone already that they can't, as far as we know, play. Presumably they have at least 1 prepared. So as a result, listen, Virtus.pro can go almost anywhere in the map pool. They usually ban out Dust 2, which is a strong map of Envious anyway. I actually think the map pool is what's going to make this a really interesting series, because I could believe Envious has the potential to be a better team than Virtus.pro, as hot as Virtus.pro was recently. Yeah. But I think the map pool is actually going to skew in Virtus.pro's favor, so Envious will have to be extra hot if they're going to win VP maps.
I definitely agree with Duncan's assessment there, in the sense that I think Virtus.pro, having that deeper map pool, that's going to really help them out. Obviously, they've got maps that I think they're well capable of beating Envious on. But what's great about Envious is they just have this, again, it's not even a joke when I say it, but it's a laissez-faire, it's just carefree. The way they get involved in how they play the game, they just approach it as if, you know, we're still going to force buy every round, even with this new roster. We're not afraid to use some of the lesser weapons and go against those full buys. We're going to just do these ridiculous rushes. We're going to take duels all around the map. They have a very distinctive style. It's what makes Envious a great team to watch. I think they're the most exciting team to watch right now, I think. And if Kenny S maintains that form, they've got something a little bit extra. They've got a type of player that I don't think Virtus.pro do have.
Yep. Do you think that, we've talked before the show started today, we were discussing how one of these teams is a possible successor to Fnatic as best team in the world. Can you kind of discuss why that would be? Is it Fnatic falling off, or is it one of these teams rising above?
I mean, it'll probably be a mixture of the two, in as much as when Fnatic does fall off, then it'll make it easier for whoever the next great team is to establish themselves. Because at the moment, the key thing about Fnatic is, it's not even that they always do raise their level and beat you out. It's that if you ever get to a final and you don't play lights out Counter-Strike, they're going to win. They'll find a way to win. They'll survive on the map where you're super, super hot. They're on the map that's like a 50-50, 60-40. They'll be losing, but then they'll do the big comeback and win. So it feels like that's why they're like the final boss. They're always waiting at the end, and if you show any weakness, they're just going to come out and they're going to win the tournament. The thing is, I don't think VP actually can be the #1 team in the world. Like, I've just seen it. It's the same story again and again. And because they never do change players, the same cycle just repeats again and again. They have a couple of hot tournaments. They have 1 or 2 where they fall off. People start to say, they're not going to be good anymore. Something changes. They change one thing, in-game leader usually. One guy changes a role slightly. Next thing you know, they have the God Mode tournament where everyone's winning the 1v3s. They suddenly have the 4 or 5 maps they're super strong on. That cycle just repeats again and again and again, though. For the same reasons they go downhill, they then reverse it and they come back uphill. Envious, I think, legitimately has a shot to be #1, but it's still predicated on something that is a bit of a question mark, which is, can Kenny S maintain this form? Because if he can actually play, he doesn't even have to play as well as he did at DreamHack London. If he can just play, say, 75% of that, he's going to be really dangerous just as an AWPer, and then they've got one of the craziest force spy teams in the game. So you've got both ends of the spectrum locked down there. At that point in time, I think they really could be in a position to become the #1 team. But
yeah, I agree. I think NBS have all the tools. I think that's the key thing to look at. So, you know, if you were to say, how would you design a team that's going to take over Fnatic and be #1? You would be, okay, well, we need a really good in-game leader. You've got that. You would need a really good in-game leader who can frag. You've got that. You would need a world-class AWPer, arguably the best AWPer in the world when he's on form. You've got that. You need an entry fragger that's capable of going to sites and ripping people's heads off. You've got that in the form of Apex. You need a consistent rifler. You've got Kiyoshima backing you up. If you need someone who's just super Mr. Consistent, you know, when you're rushing into a site, your wingman, you've got MBK, the bedrock of the team for me. Just on paper, I think you couldn't really design a team designed to sort of take over the Fnatic era better than you could with Envious. That's all due respect to Virtus Pro, but the thing with Virtus Pro is they blow hot, they blow cold. When they play games, they're a momentum team. When they have tournament runs, they're a momentum team. They can do things that are inexplicable. I mean, what happened after they got blown out 16-0 by Kingwin out in Valencia? I mean, people thought the team was done. They could barely even look at each other, let alone talk to each other in the aftermath of that. Then what they did is they went to the drawing board. They said, Pasha, we're taking your AWP off you. You're now a rifler. We're giving it to Neo. Now, that shouldn't have worked. Everyone was scratching their heads when that was decided. But this is why Neo is the god of Counter-Strike, and it's completely reinvigorated them. How long is that gonna last? History points to the fact that they're eventually going to hit a wall and they're not going to be able to continue. That's why I've got a plump for Envious in this series. But indeed, in terms of dynasties and taking over Fnatic, I've got a plump for Envious there as well.
All right, well, if Envious is going to test their mettle against Fnatic, they're first going to have to go through Virtus Pro. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Virtus Pro and see what they're bringing to the table.
I think winning this event is important for us, but we had to take a break, so it will be a hit or miss this event. We feel confident after winning in Dubai against Fnatic, against Envious. I think that the most important part with Dubai coming to this event is that we were able to 15-0 Envious, as we did passing against LDLC in Katowice 2014. So it shows to all the teams that the 1 year passed since our win in Katowice, but the team is back on its track and is still like one of the strongest lineups. And I will always say that for me, this lineup is the most skilled and this lineup has the biggest upsides. I just want to play Fnatic again. It's just winning when you play against a theoretically weaker team is always nice, but the best wins and the best feeling you always have when the tournament is at its hardest. And we hear that NIP is splitting, we hear that NIP has a lot of problems, and I hope it's not true. I hope the guys will stick together. But if it's true, then Fnatic is starting to get a stronger team, and that's why I want to face them.
I think they're coming here ready to play. I really do. Duncan,
Definitely.
Why don't you go ahead and talk us through the players that are coming Virtus Pro?
Okay, so we'll start on the left here. Taz. For most of the periods of time where they've won the titles that they've been able to acquire, they've won something like 6 or 7, I think, in CSGO. It's mainly been the eras when Taz was the in-game leader. That's when it's been at its best. Unfortunately, with the nature of the team, it's quite contentious in terms of personalities and what people want to do in terms of roles. There are periods where he can't be the in-game leader. He has to pass it off, and they have to let the experiment run its course, and then eventually they always come back to him. I think he's best suited in that role. You can see in general he's kind of embraced being a support player, but there are certain maps and certain positions where he still can, amazingly as a support player, be like a very vital player. So a great example is he's one of the reasons why on Train they're so unplayable, because they've got so many other good players, but on that one map, when he plays the inner CT position, inner ramp, he's just one of the best ever at timing, when to push in, when to pull back. Neo, guy to his right here, probably the best Counter-Strike player ever. He hasn't been like that in CSGO. For a long time, he really struggled to find his role. What was he going to do? It's this weird transition they've put him onto where he's become the primary AWPer now, where suddenly now he's entering star territory again, which was something it really seemed like it was beyond his remit, you know. Guy in the middle, Pasha, one of the most popular players in the world, mainly was known as this really aggressive AWPer. Now he doesn't AWP at all, but he's actually found it kind of a groove where he doesn't need to be a star in this team anymore. He just has to contribute, use some of his aggressive tendencies, because they're at their best when they have 2 or 3 aggressive players at once. Then you go to the guy who I think is the real star of the team, which is Snacks. And it's when he was in incredible form in Dubai. That was one of the things that put them over the top. Yeah. That was why they just were on Imperious against Fnatic. That's why against TSM they just had a little bit extra, because he could go toe-to-toe with Device, who was fragging out of his mind. And then the last guy on the right, Bialy, he can be very streaky, very up and down, and variable in terms of how many kills he gets. But his kills are the ones that just destroy the opponent. When it's like Virtus Plow mode, he's the guy where he's so aggressive in terms of how he plays. He's just so in your face with his rifle play especially, that I can usually... he's always like the barometer of the team to me. I can always tell just what level they're in by how he's playing. If he's really going off, I know that's when they're dangerous.
All right. Well, they've got a tough fight against them. They're going to have to go against Team Envious, so let's learn a little more about them.
Everyone here has won already a major. It's really strong teams, and competition will be tough. We didn't really practice for this event. We didn't have a lot of time. If we start well against VP, we definitely have a shot at showing good stuff here. We would have liked to play NIP because they seem a bit off.
But that's completely not true. Duncan doesn't know what he's talking about there. We saw Happy get that ridiculous Deagle ace at DreamHack London. This is a guy who can aim, and this is a guy who can frag. So one of the great all-round in-game leaders for me, personally. Kenny S, a true superstar when he's on point. You go maybe 9 months back, he's the best player in the world. But he was in Titan, and Titan was a malfunctioning unit. Titan was really struggling to utilize his talents. I don't know how a player like him would stay motivated when you drop in like 50 frags and still losing games, which was happening to him with alarming frequency. You got Kiyashima in there. I think he can be quite a streaky player in the same way that Bialy is. But when he's on point, Kiyashima's as good as anybody in Envious, which is a high accolade indeed, but a very competent rifler. NBK, as I said, the bedrock of the team. I just think he's supremely consistent. He does so much work that's maybe underappreciated. He can sort of lurk. He can just do a bit of everything. Really been around for a while as well. Like I remember when he first came in, like say he was just a little kid, the new kid on the block, and now here he is. He's the sort of established veteran. And then obviously Apex, one of the new additions from Titan, an entry fragger. And I mean, he is playing like a pure entry fragger. When he first came to the team, it was when they were getting to the the finals of the major. They won IEM, where they beat TSM three times in a row, 3 maps due to the format that was out there. He was playing absolute god tier entry fragging. Like he would just go somewhere and just kill people instantly. So Apex, hugely important. He's been a little bit, he's cooled down from that level, but still definitely a threat.
All right, Thorin, maps are going to be extremely important in this matchup. Go ahead and talk us through the vetoes and the picks.
Yeah. I mean, the vetoes are absolutely by the numbers for these two teams, because Virtus Pro, it's always Dust 2 they've been banning recently anyway. The only time they changed it up was every now and then against some teams they'd do a cash ban. But Dust 2 is an obvious one for them, because if they take Dust 2 out, they're good on all the other 6 maps. Yeah. Now, for Envious, they were the ones who were in a really tricky position for this veto, because, like I said, there's 2 maps they just don't play. They've only played 1 game of Train ever, which is their first tournament, and they have never, with this lineup, played a competitive game of Overpass. So Overpass is their default ban. I think VP is the best team in the world on Overpass, so obvious choice to take that out there. But the problem there is, I just said it had to be Overpass or Train. And since VP's amazing on both, maybe the best team on both, the second you take out Overpass, that's going to be their pick. Immediately, VP's going to pick Train, and they're going to be heavily favored there. Now, for the Envious guys, okay, their two strongest maps are Cobble and Inferno. So Cobble's also a strong map for VP. You don't want to pick that right now and give them potentially a 2-0 start. So you pick Inferno, the obvious choice there. It is further down the list. It's actually statistically the worst map for VP overall. So that's a very obvious choice there. It's going to be edged over to you. And then I can't see them on screen anymore, but I know that Virtus Pro picked Mirage, I believe. So that's a map where historically one of their strongest. It's currently only their third in terms of actual stats. They won 7 out of their last 10 there. And they only tend to lose to the other top teams on that. So I think that's a map that makes sense for them to be picking there. In terms of Envious, they didn't play in Mirage initially. They played it once at the Major, and otherwise that was their second ban, basically. But they played it a whole bunch at the DreamHack London, and actually it worked out really well there. So maybe that's one they've been working on, knowing they have to expand the map pool. So that's going to be more a 50-50. Maybe we'll edge that 60-40 to Virtus Pro there. I think that then the pick over on the side of Envious was Cash.
Yeah,
I think that was theirs
Cash,
there. So, I mean, that's one that's kind of been a bit questionable for both, actually, because VP used to be really good on it, but they've lost quite a few games recently, looked a bit shaky, so maybe we can say Envious have a good chance there. But that leaves a really, if we can get to a 5th map, this will be an incredible 5th map, because the 5th map will be Cobble. Both these teams love Cobble. Amazingly, it's actually the 6th map statistically out of 7 for VP, but that's a deceptive stat, because what you have to realize is VP is so dangerous on Cobble that it's actually usually been auto-ban status for, not the road, obviously. It's been automatic ban status for most opponents.
Of Champions CSGO tournament. It's time to meet the teams. Let's bring out the first team. Everybody knows who they are. Massive characters, massive talent, massive game. Go mad, go wild. Welcome to the stage, Virtus Pro! Good stuff, excellent stuff. A nice warm welcome for the guys then. Yeah, Taz, you love Taz. Taz loves you. In you go to the booth then, guys. Get yourselves nice and ready. Of course, Virtus Pro, the winners of G3 at the Copperbox Arena last August. Great guys. We love these guys. Okay, time to meet the second team. Also hoping to meet Fnatic in the grand final tomorrow. There's so much money on the line, so much pride. That's why this tournament's going off. Absolutely superb. First semi-final. Let's see if we can make this one match the first one earlier today. Please welcome to the stage your second team in this second semi-final. It's Envious! Nice warm welcome there for the boys in blue. Well done, guys. If you just want to take your place in the booth and get ready, all the best. Good luck. So, it's time. Let's not waste any more time by talking. Let's get down to the action. Just going to hand you over to your casters. One of these guys is one of the best dressed men in esports, especially CSGO. The other one is Henry G. Toby One, over to you.
I love it, man. I absolutely love it. I am, of course, the underdressed one. This is Henry G.
Hello,
I'm Toby One.
Hey.
It's great to be casting with you, man.
Yes, it's been a long time coming, I think. It's finally happened. Here we go. And what a tantalizing series we've got to kick things off in our first debut together.
Yeah, what a great series. Like, I've always been a big fan at heart of Virtus Pro. They just play a wonderful, aggressive style, and they're one of those teams which have just been around since the dawn of CS.
Sure.
And for me, that gets more respect than anything else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. It's just so great as well. Both these teams are in fantastic form right now as well. So we've got Envious coming off the back of a huge win at DreamHack London. We talk about them being slow starters going into tournaments, but this time you don't really have that kind of breathing room to get into. So going in against one of the world's best teams here, like at DreamHack London, they had the British team to go up against and actually decimated them. So they had a great start. Yep. Will they be able to convert that form into this? D-Train against Virtus Pro. What a horrible first game that is. Like, Virtus Pro and Train is it's their best map. I think they're probably one of the best teams on this map in the world. It's so scary to watch, especially their CT setup. So this is one I definitely favour towards towards VP to kick things off, but we know it's a best of 5. I think it's going to go the full distance.
Man, if it does, then I'll be a very, very happy caster. But really, like, focusing it now on Train, you mentioning it, Thorin was touching on it as well, VP on their CT side. I'm wondering if they even want to have T or CT, or if it even matters to them, because they seem to be as aggressive on both sides, and they get to play their rhythm on this map, no matter what side they're on.
I think Envious definitely won the CT start. I refer to VP CT side as like the fortress. It's almost it's so hard to get even any rounds whatsoever. You need to win a pistol to even have stand a chance against them. So I think if Envious can get the CT start, get some momentum built up, and just get themselves comfortable in this sort of arena. Obviously, it takes a few rounds to kind of get yourself warmed up. But saying that as well, VP's T side as well, it's just as scary, to be honest. They have a great hybrid of set pieces and executed strategies mixed in with fast-paced spawn based fast executes onto the main bomb side as well. Pash's AK-47, really scary on the terrorist side as well. And Neo's AWPing is one of the most consistent maps for him. I think he's absolutely great at working around, very mobile on the CT side as well. So expect to see a great show between Neo and Kenny S. This is going to be a very huge factor. Can Kenny S turn up on this first map? If they are going to have a chance of winning this one, he needs to go absolutely huge.
Yeah. And getting that early momentum as well up against VP. Like, if this meant to be VP's comfort zone, Envious have to come out here and dictate the terms of how this map will be taken. So up to Envious how this train will work. Of course, we do have 5 full maps, as you can see it up on the screen right now. Train, starting with that, heading into Inferno, Mirage, Cache, and then my personal favorite, Cobblestone.
Yeah, you've been waiting for that, haven't you?
I really have. I really have.
Well, this is it. So, like I said, I do definitely favour VP in this first one, but Inferno, that's VP's weakest map going into this. So Envious having, even if they don't win this one, they have a great chance to bounce back. And these teams are in such good form, as I mentioned before, right now. They're both off the back of fresh wins at tournaments, so looking very strong right now. And this is such a good game to kick things off for us today. I'm so excited because it looks like we may be getting into the knife round just now.
Wonderful.
So good timing.
Wonderful. And of course, we were saying, like, Envious want to be on the CT side at least. It's probably the easier side to start with.
It's not so much it's the easier side. It's in this matchup particular, I would say it's definitely favourable for them to go on the CT side, just because we know how strong VP can get and how scary. Like Taz playing inside and Bash towards side alley, for example, they're so hard. Like Taz is the best inside player on this game in the entire planet. Like his time and his predictions are so pinpoint accurate. It's somehow it's like witchcraft watching how he predicts and how he utilizes his smoke grenades and getting in there, pincering the terrorist side as well. It's great to watch sometimes, but knife run, I'd say, is very important to kick things off. I think Envy will sigh a breath of relief they can actually get the CT side out. It looks like
they're not going to be able to.
It's not going to happen.
Because unless VP wish to actually just send a message, because that was interesting to listen to Taz as well when he was talking previously. It's like he wants to play up against Fnatic. Like he wants to play up against the strongest team always. They want to prove themselves.
They're so hungry, man. Like you saw them at the major. They were so disappointed in themselves in the semi-final. They want to be that world's best team, and I think they really are getting to the cusp of it now. But here we go then. We have got a long game ahead of us, guys. Should we just get this one over with?
Kenny S says no. He's shown he'll work for this as hard as he possibly can and force VP to fight it. Because if he does manage to take a 1v3 knife round,
well, he has got an hour to play with, so why not?
Why is there not an extra limit on that? Why has it always been an hour? He finds one, he finds two, but he won't find the third.
Exciting
so where do they send him? It's in the hands of Virtus Pro.
They'll stay.
And they are definitely going to stay. So VP, we'll get to watch this this movement. I really want to see how they start their rounds as well. Like when we start to see the buyouts coming in from VP, but more importantly, like the positioning of Taz and Pasha.
Well, you expect to see some very aggressive CT play from both teams. For example, you can get Kenny S pushing towards Ivy, going towards the P-Swarms picks and stuff like that. But VP especially, they'll do some fourth round, for example, their first buy, they're quite famous, spending 3 people inside, going for that initial frag, falling back, just getting early information. That's a great tactic to do. If you can find out where you think the terrorists will be working their picks or sending their AWP play, you can send 2 or 3 players to that key choke point, find the first frag, fall back, and at that point you've kind of almost guaranteed yourself the round, especially with the map being CT-sided like Train is. Finding the first bit of information at least, or getting that first frag, can be so essential, and VP are great at doing that. So look out for all of that stuff coming on. We think we're just getting into this one. Obviously both teams just working out how they're going to approach this. Pistol rounds always so vital on this. D-Train pistol is interesting. There's 2 school of thoughts here. You can either go for the very simple play, rushing in inside with one smoke grenade and have one person holding the flank, or you can do the outside smokes and try and go for a post-plant situation where the bomb goes down, and it's quite easy for the T's to hold that bomb off. But it's something the CTs have to work a little bit harder for here. They need to gather intel early on. They need to be pushing up and choosing one point just to kind of eradicate some of the possibilities for the T's. But here we go then. Looks like we've got 4 sets of armor for the T's, and one utility player is going to be MBK.
Yep, and that point you're talking about, they're trying to hold the train site instead. So at this point, Envious, they're slowing things down. They are looking around Pop Dog, but already Snacks looking for the early bit of initiation. He's able to find us. There's that exact situation you're talking about. Get the initial kill, get the information, fall back.
And he's actually spotted some key points there. 5 on 4. You can see the utility is still available. He's got MBK and he's towards Ivy. So he's going to be the player by himself, trying to get some attention towards the outside bomb site. Use his smoke grenade there. You can see the rest of the T's actually getting ready towards the inside bomb site.
This is a real rough start for Envious. When Parch is also able to bring down that floater MBK. Now Taz revealing 2 players coming in through the train yard, up through. And in fact, now with the drop down, moving as quick as they can to get that plant. Just the money if they can get it, but they can't get it. Kyo be brought down, and Virtus Pro have an almost flawless round.
Absolutely, really interesting stuff, and that's why I prefer the faster strats on this map. You almost guarantee yourself the bomb every single time when you rush inside, for example, or even go out main fast. That's so key here. The fact they didn't get a bomb down now means they're definitely going to be double eco. They have the option to do a force buy with Tech 9s, but right now that's probably their only option. If you get the bomb down on the pistol or even the second round, you have that option to get the early AKs, and that can be so vital against the early buys of the CTs. They only have the pharmacists, for example, but now we've got a quick pause coming in. I assume that's going to be something technical, seeing as it would be quite strange to take a tactical timeout at this stage of the game, but I think it's probably a TeamSpeak issue or something like that.
Okay, well, hopefully they can sort it out. I have actually noticed too, like, they're starting to spend up a little bit of their money right now. Like, how much do you really want to be spending at this point? Because I'm already seeing an M4 in the hands of Snacks right now. Well, but he already had the armor from previous round.
Train is an interesting map. There's lots of close. It depends how you want to play. You can stay very far back with the rifles and utilize that long range potential you have. But when you know the T's aren't going to be buying AKs, you know they're going to be Tech 9s armor. You want to have that close range, running and gunning advantage, holding close to a lower round, for example, go up close to Pop Dog, and then you're able to go toe to toe with those sort of guns. So that's what they've gone for here. They've gone for a heavier SMG buy here, a couple of P90s, an MP7 and an MP9. You can see Envious now. They have got P250s going to be going towards the inside bomb site. One smoke down, a couple of flashbangs, and try and get the bomb down, force the issue here. So this is a round they're looking to win as well. They force board into it, flashbang, smokes, and a Molotov purchase as well.
I love that smoke from Taz, just bouncing up the ramp where he likes to be aggressive. Neo playing closer to MP9. He's already going to find one, looking for the second, but Envious get the entry frags. Neo and Taz dropping down already. Viali's going to try and slow this down with the Molotovs, but it's not going to do enough. And they have to play from range with these SMGs, but Envious making the most out of the Deagles. Now to already get down 3 players from Virtus Pro. And they're perfectly spaced out on the side. 3 down low on all three rails, then 1 up high. Bialy, all is in his hands, and now it's taken away from him. Envious able to hit back after VP had their buy round.
That's really interesting as well. If you notice, the T's didn't actually get HUD on by 3 of the players didn't have them. And that really benefits the CTs. They actually can utilize those SMGs perfectly. But somehow Envious get into the bomb site, find the headshots with the Desert Eagles and the Tech 9s, get the bomb down, and they didn't even have to wait for the bomb to explode. Normally you'd expect that to be a really tight post-blind situation going right down to the wire. But here we go then. CTs have purchased into this round as well. They are force buying straight back into it. Yep. Neo with the scout. A couple of guys with 3 Desert Eagles and a 5-7. But they have going straight back into it. And Neo opens it up with a kill onto Kenny S. What a huge scalp to take to open things up.
Man, this is going to be so big if they can keep that man advantage, which they're able to do so as the trade goes on happy. Kyo jumping back down again. Trying to protect these weapons. And 3 AKs, but Bialy pushing up so far up. But the monkey business going to work. It's now a 2-on-4. Still VP have managed to regain all the weapons. They've only got one of those AKs in their hands. As MPK slipping in through the back of the train yard, making a lot of distractions till Taz finally puts him down. And Bialy will wrap up the round with Kiyoshima being the final.
This really is going to set the tone for this series, I think. Both these teams are so high skilled in any situation. The ecos coming into fruition for both teams there. Back-to-back ecos working out. So VP get back into the series, and that's a huge round for them to win. You can see the money still pretty healthy in the Envious count. They can actually force buy once again. So AK scouts, and they've gone for 3 Desert Eagles as well. And I wouldn't expect it. They know the CT money is pretty hurt by that as well. So they've got their scouts, 2 SMGs, but they have picked up the AK and the M4. So they're going to try and keep it a little more long range this time. They're not going to be going close like we saw in the second round. They're going to be waiting. And now the scout on MBK, one of the most formidable players of that weapon, heading towards Ivy.
We'll see if he can find that pick. For now, Pasha, with the smoke cover fire, there's not a lot of vision now. Kicking in for the rest of Envious, who's still trying to push in through Ivy, but they committed pretty heavily. 3 players plus Bomb pushing towards Ivy, while Envious keeping everyone else a little bit more spaced out. So now with Apex trying to enter the top of the train yard, this at least keeping Virtus.pro's attention down here.
He still do have 2 smoke grenades, so right now they're just trying to work a pick. You can see 3 players working up Ivy. Pasha is going to spot them and take quite a lot of damage as well there.
He back up in time though, he can, but Bialy only able to claim out one of the pushing Envious as Pasha just starts spraying through the smoke, and now with no bullets left in the clip, KNS is able to get himself in the better position. Happy from Pop Dog. Okay, it's just full trade-offs left, right, and center, but it's a 2-on-1. Keo, last man left alive, and Taz will take care of him with the P90. And this means that VP, they will be able to take now their 3rd round here on CT.
Yeah, finally stringing 2 rounds together here. We've seen so many eco rounds working out for both teams, and now finally VP gets some momentum together. So we can see they did get the bomb down, but Envious, you would assume it's going to be, they can do almost a quasi-buy here, so it means they can get some P250s, a little bit utility with the objective just to get the bomb down again. This is a problem now. They keep force buying into these rounds. They're going to have the Kenny S issue of no AWP. You can see them actually, Apex going straight in with the Desert Eagle, head armor, and full set of utility as well. So some of the team investing into the round, some not. That's kind of strange, really. You'd kind of want to keep the economy the same across the board, but this should be another round. VP should be able to get on the board here, but they've got 5 rifles, no AWP for Neo just yet. We're going to round number 5, and it looks like they'll be favouring the inside bomb site once again. They have got smoke grenades, Molotovs, and flashbangs, so you'd assume more of the same we saw in the second round when they got in and bounced back that way.
But they're also going up against VP, who also have the same. Like, there's a lot of flashes. There's 2 Molotovs in there for Taz and Bialy. So if Envious do come in, they're going to take a lot of damage, or at least have a lot of blinding done to them on the way in.
Well, they're going
to be quick.
Taz is ready there with the incendiary in hand. He's just
Yep.
trying to gain into it. Neo's going to be with him as well. Now he's spotted the player towards that, but giving that information to his teammates, and this should be the full execution.
Yeah, Taz just does the perfect play on down low. They can't push down through the ramp because the Molotov's cutting off the entrance, but Taz taking out 3, going to look for a 4 right now. Bialy's going to give him the help, and he will still find the 4 for Taz. And gives the 4 for VP as well. 4-1 here in now map 1.
So you see what I mean about the players investing into that round. Had they full eco'd that one, they could have actually gone into this round with the full buy. Apex fully invested in the Desert Eagle head armor, now he had next to nothing. So the rest of the team now, another eco, and this time they're actually being a little bit more sensible. We can see just Desert Eagle's purchase, no armor, except for Keo actually, who does get the head armor as well. But it looks like a much more conservative round for the T's. Heading towards inside again, it seems, but the bomb going towards main. Let's see where this one pans out for them.
And Taz just having a little bit of a peek. Now he'll actually scout out Keo, who did aggressively push that way. And he'll back himself up. Interesting to actually see, too, the fact that Taz, knowing that Envious are on these force buys, he's not pushing up aggressively like he normally likes to do on that B site. He waits for Envious to come to him.
Well, they know every kill right now is so important. They're trying to build up the CT economy. It should be crushed instantly. So now the T's waiting for that smoke to go. You'd assume a flashbang coming down, and now here they go. Taz hears it, drops them with Molotov, and inside they come.
Yep, Taz able to grab one. Again, he's going to look for the big ones, and the bomb, well, it does go down. 35 seconds left, but Snacks comes in from behind. And this will be Virtus.pro. They need to find the one last player, which is Happy, sitting up in the rafters. And I think Pasha, yeah, he caught a glimpse of him, but Snacks comes from behind. So a 3 for Snacks. And just great play from Virtus.pro. I like that block molly as well.
Yeah, well, we didn't really fancy Envious' chances going into that round. We saw the bar was very weak. The fact they got the bomb down and the kill, that's pretty much all they could have hoped for, really. So that was successful for them, 5-1, and now we can see the Kenny S AWP coming out. Be interesting to see whether VP actually decides that. They dropped a player there, so Taz could decide to buy the AWP himself and swap it over to Neo. That's obviously their standard tactic. He's got 9k, so now a lot of applause coming in.
Well, you want to see that battle, man, between Kenny S as well as Neo. This is the round for it.
Like we said, we did say going into this one, Kenny S is going to play a pivotal role in this scenario. And there we go. So Neo does get dropped the AWP by Taz. And that's what we expected. He can play that connector area very well. He's so good at reading this game. He's actually got a very decent spawn towards the inside bomb site. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually went towards the upper ramp, went for that early information, allowed Taz to fall back. Once you get an AWP set up in that sort of anchor position, it allows you to play 1 person inside and 4 rifles outside going to work out there. It can be a really strong setup. And once to drop into this sort of scenario, it could be perfect for them. So expected a little change of pace. It's a different setup just to experiment. They're probably predicting the Kenny S orb coming out right now. So this is why they're going to try and change things up a little bit, perhaps.
Well, we'll see if MVS will be prepared for it. I do love the kill count as well for Taz. Such a successful time already. 10 kills, 0 assists, but 2 deaths to his name. That's a good KDA for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw PGL on train. This could be one of the scariest maps for him. He's an absolute clutch monster on it, and he was so important recently. So this is one of his home turfs in the inside bomb side. We talk about him being one of the best players in the world in that position. So expect more of that to come. So far, it's gone pretty well for VP. 5-1 on the board, only dropping 1 anti-eco round. But I think we are just having a little bit of a technical issue. So we'll come back to us quickly.
Yes, that we get to. And right now, Envious, it's such a horrible place as well to have this pause, because it's right when you want to be able to see, like, it's the first big buy round. Everything else leading up to this round has just been like a prelude.
It's been quite scrappy up until now. Like players forcing the issue, trying to just get some cheeky rounds on the board. We did see Envious actually come back after losing the pistol, bounce straight back with that eco round. But then VP force bought the scouts, Neo getting 2 frags of the headshots there, open things back up. But I think we are ready to go back onto the server.
Yep.
So hopefully that'll be the last of the technical issues now, and the players have got used. This kind of happens at the beginning of lands when you just get into those booths. Still getting used to a little bit of settings and little tweaks there, but hopefully it's now sorted. Like we said, this is where the AWPs come out for the first time, round number 7. And a lot of force buys. Envious potentially lost more rounds than they had to with those force buys, but here we go then. This is where we get down to it.
Yep, the map is live again. So Virtus Pro and Envious, this is the critical round. Can Envious actually get some kind of footing economically in this game?
Sure.
So the heavy movement's going to be looking like it's coming towards the inside bomb side again. That aggressive pushing from VP. They're really trying to take over Ivy right now. There is that floater over there.
They've actually got Neo backing them up as well, so they've got the boost going on towards Ivy, but Envious playing this so patiently. They're just looking for anything they have available. You can see the spread out, and there's actually going to be Apex just holding that flank, waiting for the pushes. They're aware of this aggressive setup that can come in from VP, but nothing going to come in just yet. Apex creeps towards Ivy, and he's going to find a couple of players hungry for blood.
And Pasha, if the patience is there, which it is, he can see him on the edge, but then again, Pasha takes a fair chunk of damage trying to back up. Realizing one player at the dustbins is just not worth it anymore. And having to use the Molotov, the smoke, to actually put it out and get back through. But that's both Bialy and Pasha both taking considerable damage, but Snacks really opens up a hole. That's at the top of the yard until Kenny S able to answer back. Maybe now he can actually clean up a little bit more, and he can! Actually shooting through the edge, Pasha. He takes a fall, and Bialy is stranded. He's just like, how many HP? I don't believe this right now. Keo also getting in the mix, and that's going to be a very, very quick round going the way of Envious.
So we saw that adaptation from BP. They tried to present something a little bit more surprising. The boost coming into side alley, but Apex coming in, checking that angle straight away. And the problem with that was he knew exactly those 2 players. He knew exactly what was going on, started spraying through the smoke, did a lot of damage, and actually rattled the CTs quite heavily. Kenny S then just buying his time and waiting for those 2 shots to come in front of him, and he nails it. So we were hoping he was going to turn up, and that round he actually does. On the bomb site now as the players make their way out of main, and he gets Molotov off as well.
Pasha can just be happy he didn't lose his life first. Now we can actually try and combine up. Bialy can't move over to help him out, however. In fact, he's going to get brought down inside the train yard, and Pasha left alone behind the trains. He's only got Taz coming in through connector, and looks like VP don't want a single bar of this. Pasha might just have to stand here because there's no easy way for him to get out of this train yard, and in fact, MBK will shut him down as he attempts to do so.
So a flawless round there from Envious. 5 men still remaining, and that time Kenny S didn't even have to find a single kill. It's all gone to Kiyoshima. We talk about him and Apex being that great partnership, the fragging team, the entry guys, and so far that's working very well for them. They haven't actually had to go deep into the strat book as of yet. These guys are so good at working frag. Individually, the talent's so off the charts for them. They can rely on this sort of strategy of holding back, waiting for the opportunities to arise, and then they can capitalize at that stage. So right now, that's working out really well for them, and it seems like they finally may have broken down the VP economy. And this is a great position for Envious to be in now. So they did save one gun, so Taz has the M4. You'd assume he's going to play towards the inside side. The rest of the guys stack outside and try and play a normal round in that sort of manner. But now the double AWP setup comes out for Envious. They can be so strong in this. Happy, definitely known to be handy with the AWP as well. And if the picks are working for them, why not keep it slow pace and just try and get those initial kills?
Envious, I was really not expecting this kind of position on VP CT side. But this should be a very simple round for them. The only issue could really be Taz. Maybe Snacks as well, as he's in a decent position, but okay, Taz. Nope, there goes Snacks. And they're just working through everything. This is Taz with this little smoke play he does over on the B side, but it doesn't work this time. Keo's too smart to it. And Envious able to get 4 rounds now here on their T side.
Yeah, so as predicted, we saw Taz going towards that lower ramp. He's so good at doing that smoke play, but it really didn't amount to much because Envious, once again, working the picks, not having to do too many strategies as of yet. And you see the CT money still not in a great position, not a single kit purchase for them. They can't allow the bomb to go down now. They have got a decent amount of utility apart from that, but it seems like a faster paced round coming in. Actually, Apex decides to bail out of that one and literally just reworking the same setup once again. They're not having to change anything whatsoever. I expected the kind of a change of pace to go out there and start forcing the issue onto the CTs, taking advantage of his money situation, but they just have to sit back and see what comes to them. And the CT's now going a lot more passively. We're not seeing any of these boosts coming in towards Ivy or so. And I actually haven't got the AWP to fall back onto as well. Has to be said, Neo hasn't had that much impact of it so far.
It really feels like VP don't get to play their game. Like this, we hold back, we wait for Envious. That's the VP motto right now. But I don't suppose they got any other real choice. As you said, they're not really fully pimped down on their in their buy at the moment.
Sure. Well, here we go then. Teams once again, Apex towards Ivy. It's going to be Pasha. A little bit of info though. Smoke's coming in. Flashbangs and Molotov as well, so we should see some confrontation here.
At least he's in front of it. Like that all flew straight past him, so he's able to hold his spot. A lot of alt fire as well coming out from over on B, maybe trying to force the VP rotation to come before they attack him, but Pasha. Well, there goes MBK, so no more troubles about Ivy. And Snacks is also just revealing the fact that the rest of Envious, they're coming down in the train yard. Has to move to the back of the bomb site, able to bring down Kenny S. And Keo and Happy, now they team up together, cleaning out these VP defenders and opening up the A side. The problem is that bomb hasn't moved over just yet. So the flank has time. Yep, they have to pick it up off the top of the train. In the meantime, Taz able to get a revenge kill into Keo. And that means he's in connector. And with Neo moving up through the train yard, it's all down right now to, well, the one man. But the time runs out, so they end up saving their weapons, but time was just not on Envious' side this time.
Well, yeah, like you said, VP didn't force the issue whatsoever there. They played so far back, they just wanted to wait for Envious to actually execute onto the bomb site there. But you saw the execution from Envious there. Most teams, when they go to the outside site, they'll do the wall of smokes there, cover themselves and allow themselves to get that plant down. They came down with just one smoke towards connector and they got some frags there, but it just wasn't enough cover down to get the bomb placed, and time is ticking away. And now they do come back with money though, but the CT economy is still pretty ropey. You can see Nero there actually forced to go on a scout this time, unable to salvage any of those weapons. So this is still a massive round there, and Taz opened things up onto a headshot on Kiyoshima. He tried to get some intel on the inside bomb side by himself, and he gets punished for it, but Apex answers straight back.
And the perfect time for Taz to also make this play over on Happy. Happy goes for the shot, and this will fail on them as well. So even though they didn't have that AWP, the great play coming out there from Taz, able to free up the inside plant. But Envious, they're still looking to make this play over onto the A side. Able to bring down Neo at the start. It's going to be a good way to start this, forcing out the 2-on-2. And Kenny S looking for that small little glimpse, and no! Aims lower on Snacks, but Snacks aims up higher, finds the head of Kenny S. And MBK, the last man left alive at the back of trains. He's being chased down by Snacks.
He has got plenty of time on the board. A smoke grenade as well, just trying to find any sort of kill he can. But the CT's playing very disciplined right now. They're not giving anything away. They know they have the bomb in their favor, and right now they don't need to move. They have a nice crossfire. They have full control of that outside area. 2 kills each. It's all down to MBK to find his initial frag here. He shouldn't be allowed to have two one-on-one situations. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to capitalize on seeing that gun. Snacks with the reflex shot there, picks up 3 frags for himself that round. And you may see, actually, they can see Apex has 10k in the bank. They are high rolling right now. So 7-4, VP salvage a couple of rounds, but that double AWP setup coming in once again. The problem with the double AWP setup is you don't have the option to do these proper outside executions. You can't really go in the little fragging unit. You can just have to work the picks and see what you can do with them. And I'd imagine we'll see more of the same here. But now we have 2 players heading towards side alley with the bomb as well.
I'd actually want to have a look towards the B ramp in a moment too. Like you talk about, like the fact you have to play such a slow style game with these double AWPs. Like a slow style game up against a VP quick move. Like, unless you get that initial hit, which is what Kenny S is looking for now, this kind of stuff happens where Taz creates a lot of problems for them.
Sure. And now once again, Envious trying to work the picks here. Happy he's going to have the AWP towards the inside ramp as well.
Oh, perfect line to actually see that jumping up CT player. It's Neo, in fact. But they're coming down, or actually going in. So an aggressive push coming out there from Taz. He's going to come in behind. In fact, yeah, he already managed to find one, finds out Happy. MBK ever so stealthily gets caught sandwiched between 2 VP players. And Kiyo's not quite sure where to go now. He's all by himself. He's losing all of his teammates. There's just no one left. So he'll have one last little run down towards the train yard, down through Pop Dog. And in fact, he'll be cleaned up pretty easily too. VP only losing 1 weapon there. And they have managed to get that AWP into Neo.
So now they finally have broken the Envious economy. So you can see the players there. Apex still had that huge bankroll from last round. He bears up the AK. I'd have preferred him to save that cash so they have the AWP once again, but maybe it's time to change things up a little bit. Just because this picking mentality inside VP have actually caught on to what's going on. They're playing a lot more passively and then kind of facing angles together with set flashbangs and taking down the AWP players. So Force Buy does come in. AK scouts on MBK. Go for that first pick there. Does actually hit Patcher, but not going to do pretty much any damage, but the second phase does more. But he gets taken down though with the AWP. Yeah,
considering Pasha has been sitting there with rifles most of that time, having that AWP made that battle a lot more difficult.
It's interesting, normally we talk about Neo now being the main AWPer.
Yeah.
Change of pace here, so Pasha's going to be picking that one up. As I said before, Neo hasn't had that much impact with it. Maybe he's just not feeling it this map.
Maybe.
And now 4 players going to be heading towards the inside bomb side. They have got full sets of utility here. 4 smokes, flashbangs. That has... I would say this is quite telegraphed right now. They're not showing any presence anywhere else in the map. And that's why you have got 2 CT players now rotating towards the inside area.
And they're perfectly positioned for it too, but Neo can't find the kills that come down, but he softened them up for Taz, taking out 2. There's your 3rd for the man. He was the top fragger in the early rounds, and he's going to get a lot more right now unless the Tech 9 of Happy's able to go on top, which it can. But Snacks is there to mop up the pieces, and VP now 9 rounds to 4 on the CT side, but still Envious doing better than most T-sides of late here on Train.
It's another really weird buy from Envious. That's not a one they didn't have to take there. Like, considering they knew VP were going to be on a full buy, they hadn't broken any kills whatsoever the last round. It's pretty much flawless. And they come in with the scouts and Tech 9s, and now they're back. They could have had a full buy this round. But nope, they're going to have to look towards the last round here. They've got the quasi-buy coming in, Desert Eagles, P250s and CZ. And looks like they'll be favouring towards the inside bomb site once again. It did work out for them in the second round, but they haven't had too much success since then. But no grenades this time, just 1 flashbang to play with. I'm not really sure what the dream's going to be here.
It's just so easy for VP to rotate. Having that 1 player down and connected like Snacks is going to be there very quick.
Well, this is it. They've got Neo now on the AWP. He gets all the intel towards the upper ramp. Taz waiting to incendiary, and this is it. Drop perfectly, and now the spray down comes in.
Yep, they run out to the side, but Taz, he's locked them in onto the side. That's the reason why they can't back up. But MBK doing work with the Deagle, and Snacks trying to come in, and this is what we talked about, the quick rotation to clear it up. But Happy, they didn't see him running down the side of the train line, and now it's up to MBK with the Seagull, just looking for some kind of joy, but can't find anything, and VP able to go into double digits now, 10-4 on their rounds.
Absolutely, so now they have actually got the double AWP set up themselves. So we saw Envious doing that on the T side, and it did have reasonable success when they got 1 gun round of that. But now they're going to do it themselves. So you have Neo and Pasha on the AWP. You'd assume Pasha will be going towards that side alley area, but this is the full buy from Envious now. So going back to something a little bit more methodical. You can see Smokes going out early on. They're not going to be doing the slow pick play, it seems. Smokes will be going out. They're going to be doing an actual set piece towards the outside bomb side.
Well, it is the last round of the half, but Taz waiting for that set piece. He actually can only find 1 of them, but again, it's just really the softening. They beat him up for the rest of VP to come in and finish the job. It's up to Kenny S as well as Happy. 1 last round, 2 AWPs for VP, so they can just play this range game up against Envious until, okay, well, there goes Kenny S. So it's all up to Happy with his AK, and he's trapped in trains.
Pretty lackluster round from Envious, but Happy trying to salvage it now. Makes it a 2-on-1 situation. AWP on Neo in play still, and there it is. Headshot comes in and finishes the round off for VP. A little bit of a ropey start for them. They actually won the pistol, then got ecoed back. They have found some momentum there, and then 3 rounds came in for Envious. But as soon as VP stabilized their economy, they managed to come back into it, and it seems like that's a very convincing half from them. Envious definitely have got the uphill struggle here. They need to win this pistol to get themselves back into this series. 11-4, not a terrible score. 4 rounds as T is workable, but you need a pistol going into this one. So let's see what they can do here. We saw that very slow approach coming in from the first half on Envious, but I prefer to see something much faster. That's what I prefer to see on train rounds. Get the bomb down and guarantee yourself a post-plant situation.
While Envious are playing the safe play over on A, the fast play is coming in from VP as they're preparing to go to the inside plan of B. There is, however, that one man. It is MBK who's doing the same job as Taz. Gets a little bit of extra vision there. Only saw, okay, now we got a lot more information. That's 3 players. Throws out the incendiary just to slow down this push from VP. And now the choice is there. Do they go in or do they fall back to the A?
Well, no, they're going to go in with this. I would assume so. They just drop all their smokes as well.
Trying to make that play. MBK caught in behind the trees. Got help from Apex. He's able to find out too. And VP, this push has not worked right now. They're still going to go for the plan. Faking it off. Is Pacha running away? Actually, Pacha running in with the pistol to find the kill and protecting Bialy, his teammate, to get that plant down. So at least VP can find some money out of this round, even if they won't find the full win. It's all up to Neo at the top, but he's so injured. Okay, he's got himself a Molotov with a bounce down to make it difficult to get that defuse. But not impossible. Looking for the second, able to find it, but finally he'll be shut down by Kiyo. So it'll be a simple defuse for Envious. But VP, they still got that plant down.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's normally the objective on the T round. Just getting that bomb down is the first part of the operation. We saw Envious didn't even do that on their pistol. So this time, MBK there, really good work from him. He held on to his incendiary for as long as he could, getting that information, spotting that lower ramp, and then delayed the team coming in there for at least a good 5 or 6 seconds, allowed his CTs to rotate over, and from then they were able to clear out. The bomb did go down, but they won the round. Like we said, that's exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this. But this is a different approach now. When you get the bomb down in the pistol, you know the AKs are coming out, not this round, but the next one.
Yep.
So they're preparing themselves for that with 3 rifles in hand. You can see Kenny S is just getting a CZ. He wants to make sure he has a nice, healthy buy going into the next one. So full eco pretty much coming in from the T's. Just going to be trying to get the bomb down once again as they make their way down Pop Dog.
Yeah, but Envious, because this rifle advantage, they can display everything from range. They do, however, lose Apex, and Snack's going to make him lose another one, or maybe he can't. The burst fire just cannot do the job. Brought Kenny S down a little bit, but that armor protects him.
The key thing for the CTs there, don't drop any men. Everything was so valuable there. Like I said, they know the AKs are coming this round. They managed to only drop 1, so that's pretty good from them. You can see now they've got the 4 rifles, and Kenny S will be picking up that P90. His bank's still quite healthy, though. If they win this round, he's definitely getting an AWP next. So here we go, then. This could be one of the most important rounds of the game. A chance for VP to rock the economy of the CTs as they get the 5 AK-47s. They have got 3 smoke grenades as well.
And they've very aggressively moved here. Envious getting Kenny S up on top of the box with that P90, so he's wanting to shut down Ivy so they can focus on the main A site. Had to throw down the secondary smoke as well. He's able to find one, then has to back it up. They're spraying through the smoke. Tanzari managed to bring down Apex, and Kenny S, he doesn't, well, actually, no, he does get himself out of there, but drops by half of his life from VP. They're coming down to the A site now. Happy sitting inside the smoke, pops the flash, tries to find one coming out of Pop Dog, able to find him, but doesn't able to kill him.
It's such a difficult round to win. When you're in that scenario, you need to force the issue to CT. You need to be going for that first frag. We saw Kenny S boosted up towards Ivy. The idea is to find one chance frag towards that area. As you know, like the Arsenal going up against both teams, the terrorists have the advantage, even though they actually lost the pistol. In that scenario, they have more money and they're better firepower. So the CTs try to find that first frag, and unfortunately for them, unable to hit the shots. But look at this round. They actually have 2 AWPs coming in, and there we go. Happy opens it up. Snack's not actually expecting that one.
No, he really wasn't. And that means now, Envious, well, they can't regather the gun, and in fact, they're going to lose Kenny S. Taz completely blinded as Apex cleans up that A entry. So the rest of the work for VP just became a hell of a lot harder as they have to regain their line again. Neolis has managed to secure Pop Dog and is able to say, you know, at the top of the train yard, it is clear.
Such a big call to make as well. 2 players on pistols, 2 AWPs coming out. Had that not worked out for them, that could have been that game over for. But this is Envious. They always find some sort of room here in these situations. They get the first frag, but it's a 4-on-3. Make it a 4-on-2. Keo and Apex getting 2 frags there.
And just so quick. VP would just try and look for a little bit of information. Now Vialdi's going for that. It's just the small chance shot. Gets tagged on the way out. Wants to try and protect this AK, but for 40 seconds surviving, Kio's already very aggressively pushing up through vines, and in fact, that's the kill that gets that's the player that gets the kill on Viali.
Yep, well, there we go then. The orbs coming into fruition there for the CT side, and actually completely rattles the economy of the T side here. You can see two players going to be pretty devastated. They can afford to get AK-47s and Tech-9s they want to. I would have said this sort of scenario, you probably didn't want to. You wanted to make sure you had the full healthy buy going into it. You got the advantage here, and now they know they're going over the double orb setup. The best play here for me would be going towards the inside bomb site and smoking off some key areas and trying to get the bomb down and out. But there we go then. Looks like they'll be smoking towards the outside bomb site.
But they haven't thrown him out just yet. So
Yeah,
Envious holding tight.
So this is the play I'd like to have seen. So they are going to go towards the inside side. This is the best way to isolate the AWPers. You can smoke them out. And once the bomb goes down, it's a case of pushing down, getting aggressive, and not allowing the AWPers to even get out of connector or CT spawn.
Well, here they come. Happy's going to flag it and instantly gets the kill over on Neo. Doesn't matter if he's blind. He can blind shoot that. And with VP losing their entry fragger, actually Happy moving up a very, very long way here. Wants to pop the flash. He's actually bumping straight into him. They don't know they're right in front of each other. They're touching noses and they're going to go down. But at least it becomes now a 2-on-2 situation after the chaos stops. Snax looks for the opening, but Keo is there. Partial get the plant down, doesn't realize they're in very, very close. Kenny S will drop, and now one-on-one. Keo and Pasha. Pasha, the walking wounded, and Keo will put him out of his misery. Envious able to claim just another round, but VP really made him work for that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Big round there. Could have gone either way. We saw Pasha, the last player alive. Had he had a little bit more HP, could have brought that one off, but a decent round for them going towards the inside side. That's what I'm talking about. Once you get the bomb down there, it's just carnage that goes on in that bomb site. And especially when you've got double orbs to try and retake that sort of area, it will be very difficult indeed. So getting the bomb down once again, this is where VP start to struggle a little bit. Going to be force buying once more, it seems. So going to get the AKs, the Tech-9s out, and it's getting to the point now they're going to keep doing this, and it seems like they're going to be feeding Envious money at this stage, but they have got grenades, smoke grenades, Molotovs, Tech-9s, and one AK on Pasha.
If it pays off, then Envious are in a bit of a crippled position too. You can get those weapons back into VP, but then again, like, the ability to pull it off when this kind of stuff happens. Then again, Pasha, that one AK, that one weapon they have, brings down Happy.
That's a kill Happy should be hitting all day long. I'm not sure why he didn't get it. He had time to react to it. Just not managing to land it. Now they give the AWP to Neo. And a real chance now of taking this round.
But where do you go from here?
What's the thing? I'd say you probably want to wait for these smokes to eradicate first and then probably make your way to the inside bomb site once again. You can see Apex trying to find a frag to open things up there. Does a little bit of damage, but not really going to amount to much. Taz getting some distraction towards the outside area, and now the bomb going down towards inside. Actually gets neutralized by MBK.
It looks like again Bialy now. He's able to get into MBK. And Snax close with a Tech-9. Can inflict heavy damage, bringing down one and dropping Kenny S to 24. And he can't walk through this until finally he throws down the smoke, knows the plant's on its way. But it doesn't do enough damage, and Bialy will finish up the round, and 13-8. Like I said, if Envious they lost this round, it's going to hurt them. How badly has it hurt them?
This is the thing, you only get $1,400 going into this round now as a CT side, so this is where they probably do have to buy in a little bit into this one, get some P250s, try and do a stack somewhere, try and work out what's going on, but they really don't have the ability to get any grenades or anything. This should be a tied-up round for VP, and this potentially could be this series as well. Normally, you would say Envious have to double eco in this situation just to get their AWPs back out, but they're not going to have the opportunity to do that. One more round after this puts VP onto map points, and you can see them playing a little bit slower here. They're going towards inside once again, but Snax could be working that outside area. He's got great map control here. The TCs have no idea he's there. It's going to be very exciting.
They just don't know, and now Kenny S gets a surprise to the side of the head. And Snax, while he finds a second, looking for the third over a connector. And Envious, it looks like they're not quite sure where they want to move to. They're trying to protect the inside plant, but they've lost control of outside. Patience, absolute patience. Snax, he's up very, very high. They're not going to check the belly, and he looks away, but no, it doesn't really matter. Not with an AK. Able to catch up both Apex as well as MBK, sitting on a 4-for. Are they going to give him the ace right now? Well, it's hard. Happy's on the run. He's got a long way past Vines to loop around, and Neo's going to be perfectly there waiting for him. What a great round for VP. Not a single weapon lost.
Yeah, very clean. Snax with that outside lurk play there, making sure he gets 4 frags and punishes every CT who had no idea. And this is what I'm talking about now, the CT economy. Normally, you'd be forced to do a double eco situation here, but Envious just don't have that option right now. They have to buy. They're looking down the barrel of map point against VP on train, so buying up the Famises, no defuse kits, a few smokes, and 2 M4s there. So obviously a round they have to win. And nothing too special coming out from them. They're not going to show an aggressive play here. They're playing very passively and making the T's come to them. But VP, really working at AWP, just making sure they squeeze out any sort of utility the CTs may have. They're well aware of this economic situation right now.
Yep. Well, for now, Envious holds strong. And VP, they're happy to play this patient game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all they need to do to squeeze out anything the CTs may have. Just force them to use any smoke grenades, any flashbangs, and then make their move. They know how much of a strong position they're in right now.
Well, there's only 3 flashes and 1 smoke left for Envious, so they've managed to bleed it pretty dry. While VP, they're cooking up a storm with all their stuff. They've still got 4 mollies and smokes and everything.
How can you hold this off? With no kits and no utility, you need someone to go big. Someone needs to go for a pop flash and go for that first pick just to deny the full execution coming in here from VP.
But they're trying to play safety instead.
Well, this is it. If they play full safety here, all the smokes will go down, they'll get the bomb down, and then it's be an almost impossible retake in that situation. Here comes, they're setting up for the execution now, so the smoke's coming out.
Very, very deep, so A side. Envious now know where it's going to come. They haven't started the rotation just yet. In fact, it's a bit more of a dummy. They throw the smokes on the A, but the bomb is coming over towards B. So Virtus Pro, that's where MBK has to really step up here, but he's been shut down. Happy, he's still that last man standing over on the train side, able to bring down 2 from range. Looking for the third, but Bialy starting up the plant. It's just Bialy and Taz left. Taz hearing him running up towards Heaven, able to shut down Happy. But the T's are split, and Kenny S, well, okay, he will go down, and VP with a crap ton of map points.
Absolutely, there you got 7 in a row just to kind of close this one out, and you know the CT money is absolutely done for us now. This should be this series over, but Happy doing everything he could in that inside bomb side. I didn't expect him to get 2 frags in that situation, but somehow manages to do it. It's not going to be enough though. We go to 15-8. Full buy obviously coming in for VP, and now Envious once again force buying into this situation, but never discount them from these rounds. They can do serious work here. Not going to be pushing towards any sort of inside area though.
No. Not for now. Envious, is there magic? Is there something left in them? Virtus Pro just playing the safe game again. Envious, they do at least have a hell of a lot of flashes and smokes, but as you said, like, they haven't gone for any kind of aggressive play. There's no push up with the CZ. Looking for that instant kill. Neo able to get a little bit of information right there.
All they can do is just sit here lying in wait and hope that somehow someone gets a big spray down with the CZ here. They have got a decent amount of grenades, but there we go. Snacks opening up to Kyo, and that might be all she wrote, Toby, for this map.
It could be. It could well be, man. But ever the optimist. Hold on to the very, very end. You never know when someone can go big in CS.
That's the thing.
Well, Apex, maybe he is going to be this man sitting. Well, Bialy, he saw him, though. Had a bit of a glimpse around the power unit, and now Happy. Well, there's one. But the Molotov's keeping him at the back lines, and they know exactly where they are. Having real trouble finding the second. Pasha and Bialy, they'll wrap it up. And that one goes the way of Virtus Pro as they take it out against Envious.
Yeah, this is their pick. We expect them to take it. We've talked about Envious being slow burners, like trying to get into tournaments. Like I said before, DreamHack London, they had the British trying to go up against them and get warmed up there and firing all cylinders. So far, it seems like they're a little bit cold. No one really turning up there. It was quite quiet performance across the board for them. Did have some interesting T rounds there, but only got 4. They had, and that's including the anti-eco or the eco rounds they won as well. So VP there just showing up completely 16-8, and their T side, you didn't ever have to question it really.
Now I really kind of felt that like VP, like they weren't also playing their game. Like Envious got shut down, but like where was that aggressive CT play? You play a very, very passive T side, but
it's because
it also works so well. Like I'm not going to pull against it. It's just a different style they're using.
This is the thing. We saw Envious having such a passive setup on their T side. VP, the rounds they lost is when they were actually trying to force that issue. As soon as they switched that very passive setup and forced the Ts to actually come to the bomb sites, that's when they started locking it down as well. We saw a little bit of a mix-up of play there. We saw Pasha picking up the AWP, which is obviously, it's not strange, but it's now we know Neo to be that side at the main AWPer, and he was actually sitting back on that role a little bit on the CT side. Maybe he's not really warmed up just yet, but we saw Pasha picking it up, doing some decent work on the CT side. Neo on the T side, though, did pick it up and actually start getting some picks of it, but yeah, that's a map we did expect VP to take. Going into Inferno, though, that's when things get interesting. This is a map we know Envious can be very strong on, and it suits their play style perfectly, right? Because they're so good at playing that 4-on-1 formation, so they can go the Apex and Kiyoshima setup, and then that's what we're going to see them come to into their own, perhaps. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in Inferno, but of course we go to the guys that can predict these kind of things, which is the analysts. Are we going to a break first, are we?
Go-Go Football. Are you ready for this? Because I know I am. So let's go.
Jack, I want you to draw me like one of your French girls.
Check this out.
Welcome back to Gfinity, Champion of Champions. My name is Lycan. With me, I have Richard Lewis and Thorin. Guys, I think the map really speaks for itself.
Yeah. I mean, look, no surprises there in terms of what we saw. We knew this was Virtus Pro's map. We knew that Virtus Pro, again, I would say the best team in the world on this map, I think. There's certainly maybe Na'Vi that might have something to say about that. But this is a map they've embraced. When it first came out and other teams were just vetoing it and dodging it, Virtus Pro were embracing it, and they were saying, look, we love this map. We loved it on 1.6. We've loved it in every iteration of Counter-Strike. We're gonna play it. So it really tells. Now, Envious had some nice little moments, but they just never really got going on that map. And you could see that, just especially on that CT side, it was just a lockout. Virtus Pro knew exactly what they needed to do, even against great aimers. So this is where the series gets interesting for me now, that map, which I think was always going to give Virtus Pro the a head start and advantages out of the way.
Yeah, this was a given that Virtus Pro would definitely take this map. A number of the other ones are going to be contentious, and it's very much going to be either form or who's got something new. This map, though, the only X factor was, okay, maybe Envious knows eventually they're going to have to play this map because they always ban overpass. Maybe they've got something, and just the fact we haven't seen them means we haven't actually experienced it yet. Unfortunately, if they did have anything, they're playing the best team on this map. They got some T rounds, but ultimately VP was always going to win it. You saw the way they played. When they have that kind of CT defense, it's just going to be very, very difficult because the number of T rounds you're going to have to get to have any chance. Because other teams can do decent CT halves, but VP, it feels like they get to like 10, 11 rounds with such ease, though.
Yeah.
That's not even a great half for them. So I feel like this map was very strong from them. Now then, as they go into this next map, this is where it's true. This is actually statistically the worst map for VP.
Yeah.
So this has to be a win for Envious, because if VP goes up now, and this is in theory their worst map, the best of five's all but out of reach at that point in time. So if you're Envious, there's a map you've been playing really well on recently. It's been one of your strongest maps. It's a map you beat TSM on. This is the map where, okay, you forget about the first one. It's not a big deal. You knew that was the one that was going to go to VP. You win this one. And I think this is the one where it's going to be the T side of Envious, because that's what they've been really showing us off in their big performances. T side's been very impressive. And so let's see what they can show us against Virtus Pro now.
How important is it for them to start off on T side to set the momentum?
I think, obviously, if they get the option, I think they'll definitely pick CT just because of the inherent bias of the map. I think even though they've got a super strong T side, I don't think they're going to do anything crazy like start T. You want to set the foundation, and you're going to do that on the CT side of the map. But that's the X factor about Envious. Their T side's absolutely ridiculous. They do it on Dust 2, where obviously we're not going to see in this series. They do it on this map. This is, they can do it on Cash. This is where they're really good at sort of just having those sort of godlike T rounds. You got Kenny S with an AWP, you got Apex getting picks, and they just seem to coordinate their executes so sharply, so well. And this is why a lot of people think this is one of the most individually skilled lineups that's ever been assembled. But perhaps because of that, maybe that takes a little bit of the shine off just how well coordinated they are, how well drilled they are. And when you consider this is still a relatively new lineup when we're talking about the lifespan of some of the teams they're coming up against, especially against like a Virtus Pro who've been together for so long now. It's a real testament to how good they are. So I think if they get the option, I don't think they're going to do anything crazy. I think they'll definitely want to start this, on the CT side. But here's the thing. It's not really a knife round that they have to win to set that bedrock, whereas I definitely think Virtus Pro are going to want to get that CT side and try and just do something with this because they don't have a great record on this map.
No, this is one of the maps, though, you still do think of when you think of Virtus Plow. You think when they're in really, really strong form. T-side is where they can just overwhelm you here. They batter down that middle, and they just take apart anyone, even crossfires. It's very hard to get a setup that works against them when they're in that kind of fine form. The problem is, this is the map where, for Envious, I feel like they should be the most confident. This is a really, really strong... Because, okay, the two best Envious maps so far in their short history with this lineup, it is Cobble, it is Inferno. Now, Cobble, great map for VP also, so we're not going to see that unless we get to map 5. This is the one where, right now, all signs point to this should be where Envious can even it up now. And then we'll be going into the third map, 1-1. It'll very much be an open series at that point in time. There is a chance for VP, but this should be the map where that beautiful, incredible constellation of skill can really shine from Envious. Because the problem with Train is, because it is so CT-sided now, I think really CT-sided maps like that, like Train, they very much come down to like team play aspects, more so than like amazing tactics or really high skill level. If you have the excellent team play, like you play off this guy very well, you know where he's going to be looking, so you can look the other place with the right timing. Certain teams have it, certain teams don't. The problem with having so many aimers like Envious have, and new constellation of aimers, is if that is going to be something that's going to be a factor for you, it's probably not going to present immediately. You're going to have to play maps out a few times. I mean, I told you that was the second time they've ever played that training competition. So this is a map they've played a lot. This is a map that I think it might even be the most played at the moment. So this is the one that we're really looking for. It has to be an Envious win here, I think.
All right. You've talked a lot about Envious and how they have the force buy. That's something that they're very good with. They do it a lot. Can you explain on this map in particular how the weapons that are available for a force buy will play into the matchup?
Well, I mean, this is particularly good for force buying in the sense that, first of all, we've already seen evidence of this on Inferno in that previous round. The Deagle's back, and it's back with a bang. We saw Get Right pick JW with an AWP with a Deagle from that sort of long range in mid. It's not the kind of shot that every player is going to be able to hit, but again, Envious has started to use these Deagles and bring them in a lot more. And in those kind of areas where you've got these very closed off but long sort of parts of the map, the Deagle can have a big impact. Also as well, there's lots of tight areas and choke points. SMGs here can be absolutely lethal. So even on those forced buys, especially on the CT side, you can still have very good lock-up rounds. You can still hold Banana, for example. And that's a feature of just how Envious play this map anyway. They like to push down and sort of take aggressive control of Banana where they can. They'll get right in your face and not make it easy for you to sort of spread out around the map as T and maybe look to work those picks. SMGs, so even on the rounds, if they do lose any, they can still make good use of them. So their force buying style, I think, it is suited on a map like this, perhaps more than others. But still, I just think overall, Envious are going to win this map regardless. It's not even like the map itself, or rather I should say it's not even like the economy or how the game works or anything itself. It's just the map and the fact that Virtus Pro don't have a great record on it. They don't play it a great deal. And this is one of Envious' strongest maps. In fact, if you were to ask Happy what one of their strongest maps is, he'd say Inferno, even when maybe statistics and performances don't bear that out.
I think what makes them so dangerous when they're on the force buy is that they're one of the best teams I've ever seen. It's not just, okay, the conventional wisdom says when you're on force buys and you have like whatever it is, a Tech 9, a CZ, all you do is just, people say, right, you just rush them, you coordinate it. People try that. That's how you end up on a frag highlight where a guy just, two of them are just spraying you down when you run into the B site. What they do is they will actually walk, just like they do on their main T executes. They'll walk in these two-man teams, but it's once they like isolate a guy. Once they get a guy on a corner and the first guy tags him with a bullet, then that two-man team will swarm, and then a guy will come in behind to get the trade kill. And so very quickly, okay, they can afford to actually trade kills there because they'll be picking up the guns as they do. And so then it'll be getting, so okay, you think, right, well, it's still fine. We're still in like a 4v3 or a 3v3, but actually they've got the rifles now. And so now, okay, they don't have armor, but they have incredibly skilled aimers. So that kind of levels the playing field out there. So I don't think it's actually the pure force buys as in like doing a save but a really expensive saves that you have to worry about with them. It's that because they have so much skill, they're one of the best at making like a half buy work. Like they have one AK, a Galil, a Deagle, a couple of flashes, and the reason they're so good with that is because they're so incredibly skilled. In theory, they're going to use the guys with the AKs to get picks, and there's more guns for your team. So they are very, very difficult to play against in terms of you can't really economically manage against them. Like they can force buy themselves out of a game, but that's them doing that. You can't really put them in the position where there's nothing they can buy and nothing they can do. And there's not many teams you can say that for at the moment in CS.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. We're getting ready to go into game number 2 of Team Envious versus Virtus Pro. We're sending it over to our casters, Henry G and Toby Wan. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are back here for map number 2. We moved to Inferno.
Oh, yes.
A comfort zone for myself as well as a comfort zone for Envious, as the boys were saying on the panel.
Yeah.
Do we really expect Envious to have an easy time here, though?
Definitely not an easy time. The guys talked about this being statistically VP's worst map, but I still love their approach to it. I think, although their results haven't been great as of late, I think their CT game can be absolutely fantastic and be one that Envious could find very hard to actually dissect properly. Like, the way VP play this map so well is they're so good at utilizing the smoke grenades and the incendiaries. Once they get some decent momentum and a decent bankroll going, they're so good at reading the game and working out what the Ts are doing, and they can lock out Ts for so long. They're so good at cutting the map up with their own smoke grenades and forcing the Ts into unfavorable situations when they're going in with very little time here. So I think the knife round, or as always on Inferno, going to be so pivotal because this is one of the few maps now which is actually, I want to say almost broken because of how CT-sided it can be. Like we've seen it recently, how much that can affect results going into this. So knife round will be important, but you can see some teams go absolutely ham on the T side if they do get that kind of momentum going. And Envious definitely can be one of those teams. The individual skill they have across the board is just off the charts. I think it's such an impressive lineup they've assembled, and the way they approach the map is just staying in a little tight fragging unit. 4 men to stay together, 1 stays holding the flanks, normally Happy, and those guys just work the map and work their skill. Yep. And we've seen them absolutely wreck some teams on this map, so this is definitely a map that favours Envious, I would say, ultimately. If we're looking at, we want to make it black and white, but knife round always going to be important. It looks like VP will actually be winning this one, and like I said, we would only assume they would be taking the CT side.
Kia's going to make him work for it, though.
Oh, not again. We've seen how this works out.
Yeah, it's happening again. This time VP don't want to play the same game as him. But you're right. I know Richard was also touching on the point too. Like, it's not just the talent of Envious. It's the fact, like, too, when you got these forced buys, you're going to have like the very tight corners they can utilize on CT.
We saw
so
it.
while they might be risky, there's a lot of payoff that can come from it.
We saw how scary they can be with the Tech 9s on training. Even though they lost 60-8, the couple of rounds they did win were force buys with those Tech 9s. So definitely going to see a lot of that this game. No, don't get me wrong, that is going to happen. And there we go. So VP will be starting on the CT side. We did obviously assume that one. You wouldn't think anything else on Inferno, but this is the start, the dream start for them, being 1-0 up in this series, going into Inferno, CT start. This could be, if they take this one, this could be a very quick one. We could see a 3-0 coming in, but let me see. Envious, definitely never count them out on this one. This is one of the greatest maps for them in terms of the AK movement they can possess. And pistol round, I'd assume something very fast, something very hard coming in quite early on. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it as Envious and VP, to see him on Inferno too, such tight corners, to watch where the money moves, like you talk about, like the pistol round. Can VP get that economic advantage? Can you start to build up on these mollies as well as the smokes?
This is one of the hardest maps to control that CT economy. It's one of the times where you find yourself, if you do lose the pistol and you go 3-0 down, you go into that first gun round. If you have force bought at any stage of the game, you don't have the full set of incendiaries. You don't have the smoke grenades, you may not have kits, and if you lose that round, it's when it kind of spirals out of control. You never really stabilize it on an Inferno. It's a very difficult map if it does start going wrong for you. So you definitely want to get that early advantage of the CTs, but VP, I think they know what they're doing. We have seen some questionable buys from them this evening. Like they're on train, they did make some difficult decisions for themselves, but obviously 16-8 scoreline speaks for itself. They did recover and get themselves back into it.
They did. It's just them going to play to their style. Why I'm going to be perfectly logical, maybe it's more emotional that the team has got to do it.
Yeah?
Just to stay up there, man.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. So VP, as long as they play their game on CT, I want to see them utilizing that kind of dissecting the map with the smoke grenades, using the incendiaries. If they get rolling like that, and I haven't seen Envious actually approach VP on this map before, so it's going to be interesting to see how one goes down. But here we go. We do go into the pistol round. It will be the second map, D Inferno. Envious starting on the T side here, and 5 sets of armor for them, as we do have the lovely announcer coming over me there as well, just joining in. And this should be something you've seen quite fast and staying together. Here's a got a little Zeus on Kiyoshima as well.
Look for the extra money as well as the shame. So you're right, it's going to be Happy on their flank, moving up through Banana. And the rest of Envious will be focusing on controlling up inside of Carpet's apartments.
Interesting enough, though, VP have only got one player towards Bs. They've taken the gamble. This could work out for them.
Yeah, they're really stacked over here on Asa Bialy. Got the crossfire between him as well as Snacks, who's playing from the graveyard. But already MBK gets through him. Both Bialy and Snacks will drop. Park's got a lot of work cut out for him now. Has to back it up, but he can't back it up in time. Kyo will find that frag. And now it's up to 2 players from VP. So even though they stacked the site, Envious have managed to not only gain control, they get the plant down, and they've got VP down to 1.
Yeah. There it is. The real simple round coming in. Happy getting a little bit of attention there, but maybe this one isn't over just yet. Taz picked up 2 headshots of the P2000. And unfortunately, there gets shut down. That could have been interesting towards the end there. But as I was saying, Happy going towards Banana area, trying to work out whether the CTs are pushing. Normally, you'll see some CTs go aggressive on Banana. So the idea here is that he can either give the very early call off, the CTs are pushing down, and they have their number advantage. Or if he gets nothing at all, he can try to just cause a little distraction there. 4 players coming out of the apartments. I wanted Bialy to do better there. He had a teammate there getting all the attention. Yeah. It's just the silent USP at that range. When you're trying to spam it there, it can be very difficult unless you hit the first shot to actually capitalize on that situation. But there we go. Envious do take the pistol around on the T side, and VP will be forced buying straight back into this. They have the P250s, head armor on 2 players as well, and 5-7 on Bialy.
And this time, Snacks is playing the close in on the smoke. Waiting for just one player from Envious to come forward with the Zeus. And Envious will be coming through their blind. They won't see anything going on, but Happy's managed to already get up to Archers. He will have a little bit of a contest. Neo is going to find him, but can he actually win this up against the MAC-10? He cannot. So Happy already able to find one in Snacks. He backs up a little bit. It's back on top of the site. Doesn't have any help at all. He's completely alone because the rest of VP moved over to A, but he goes for the Zeus kill. Can't claim it, however. But Happy does die, so they lose their flank.
There we go then, 4-on-3 situation. The CTs probably just want to save their guns at this stage, right? So once you buy the armor and you make this investment, if you don't predict the stack correctly, the bomb goes down, it's literally like a 90% chance, maybe even more, you're going to lose this round. So just save the armor, save the upgraded pistols. They've got a MAC-10 on Pasha as well, so try and use that for next round. This one didn't work out too well for them, but that's just decent play and nice discipline from Envious there. Getting that Banana control, going through the smoke with the flashbangs, forcing the CTs back, and we saw it was Snacks with the Zeus in the back, couldn't really do a lot there, and they managed managed to get the bomb down. It's another clean round from Envious. The good thing about utilising the SMGs in this map as well, because you can control the pace of it, essentially. You can cut off, like I said, with the smoke grenades. You can make it very close range by going into areas like Banana. Decent flashbangs and smokes are the key choke points means you can just swarm the bomb site with those close range SMGs and isolate players like that. And that's exactly what they did. But VP do save some armor and some decent pistols here, and that Mac 10, of course.
Yeah.
So let's see how this one goes down then. It's going to be Apex with the rifle there.
Yeah, he's the main man to watch as far as at least the initial long frags. But VP can just keep playing this close game. They've only got one smoke, one flash, one nade. So sorry, actually they've got two smokes with one also over on Bialy. But they're not playing aggressive on Banana this time around. But Happy, he's already managed to get past the front lines, up not into apartments just yet. But the problem is Bialy has to smoke it out.
This is just Happy doing classic Happy things now, trying to get the CTs over towards that area, and he's doing that. 3 players stuck towards that site, 2 players go towards B. They're going to have 2 CTs waiting for them, but this has kind of worked out perfectly for them so far. Happy will probably show a little bit more presence now.
And VS hasn't pushed up all the way, and now with that pop flash from Snacks, he might find himself a little bit of space, finds the Zeus kill, and actually grabs the Mag 10 into his hand, looking for the second, able to find it, and they need a little bit more help. Apex is able to get himself in and at least bring down Neo, but this is a 2-on-2 round until Snacks comes through and changed it up. So it's a 2-on-1. Happy that one man playing the distraction game over in apartments is now held out of the B site. He cannot get to the bomb and may have to just concede.
Well, there we go again. That Zeus coming into the current meta actually manages to land that first shot and gets Snacks those 3 kills, and that massive spree is going to be Happy now. Left on a 2-on-1 situation. CTs know where he is, and then Snacks picks up the 4th frag there, and that's a huge rebuy into the game as VP take the 3rd round there. So 2-1. But the T economy shouldn't be too rattled here. As like I said before, they've been getting those SMGs and keeping the pistols. They've been keeping their bankroll pretty high here. So this will be another difficult round for the CTs. But this is where things definitely get interesting now, because Pasha's going to keep keeping that Mac 10.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something a little bit a change of. Okay, so we've got 3 players going towards B from the CTs. This is good for them. They know they're probably up against the AKs here, so they're going to be trying to show some presence there. At the start of the map, at least push them back and show that they have control of that area.
Yeah, but it's nicely read by Kia. Throws up the Molotov, throws up the nade. So Envious, they don't allow VP to get control of Archers. So holding Banana, they have to do it from the top end with the rifles. And already VP, they're starting to drag a couple more players back over to the A. They're heavy on the Arch side. No one's playing anywhere near the apartments. And this is the one time that we don't see that early push coming into the apartments from Envious.
There we go then. Nothing going down just yet. They've actually left 1 player. It's going to be Neo towards that B site.
Here they come.
A lot of contention now.
They're coming up. Neo's going to smoke it, but at the same time, he gets caught with the smoke in his hand. So MBK, they'll take the top and they're moving so quickly. And VP, they dragged everyone off. They were ready for the A push, but it never came. Ooh. And now, because MBK's moved up so far, he's got to find both Pasha and probably looking for that extra CT spawn rotator. But VP, they're hiding it up. They're looking for exit kills, or at least Envious going for the Wander. They're going to find one, and maybe able to find that second. Taz being shot from the Archer side. He does have a little bit of help coming in from the library. They catch out too. I suppose it's better than Envious just running all over your entire team. You lock him up at CT.
There we go. Classic Envious play there. Textbook from them. Just making sure they show some presence towards across the board on the map there and trying to bait out some of the CT utility. Happy stays there towards middle, and then it's a very simple execution from there. Just going in with their key players here. MBK can be so frightening on this map. Goes straight up, finds 2 huge frags and gets them into that B bomb site. And then what can VP even do? They had no choice there. First 2 players going down without a single frag exchanged, and they have to save their 2 rifles. They only managed to save 2. They could have had 3, but Taz did get taken down, and that's a very clean round for Envious now. And this puts them in a fantastic position in terms of the economy, because the CTs, although they did save 2, they forced into this one. This is going to put them in a very difficult situation indeed, as they may be looking down the barrel of a double eco.
Yeah, and VP again, they're trying to find this early advantage, pushing 3 players towards that Banana. And they're not coming down. They cannot reach the Archers again. So they have to be held back. But Envious patience. They just leave the bomb down, but they have taken over the apartments area. Haven't got all the way out to the balcony. Yes, they don't have a view from the apartment. And Snacks, he does come down a little bit further, but Envious aren't giving VP an inch as the CT side. Normally, like VP, they try and push out, they try and find the early kill. Information fall back, but they're not finding the opening.
Well, look who's got all the information right now. Envious actually just taking that whole middle area now. The CTs don't have any intel as to what may be going on. They have to fall back to crossfires on the bomb site, and this puts them in a very difficult situation. It just gives so much freedom for the terrorist side as they make their way onto the A side now.
Oh, there's the double flashes. Bialy completely blind. Had to jump back deeper into the balcony. He's going to find one spraying into the side. Can't find a second, however. Pasha was the man with his crossfire coming to help out into a 3-on-3 situation. The CTs, they've returned, pushing in through Archer's library as well as another one down through main. Pasha, he's still looking for that easy pick, and he's able to find one. Happy showing himself in the back of the truck. And Snack's going to flash himself in, realizing the last two are on the bomb site, jumping up, able to find Apex, but no, he can't finish the kill. Neo can't do the work either. They hold the round here, Envious at 4-1, protecting the retake of VP.
Yeah, that's the problem when you don't have these full buys going into these rounds. Once they lost the mid-control there, Envious took advantage of that completely. They realized they had mid-control, executed perfectly onto the bomb site with the smoke grenades there, found their initial frags. It did come back in when Pasha found that frag behind the truck there into pit, but it wasn't enough now. And this is the nightmare situation I referenced before, and now they're probably going to be on a double EK. They're not really able to buy anything. And Apex picks up that first frag, utilizing that entry fragging roll. Snack's pushed down to bench now, but Happy just waiting as they make their way to the B bomb site once again.
Yeah, they didn't actually see Snacks run down. There wasn't vision at the time. So they're checking every other corner apart from bench. But at the same time, as Envious already managed to get the kill over on B, they're just poking up slowly to see if they can get the plant there. And Snacks is waiting for him to come up to A, and he's never going to have that chance. The smoke covers the cross, and VP trying to hightail it back as quick as they possibly can onto that B site. But I kind of feel like Envious is playing them again. You smoke up towards the B, you force the rotations.
They're basically trying to bait out rotations from the CT. They're seeing if anyone will come down mid and take the bait here. The Kiyoshima going to be making his way in. Has got some backup as well. You need to see Taz, just the Zeus, trying to get that cheeky frag there. As we said, they stack thinking of a Desert Eagle shot. The Zeus does not actually work out for him. It's a 4-on-2 now. Bialy and Snacks, they have got the Mac 10 in hand though. Bialy just going to be trying to work that smoke and see if he can make any magic happen through it.
Yeah, but Snacks is so far away. He's saving the Mac 10. It's just Bialy. He's the only man there. And MBK will drop him down. So Snacks actually pushing over, coming in towards CT side.
He has managed to get one frag so far. Picked up the Mac 10, but it's not really going to help them out that much, to be honest. But as I say that, though, that's the round where Snacks actually managed to get that 4K. Zeus as well picks up the Mac 10 and got a little spray down going into that one. So maybe he does fancy his chances of that gun next round. But the money should be still quite bad for VP now. They're actually getting a little bit of a dangerous situation. 5 rounds in favor of Envious now. Only losing one man in that round as well. So you can see the money, although it's okay for CTs, they can actually get in a decent buy here, but it's going to be a relatively good one. No kits once again, though. That's a problem. If the bomb goes down, which it pretty much has almost every round now, they're not going to have a chance to even get these clutches down. So they need to, I'd say, go for something a bit more aggressive, go for the first pick in their favor, just while they haven't got this advantage in terms of the economy, and try and force issue that way. Let's see what goes down now.
The problem is Kiyoshima. Like, Kiyoshima's been doing such a great job on Banana that VP can't come down, and when they do push towards the archers, it's very, very late. Nice flash this time around, and this opens up the hold now.
That's exactly what I wanted to see. Try and get that first frag on the board. It isolates Kenny S as well, and they need to find that frag, which they do. Snacks picks up 2, and that's an amazing way to get themselves back into this game, as they should be able to guarantee themselves that round now. They can forward player back from the banana area and just isolate that now. But MBK keeping the dream alive for MVS. He picks up a frag onto Bialy, and Taz neutralizes him.
Yeah, but ends up just being tit for tat right now, and Happy only catches out VP getting a little too aggressive, jumping through the smoke at the bottom of Banana, and Apex has opened up the A side. It was such a great start for VP, but they've lost control, and they're about to lose. Well, actually, Happy goes down to a one-on-one. He cannot win the last little battle, though. It will go the way of Apex. And Envious, they keep the round 6-1 after what was a great start by VP.
I don't know how you lose those rounds. That's insane. If you get the first 2 picks and you don't even lose a frag in that situation, leave one player towards B, and let's come back and play that passive setup then. Make the T's come to the bomb side. VP were too hot on it then. They're facing the key choke points, allowing MBK to find frags. They just needed to be making sure they actually just forced the bomb to go down. They actually didn't allow that to happen. And now look at them, 6-1, and they're on another eco here, the P250. And this could be one of the fastest rounds ever. I don't even have a chance to finish my sentence there as that one goes down. 5-man. Death there towards middle, but this is where they could probably get the AWP out, and I'd like to see that happen, to be honest. Now, they need a change of pace here. 7-1. Envious definitely running away from this. This is the T side of Inferno they're doing this. And there we go. AWP coming out on Snacks. He can be the secondary AWP on this map. That's what the kind of restructure this team has gone towards. We don't normally see Pasha pick up the AWP, but Snacks kind of has a go on Inferno. He can be very good at this car position as well, but Kenny S answers back with one himself.
Yep, and they're on exactly the same position, but Snacks, he can't stand there. Kiyo's doing the same thing he did before. It's the Molotovs, the flashes, the grenades. They're pushing them off top Banana, so the AWP has to move all the way back. Snacks does at least get the pick off on MBK, and it's given Envy second thoughts about pushing into this B site.
Well, they get the first frag here, but Snacks has taken a lot of damage as well. T's got control of the Banana, pushes CTs back to the bomb side, but Cities haven't quite reacted to it yet. You can see Kenny S now just going back to try and work a pick. There is a player towards Junkyard there, and Taz is going to be lying in wait. This could be a difficult angle for him to hold as well. And there we go, because Apex just rips his head off. I'm not a fan of that.
Checking the corner every time, losing Pasha as well in the Archers, and Bialy is now the last man standing over on A. He needs to actually have his friends rotate over. The question is, can they do anything as they come over? Bialy's going to go for that little flash, give him a little bit of space to move, but he can't. He can't actually find the opening, and now they've lost control of A. Neo's coming in at least. He's able to get the pickup on Kenny S, but you're going to put the AWP in danger. Snax has no life whatsoever, and it looks like he's not even going to come for this.
Yeah.
There's no point.
Same thing again. They get the first pick, and for some reason they're playing like facing middle is fine. Don't get me wrong. That's absolutely viable, and it's something you should be doing. But Taz shouldn't be that angle by himself. You need the crossfire setup. One player needs to be getting the attention, and the other player needs to be holding the off angle. Just so that can't happen. Apex shouldn't be able to walk up middle and find such an easy kill in that situation and get them back into the round. That's crazy that that's going down. And you should just be either going fully passive, getting the crossfires in the bomb side, forcing the bomb to go down, or at least ensuing a crossfire there. And now Snax looks like, I was going to say, look, he's going to die, but manages to take that shot onto Happy, but it's going to be in vain here. But saving the AWP could be very viable in this situation. This could be fantastic for them, because like I said, Snax actually is very strong on this map with the AWP. He's great at finding frags here, but did I see him drop the AWP? They're actually going to be force buying into this one, and at this stage, they need to probably force buy every single round they can, just because it's getting a little bit shaky for them. Snax going to be utilising his spawn hit, and actually busted a little bit there on the corner.
Yeah, he locked up with the pillar, which means he doesn't get the perfect movement, but still gets the kill on Keo, a little bit more delay, goes to the pop flash, gonna find, what? It goes straight through his body, same with the second shot. They back it up even further, but he's blind, moving into the cheap spot. Able to now find the second over on MBK. Supports there from Pasha, and they've at least got Envious down to only 2 players, and Taz now dropping it down to only 1. Happy, that last little floater man for Envious. He's the last man left alive.
Wow, that
hitboxes were fixed.
Well, yeah, no, I thought that was dead on him. Maybe like we'll see a replay after this game and see what actually happened there. But that certainly was dead on him. But Happy now left in this 3-on-1, and considering the economic situation for them, you'd assume they're probably going to go for this and see what he can do just to kind of take some money away from the CTs. You know how low it is, and that's a really questionable play by Neo there, jumping through his own smoke blind. Not sure what he's hoping to achieve, but down he goes. Makes it down to a 2-on-1 now. Happy does have 56 HP and 1 flashbang. Bomb down towards top of middle. You can see the CT's just playing around that smoke. Bialy trying to do whatever he can to stop that bomb going back in favor of Happy.
Yep. And Happy still wants it. With 30 seconds left on the clock, time is most definitely against him, as well as the crossfire here of VP. But a lot of patience from Happy. Banging out the corner, still got a lot of bullets to work with, but running out of time, 20 seconds. Finds one near the pillars, but Bialy will shut him down. And they should be able to regain. Yep, they'll regather that AWP from Taz.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. The money's still not great, and Neo throwing his frag away like that. Like, that's so important, because that's another 5k down the Swanee, and you have to think, like, okay, what are we doing now? We have to go force buy. You're probably on a pistol next round, so this is the difficult situation for them. They can find themselves in a very fragile economic state. As you say that, though, MBK getting the sawn-off shotgun out. A gun we've seen come into meta recently. It's been normally Flash or JW rocking that, but let's see what MBK can do. He's going straight towards the apartments. This could get interesting.
All right, gives it a shot, takes it out straight away, and VP, because they're not aggressively moving into the apartments, have been playing down low most of the time. This allows him to just have the balcony area, but Bialy, he's going to get some vision. Starts spraying up, but flashed up, so he can't see any more. We'll see one jump down to the pit, but Kenny S able to bring down Bialy. Taz still waiting on the side. Got Pasha again in support, but they cannot hold the side. Apex just cleaning up everything with Happy. And now again, Snax is the last man left alive with its AWP. Reveals his position by killing off Happy. But they're down to 3 men. The bomb plant is going down right now. And Envious are already on the hunt. They want to have VP's economic situation get even worse. And Snax legging it down there. Apex gets the kill before the bomb plant gets down, but still Envious. Like, they know they've crippled VP.
Look at these entry frags. You've got Apex now on 18 frags. They're just having fun right now. They're not even really doing, I would say, strategies. They're just getting control of that middle to start, and they're just rushing the bomb side with very simple execution there.
Yep.
And they're playing so confidently. Once Envious get into this sort of mindset that they know they're actually hitting their shots and they're feeling comfortable, that's when they become, like in that sort of fashion, getting onto the bomb side and just being so formidable. And this entry frag working out so well for them. But Snax opens up on Zakia Shin with a Desert Eagle, 1 dig. And now then, it's a 5-on-4, but looks like MBK going to be flashing his teammate into apartments there. Molotov in as well. And a little bit slower this time. Taz with the Zeus there. A little bit ambitious, to say the least, I think.
Yeah, that's an optimistic Zeus. But it does put us now on a 4-on-4 with that early kill over on Keo. And this does relieve a little bit of pressure from VP. At the same time, like, they don't know where exactly Envious are coming. MBK is making the play like they are making this push for A. But Virtus Pro have kind of called Envious out in their own bluff. They've got 3 players stacked over here on B. The smokes just keep coming. And now Snacks gets some vision. Realizing over at the wagon, can he actually find out he's blind?
Now look at this, the T's are just going to work out. No players are towards the A bomb side whatsoever. That frag is going to be trivial at this stage because they've got complete control of the A bomb side. It's just a little bonus for Apex as he stays there. He fancies more. That's going to be his 20th frag on the board now. He is playing out of his mind with these entry frags. Just going to be Pasha left with the CZ now, and of course Apex finishes him off and pits Envious into double figures now. This is the Envious we expected to see in the first map. Now they've kind of warmed up and they've arrived on the server, and this is look at the team we saw at DreamHack London last week.
Man, at this rate, Apex had 30 bomb before we even hit the end of the first half.
Yeah, you're right.
It has been so good for him with these entry kills, and like Keo's also keeping the distraction over on Banana, so it's the perfect T-side for Envious. They've managed to find every hole in VP, and VP have also made a couple of these holes themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now, once again, onto this eco situation. We've got PT50s, 5-7 and USP and Snacks. Taz once again.
This one's better.
Trying his luck. He's got a better angle here at least, but Happy's just aware of this. Like, you know he's just waiting. Look how close they are to
Patience. He can see the foot. He can see the foot and just starts spraying through the wall. The downside of Taz. Careful about you shooting your own teammate, Pasha. Now looking for his aggressive movement towards bench, but no one was up in the top mid. Envious hadn't pushed up at that point, so there was no joy for the man. And VP are just looking for anything they can get. And, well, if they're going to get it, they've got to move towards the B side. But at the same time, look at that rotation's already coming out. Like, Happy's just having his game here with Pasha, but the B side completely open. Snacks coming back in again. He's got his Zeus out with a flash. He's at least having to get the kill on MVK, but it won't stop the plant from going down. And, in fact, it looks like Happy will be the man to finish up the round, killing off Neo.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Zeus, you know. $100 to allow that to happen. It's kind of frustrating sometimes, but definitely an interesting asset to the game. Snacks, he found a new toy. I agree. He has been getting a couple of kills with this game, but there we go. That's another round on the board for Envious, and at this point, I think they may have tied this one up. 11 rounds on the T side. It's going to be a huge mountain for VP to climb. Definitely need the last 2 rounds. If they don't get 11-4, I would say their chances of winning this might be absolute 0. But here we go then. Snacks with the AWP. Going to be assisted as well with one of the players going to be near helping him out.
A very defensive position though. Like just sitting in behind those sandbags.
But at this stage, they keep getting the first frag and losing that position now. I think they're trying to play a little bit more of a passive game, force the T's to come to them. Just get that early bit of intel. You see, that's an interesting position for Snacks. There we go. Now what's he going to do? He's stuck in this position. They know where he is. Making this utility T Hamilton position now. There goes the Molotov. And he should die here. Don't know how he survives, but there it is.
That was the pop flash. Envious caught out blind, but he'll still end up dropping. Pasha needs to go big, but cannot do so. So it's into a 2-on-2 situation, but the bomb plant's already going down, and being Happy's in the perfect position, waiting on the stairs, lines them up with a great control. Taz and Bialy just fall to pieces, and we're into the last round of the first half. Envious, so commanding for him. That we're talking about is so CT-sided. They're 12-2 on Ts.
So, 23 frags for Apex, 17 for Happy, and that tag team combination has been working out so well for them. It's like alley-oop every single round. Apex goes and gets some entry frags in some bomb site. Happy lurks in another position, waits and rotates, and it seems to be working so perfectly for them. Don't really need to do too much here. Another force buy coming in as the last round does come to fruition. Snacks with the max 7 now. Another shotgun on Neo, and this should be another round. That'll be a very simple procedure now for Envious.
Yep, they want to slow this up. They know VP are going to be forcing up. They're going to have these close quarters weapons. And with the 2 orbs that they've got, use your money, force them out. The Molotov's already forced Snacks into one position. The secondary smoke is going to fly in. Snacks doesn't really have an opening. And they're basically down to a couple of flashes and 1 Molotov over on VP. So their defensive utility items just are not there anymore. And in fact, Snacks coming down. Nice flash, but he's going to lose his own life. And Neo waiting is with the Nova. Maybe he can... Oh, he can't. He shoots Neo in the back and doesn't find the kill.
I don't know how he didn't get that kill there. MBK
1
with some
life.
insane,
1 life.
Insane reactions to come back and hit that shot. But there we go. 4-on-3 situation now. Pasha with the max 7 himself. I would have thought he would have got that one. But MBK is unbelievably sharp right now as he gets another kill. 4-on-1. And that's going to tie at the half. 13-2 in favor of Envious. On the T side of Inferno, That is unprecedented.
Wow.
What an amazing half for them.
That is absolutely crazy. And if you're worried that maybe Envious were a little bit downhearted after what happened over on Train, what's happened right now in Inferno is instantly going to repair that and may even cripple VP coming into the next map. This, like, we were saying, like, yeah, Envious, this should be their map. This is where they'll feel most comfortable.
Yeah, we thought they might
but
win.
this comfortable?
Yeah. On the T side, that's crazy. Like, VP just looked completely locked out there. Didn't really have any opportunities. But now we go into the T side pistol. Obviously, VP need to win. They've got 5 sets of armor going up middle. You assume they're just going to try and go very fast, stay together, go frag for frag. But here we go. Apex holding the off angle here, seeing what it can do. And actually, the T's going to be falling back and making their way back towards the B-bomb. So we're happy it's going to be waiting as well behind the sandbags.
Man, there's so many bullets going out right now, mainly because of the decoys that were spammed up mid. Keo, Happy's waiting right there, and he's able to bring down Pasha. So already VP in a terrible position for this T side, down to only 3 players. And they're still running around with that Zeus, hoping for something maybe in the apartments. But they're playing really tight now on Banana. So VP made that run back over towards A, but Happy hasn't left. Takes out 1 with a headshot. Looking for the second right now. He's already managed to claim 2 on this round anyway. We'll finish with a 3 for an Envious. The perfect start to their CTs.
That synergy between Happy and MBK there, that's such perfect play there. For any Counter-Strike fans at home wanting to learn how to play the game, watch how those guys play that bomb site. That's absolutely perfect. Happy there, you'd assume he'd fall back to the bomb site once they got the first 2 frags there, but he knows he can rely on his teammate there. He gets the first kill, he hides, MBK flashes him in, and he gets the next 2 after that as well. It's absolutely perfect. VP are having to force into this round, so they've got Desert Eagles, CZs, and P250s, and the CTs will be getting an array of weapons here. They've got Novas, P90s, MP7s, M4s, you name it, they've purchased it. So you can see themselves here just trying to spam through the smoke and work out if they can get some early damage going on here, but the T's don't really have much in terms of actual utility. They're going to have to just do 1 flashbang and make their way into the bomb site, it seems like.
It's when Envious can manipulate everything they've got. Like, yeah, you don't, like, you've got a couple of flashes and smokes left, but even the P90 bullets they can spray. But Taz, a huge entry frag coming into the B side. They need to clean up the back defender, and they're able to do so. There goes MBK, and this B side now belongs to Virtus Pro. They're trying to retake it, but Neo, with their stolen P90, has pushed all the way up. Apex having trouble getting there, getting sprayed from range by Snacks, who will be able to bring down, but Neo still doing the work. Bialy's there as well. They're both locked into the same corner. And Keo, with this Nova, all he wants is a shoulder, can't hit the initial hit, and Virtus Pro will take the round against Envious.
Well, there we go. Then they somehow find that round, that Desert Eagle headshot coming in, and somehow they take over the B-bomb site with no grenades whatsoever. It's just going to be that one singular flashbang that somehow gives them that round. Envious potentially being a little bit audacious there with their play. They didn't really employ any teamwork there. There's a little one-on-one situations, but here we go. Did they force buy back into this one? To see, they actually will do that. So Envious want to end this one as quickly as possible. They definitely don't need to this situation. You probably could just say, we could just wait till the gun round start and let's close this one out properly, but that's not the Envious.
It's not the Envious way.
No.
That's not their motto, I'll go with.
There we go then. So VP once again getting that banana control, obviously very important here, but look at Apex. He's got all the way into T-spawn here, and this could be so deadly. If one of his teammates now just to cause a little bit of attention towards middle, this could be crazy.
Well, they're trying. He gets information on 1. Can't see the other 2, which are pushing up towards Arch side right now. And now they turn around, they see him at the last moment. So he will be able to get the kill on Neo. Then VP able to take control of top Banana, but while they do this, they know they've already got the A Arch side. Both Library, and in fact, now they know they also brought down the A Defender. This is a very simple A plan. Happy needs to catch VP by surprise somehow. There's the flash. He can't see anything. Taz will ring him down, and this will be a round for VP. They do not lose against Envy's buyout.
Absolutely. They do get 2 frags, and I feel like Apex could have done more work with that had he gone a bit faster perhaps, but unfortunately for him, a T turned around just at the wrong time. Managed to get 1 frag with a 5-7 there, but not as exciting as we'd have hoped there in that situation. But 2 frags for Envious, not going to be enough here in that force buy. You see Kenny S now saving the P90. Actually managed to get another kill onto Snacks there as well. When he's down to a 2-on-1, obviously the bomb is already down, so this will just be exit kills at this stage of the game. But any kills he can get will be important.
You can hear running down low. He's actually going to find the kill on Bialy as well. There's only Taz left. The bomb's going to explode, but they're right next to each other.
Interesting to note as well. So you see Kenny S being the main AWPer for anyone who may be new to watching Counter-Strike. He doesn't buy armor on this round like the rest of his team did. Just to give him enough bank there, you can see he's got the most money in his team. So he has the option to buy the AWP going into that first gun round. But let's see how this one pans out. We can see that buy did come into last. So you'd assume now Kenny S actually buys armor here. He actually fancies this round, so he wants to utilize that P90 he picked up.
This has to be an aggressive arch play if he's doing this, but they don't have any flashes or smoke, so...
It's four men towards the B-bomb site. He's going to be happy once again. Stacking and just trying to work out whether he can get some intel here.
He's the man that's asked to do the impossible.
Basically, if he can cause some sort of distraction and maybe sell maybe a stack towards the A-bomb site, who knows what could happen. Looks like a little B split perhaps coming in here now. They have got B control, and they have taken the top and middle as well, so maybe this stack will work out for them. Pasha just leading the charge here, trying to work out, find out what's going on.
He saw MBK.
Yeah.
Just a glimpse of the shoulder pushing out. But at the same time, VP, like, okay, they actually are going to commit towards the B side. They feel like they've brought down the defender, which means that you've got to assume there's at least going to be two A defenders for Envious. They're checking in towards Dark. They realize there's going to be one there. Kenny S on this close position. He's already been chipped down a little bit down to 71. But Pasha checking both the sides. Very, very cautious. Checking every single corner. Now going to find one over at the barrels. And he's got help from Snacks. Wasn't expecting Kenny S to be there. And that's going to be a big wipe for him. But then again, we are a 2-on-2. The rotation's coming over. Apex still on the side. Envious actually holding this one for now. But it's only for now. That bomb ticking. Happy moving up. Actually, sorry, the bomb about to tick. Happy going to get there in time. Sees the head. Can't tap it there of Taz. Now he finally gets a little bit of dink damage, but doesn't have anything more than this P250. Looking into the back corner. And Taz will end up taking out the round.
So, obviously, one VP had the winner comes right down to the wire there. One-on-one situation. That stack actually working out for Envious there. So, VP do get themselves in a decent position now, but now Envious will be buying, but not a single kit for them, and not great utility. They haven't got a single incendiary grenade. This can be so vital on a map like Inferno. It's great for the smokes lock out the initial push, kind of hold the CTs, the terrorists off, and then the incendiaries are where the execution comes in. You're able to do some serious damage at and separate the Ts from entering certain positions. But here we go, then round number 20. Once again, VP do take that banana control. Envious playing very passively here. They're not going to be showing too much presence out at the start. Work out for them as well. They actually don't have too much utility, as I mentioned before, so they want to try and save that as long as possible.
Yeah, let VP waste their stuff trying to clean out those initial corners, and then start throwing at your smokes and slowing down the VP push, which currently is still like indecisive. They're looking for the initial kill to open up that defensive Envious, but unable to find that opening just yet. Envious is trying to keep 3 players this time over on A, and not very far up. It's a very, very, very safe hold from Envious.
They just want to utilize those crossfires properly. This is the problem VP had. There was a lot of one-on-X situation. Instead of going passively and making sure you work as a unit, they're actually getting taken down a lot by players just being a little bit overconfident perhaps, but Happy is playing very up close to this smoke with a drop on himself there. I'm not sure if Pasha just saw him. I assume he didn't. It looks like Happy will be pushing through with the flashbang here as well. This could be the very key frag to this round.
He still doesn't walk through though, and Pasha's backed up. Prepping the Molotov position, going to flame out the boxes on the other side. And then nade right in front. That is going to dink down Happy a little bit, down to 68 now. Spraying through the corners, and yeah, Happy, well, he's not visible just yet. Now he will be. Pasha crouching for the shot. And needs to clean up this site so the rest of Virtus Pro can get themselves in, because they've cleaned up everything else. It's just up to Keo now. He's coming back through CT. Checking just on the corner. They're both Snacks and Keo looking at each other.
This is the point. He's just going to save his weapon here. We saw the CT buy not great. That was like I referenced before. No kits whatsoever. But that was just great disciplined play from VP. Making sure they check every single option there. But we may have another twist here as Gio picks up a kill onto Pasha. It's a great headshot from him at the bottom of the banana there. As I was saying before, VP being so methodical with the way they were like taking part of the map, making sure they cleared every single area, got control of middle, got control of banana, and then they worked out where Happy may be playing from, took him down, and then there was no frags from the CTs whatsoever, no contention. So managed to get themselves a pretty clean round there. They do lose 3 frags, and Bialy is going to be low HP as well. He's stay alive though, but that should put the CTs now onto another eco here. We knew Kiyashima has saved the weapon here, but at this point, I'd say they take the full eco and just try and get the AWPs out, get a full buy and just close this one out before it gets a little bit too scary.
I don't know if they fully agree with you.
No? This is like, as long as they keep themselves around the 2300 mark, they'll be fine for next round. So that's fine. I don't mind this too much. They haven't got the armor. It's just going to be Apex who gets us some body armor. He's once again going very slow, not going to be forcing issue. This is that 4-man stack coming in once again. It's almost a mirror of what we saw the last couple of rounds. But Happy going to be on Desert Eagle this time. We know what kind of devastating work he can bring to the table, as we saw at DreamHack London. Maybe have to recreate that kind of magic here as the pop flash comes in. The T's do push in, and Keo picks up the first frag, but Pasha takes down 2 and makes it down to a 4-3 situation.
Man, what a perfect time for Pasha to be there. And he's going to Molotov out Kenny S, and Kenny S actually gets away from Pasha, and MBK comes in from the side. I'll just get that perfect headshot with the CZ. And looked like a perfect control of Banana pushing towards B, but Envious had a lot of men over there. And again, now actually Envious pushing down in a very similar way to what VP did in their CT half. But this ends exactly the same way.
So Taz and Snacks making their way into the B-bomb side. We can see Happy there just for the Desert Eagles. So the stack working out relatively well for them. They get 3 frags, but it's not going to be enough to win the round here. And the bomb does go down, and this is a round. You would assume Happy just wants to save that AK, I would say at least, just so they can have that really strong buy I mentioned before. But fancies a kill here. There we go. He's going to be making his way out. He was just checking the corner to see if he could work out whether there was an over-ambitious terrorist waiting for him. But not going to happen. He will save that AK-47. But perhaps looking for some more exit kill opportunities here. As he makes his way back to Arch.
And he's moved all the way around him. This will probably be a place where maybe VP will be less cautious as they come out, considering where they saw him previously. But no, Snacks keeps the guard up and finds Happy.
So this is where the CT money, gets pretty decent. This is the round I've been waiting for.
There's that AWP.
Yeah, that's all they needed. So like Kenny S now, he's great on this map of being very mobile. He's been pretty quiet this game, to be honest. You can see Kiyoshima and Kenny S on 13 and 7. But let's see how this goes. Kenny S got that decent mid spawn. Probably will be going for the face here as well. The smoke comes down and won't be able to get too much from that. And you just get that bloom just before he has a chance to take a shot there.
And fast Neo's making his play up. He's only there with the AK, cops a little bit of grenade damage himself. Thought for a moment he's going to rush into Kenny S. But the moment passed. And Envious. Now they've got to deal with Pasha again. Had a really great time here on the T side, moving up through Banana. Always finding at least an opening or a collateral kill. But the push is coming from VP, and they're coming to A. They may actually decide to run over towards B because they've got control of this arch side. They don't really know it yet, as Kenny S trying to find some vision, but he's realizing the smoke's already up, and Happy, he's the man back at CT, and actually turns his back at the wrong time. Taz, we call him the man of the timing, and he just found it there on Happy. Now it's up to MBK, gets a lot of information, but Keo dropping at the same time, and Neo just goes straight through the smoke. This B side belongs to Virtus Pro, and Envious have no intention of coming over to stop them.
Oh, definitely saving the situation. You've got the AWP and the M4 and Apex there. That B split coming in from VP were actually perfectly executed, getting control of middle and B once again, and just pincering that bomb side perfectly. So Happy didn't know where to look. Kenny S coming around, facing towards the top of middle there. And he actually going to drop his AWP as well. That's actually really devastating for them. But he came around and just missed out on that information. Though Cappy, isolated, stuck between the rock and a hard place, had to decide what to do and made the wrong decision, had his back towards the terrorists. And that's another perfect round for VP. Looking very strong in this T half, though. But after such a devastating first half, you have to say this may be a little bit too far gone for them, maybe delaying the inevitable. But definitely very convincing so far.
It definitely has been, but is it enough? Like, we've seen amazing comebacks already today.
6 in a row as well.
Yep.
Not bad.
This is looking really good for VP, as long as they can keep Envious down. But like, does Envious keep themselves down? They've got just shy of 4K. There's 5K over on Keo, and they are going to have themselves a timeout to decide what they're going to do.
Take a full eco right now.
I know that's what you want to say.
Do that.
You hate it when there's a force.
It's just because I just finish it off properly. Instead of doing the quality buys and forcing into it every single time, just give yourself that full buy. Really healthy. Go for something a little bit, like go for Kenny S towards Banana, something a little bit different, mix it up, go for that first frag, and then you can do what VP did, which they actually didn't hold on to. You get that first frag and you fall back to the bomb site, and that's when you should be winning the round. That's how CT should be locking this one out. When you keep force buying into it and you don't have the incendiaries to actually handle the actual final execution, that's when you start losing. You actually have to face unfavorable situations just to find a frag before the T's get onto the bomb site. But let's see what they do here. It looks like they actually will be doing something with this. I can see a CZ being purchased for Kenny S there. And what will the other guys be doing? Apex has got an M4 in hand. What's that music?
I believe there is a marching band.
Perfect. That's just what we need now. Just to kind of raise the spirits of us.
It was funny. I thought we'd actually have the entire place to ourselves because everyone else is shut down for the night. But CS never sleeps.
Let's bring a marching band to a LAN, why not? That's what we need.
That's the next progression, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you've got such great brands behind so many teams. Now they've actually got to have like cheerleaders, marching bands.
That's true. It's a logical conclusion, right? That's where we end up to become a real sport. We need all that kind of entertainment.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
Exactly. I would like to see a VP marching band.
Well, maybe we can bring them in here and see what they can do for us. Go on the main stage, perhaps. Yep. But there we go. It's going to be a pause. This definitely will be a tactical pause here for Envious.
Yep.
We had a few technical issues when we were starting out, but this is going to be a time for Envious just to kind of slow down the momentum. A lot of teams will do this, like the kings of this are Fnatic. Whenever they're in a difficult situation, they'll take a pause and always come back and just slow that momentum down at VP, and it kind of just cools everything down and takes them out of this hot streak they may be in right now. So this is a great call from Envious. A lot of teams forget to do this, believe it or not. Even at this level, they won't do it. They'll kind of, oh yeah, we probably should have paused in that situation where you lost 6 rounds in a row. This is the perfect time to do it. Work out what you're going to do with your money. Get a game plan on the actual gun rounds there. And that is really loud, isn't it?
I actually have it turned down, so I'm perfectly
you can't hear it? Okay, I can hear it.
No, I'm
really
actually good.
Okay, fine.
But at the same time, I destroyed my hearing at a very young age, so...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Too many video games?
Yeah, I'll say video games.
Okay.
Just don't go near big speakers that actually make your clothes vibrate.
Okay, that's good advice.
Yes, it is. Words of wisdom passed on the years.
So after the first half there, we really did count VP out of this game, this map especially, right? So they seemed like they didn't turn up whatsoever. Their CT side was actually, getting the first frag wasn't the issue. It was actually handling that 4-man push that Envious presented to them every single round, getting onto the bomb side, very simple executions, nothing too technical coming in, just relying on that powerhouse of Apex. He's currently on 30 frags here, and his first half, though, is absolutely stellar. Getting in there, finding frags everywhere, and Happy clearing up in the rotations as well. Just textbook Envious things there.
Yep.
But now then the unpause comes in. They have been a little bit lackluster. It's currently 6-1 in the second half. This is kind of interesting. It's going to be fun to see how Inferno develops, as the M4A1S has been nerfed, or changed, I should say. I wouldn't say it's a full-on nerf, but it's a change, and players are still adapting to using it. It was such a huge deal on Inferno, obviously spraying through the smokes and pushing down towards T-steps and stuff, being able to pre-fast certain angles, not really an option anymore. So that's going to be interesting to see how this actually develops as a map going forward. But now then, CZs, Desert Eagles, and 1N4 for Apex, which is saved, so...
They will hold their money.
This is definitely a wise investment, a wise decision, I should say, going into this round. Just make sure you stabilise your economy, get a good buy-in, and just close this one out before you let them get to double digits. And at that point, you think, okay, it's getting a bit silly now, but here we go then.
Well, let's see if VP can hold on to the momentum they've been running with here on the T side as well, and keeping Envious away from map point and leveling this series at 1-1, which is what the analysts thought was going to happen. Well, we've seen a lot of things change up in this map too, where they all thought CT side would be the strongest.
Here we go. So the CT's is holding back now. No 4-man split stack coming in this time. They'll be playing more standard setups here, and
good entry.
Just getting in there, working together, making sure they don't give anything away there. As I say that, those Kenny S gets a little shot for the smoke. What can you do against that?
Not a lot, man. Not a lot. But, well, I suppose you can get a little bit of revenge. It's not on Kenny S. It's going to be on Keo instead. And this is where VP have switched it up. So they've left these two Envious players over on the A side, and they want to come into B. MBK has himself one big helping factor, though, and that's the smoke. It's covering the top, and now MBK does VP. Okay, well, that'll work, too. Just fire straight through the smoke, killing off MBK, and then Envious are scrambling to get into defense positions in time. Pasha in the perfect position, but Kenny S will actually get the kill on him as well.
Don't know how he's doing this, but great kills from him so far. Kenny S takes down 2 of the VP players. Happy just having a little spam for the smoke here, unable to land any shots there, and this should be a foregone conclusion now as Kenny S gets out of that. I don't think he even has any bullets left in his CZ to actually finish the job off. But Happy just wants 1 kill before going down. And if he can find an AK, that'd be great for them going into the next one. But I don't see that happening. Kaz should be able to find the kill here. They're going to take the safe option and just fall back here. He's taking the AKs with him as well. I like this. Making sure he doesn't take any chances there.
Keep it as far away as possible. Doesn't know how low Happy may be. Happy's actually pretty close to picking up that AK because he pushed it towards him, but he's still waiting and watching.
I like the Happy's Deagle now. It's called Team Solo Wrecked. Like he's actually renamed his Deagle after last week's antics in DreamHack London. That's pretty funny. I didn't notice that before, but well done to him. It's got to go down in history with one of the biggest players of all time, so why not? But here we go then. So Envious do get a full buy finally. They get the incendiaries out. Not going to have the AWP this time. They're going to be going in straight up for their 5 rifle buy. I think this is good. They need to play a standard round here. Don't have to force the issue too much, I don't think. Just work the rifles, work the crossfires. Let's see how this one goes down. VP once again getting that B control. Envious not want to actually go down there and actually get down there in their faces. A lot of teams will opt to do that. It seems like they actually play a lot more passively and allow VP to have an information at least and that control at the start of the round.
But VP still don't have an opening into the side. Then again with Pasha, he's up so far again. Like his play on Banana has been absolutely stupendous, but Envious having Molotovs and nades and flashes.
This is it. Now that
this time it's harder.
They just need to wait now for the T's to do that execution. This time the difference is they have those incendiaries to separate the T's and do damage. Let's see how this works out.
And Snack's really just trying to poke through holes without having to move up, cleaning out the bedroom and apartments. But Envious are fine with this. Like, we're down to 50 seconds. VP still haven't made the play. They haven't even decided whether they're taking the bomb yet. They're still sitting back at the stairs near T-spawn. They're going to come up and try and attack into mid. Snacks gets that entry kill over on Kyo, and they do really clean up now. VP, they've managed to clean up the entire A site. There's no players left from Envious over there. It's just MBK as well as Happy. And they're bringing the bomb now towards the A site. Pasha still playing this floating role. It'll bring down MBK. And Happy, well, he can sit right now over in the laundry, but where's he meant to go from here?
This is looking a little bit of a problem for Envious now. They're not actually getting any frags apart from that one. There's not going to be anything.
And that one.
I was going to say, right, this is going to be a perfect round.
You hit the caster curse, man.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. But there we go. Happy does get taken down. The Envious are actually, the synergy we spoke about in the first half doesn't seem to be working out for them this time. Like, they're not actually getting the frags off each other. As soon as the CT goes down, you expect the frag to be coming in and that exchange to happen. But VP going into these situations perfectly. Maybe this is the time now for Envious to actually get that banana control, get pushed down. But now you can see Kenny S mixing it up. They're going for another force by MBK on the CZ. Kenny S going for the AWP pick. He got locked out with his smoke last time and going to be made redundant once again. They have to change up and work out what he's going to do to this next round.
And this is such a heavy investment from Envious. They really just want to end this.
Yeah.
Like, they've been so close for so long, but they just can't end it. Now, the Molotov's going to clean up sandbags. VP, to again maintain control of top banana, which is also what Envious was. That's what they were capable of doing in the first half.
It's more of the same here. 2-1-2 setup for VP, just trying to work out whether they can just get those easy frags again. Just going up in certain choke points together seems to be working out for them very well. No, like I said, no frags actually being returned by Envious so far. Happy is going to leave his teammate on the bomb side there.
Here comes that three-man push again, up through the mid. They leave the bomb behind, but they just try and find the initial kill, and then the banana players can just rotate in and bring the bomb with them. They smoke up over on Archer side, they Molotov'd up to cheap corner. There's still smokes and nades coming over towards the B side, which is why the rotation started happening. But with Kenny getting that initial kill, maybe he's got time for the rest of his team. The Molotov has actually just caught VP out as he picks up a second kill over, this time over on Bialy. Third one in detached before Pasha finally puts him down.
There we go. That was a masterclass from Kenny S. That takes down the bomb as well, so they know it's going to be towards the area.
Look up!
Not going to work out for him, so that could have been the chance for him to get back in that round. But that's just, they needed someone to step up in this CT half. It's been so many rounds in a row they've actually dropped now. Kenny S finds some form with the AWP, finds 3 frags, takes the bomb down, and finally gets them to map point here. So this is where the pressure's been released now, at least. They know they're going to overtime. They can kind of breathe easy now. It's going to be 5 rounds required in a row for VP. Can't afford to drop anything now. And it has to be said that T-side has been very strong so far, but
after Kenny S's movement, you want to see aggressive. He goes with a pick straight from window. Can't connect the shot, however, backs up straight away. This has really slowed down VP, though. They were looking to push aggressively up second mid, and that's just ground to a halt.
Okay, with a shotgun in hand there as well, so he's going to be trying to make that work. Shotgun definitely become a lot more prevalent recently in current meta, so definitely don't count him out of this round to see how it goes down. 5 AKs for the terrorist side. Once again, getting that top banana control. And that's so good because it means the CTs don't have information at that point. And when you do go back to middle, they can't really justify their rotations too easily. They don't know where you're going to be going towards. But Kenny S now, much more passive setup this time. He's going to be playing towards the library. And Happy assists his teammate there, which is going to smoke towards the top of the banana. Bomb still down towards T steps. As Neo leads a charge towards middle, just trying to work out whether there's any CTs waiting for them.
Snacks. Did he see him up? I don't think he caught a glimpse.
It's very hard angle to see that one.
Running on the rails of okay, yeah, now Apex is down inside that graveyard area. And it looks like VP have just had enough of this. They're going to commit properly over towards the B side. So in come the Molotovs. It's perfect positioning. Actually pushing MBK out. And he has to move back to the back of the site near quad. And Happy Okay, that was a big kill for Pasha. Now they've actually opened up the CT approach. The nade's in behind, and he's so low. He's been burnt out. He's been naded up. Now goes for the plant, and they do actually have the openings. Keo, the last man left alive for the CTs, and VP, you never count these guys out. They are the comeback kings. And right now they are 4 rounds away from forcing out an overtime up against Envious here on map 2.
That's actually a really big round for them to win, right? Because now that win streak has actually disappeared from, well, that loss bonus, I should say, has disappeared from Envious. They're actually going to the next round for $1,400. They haven't saved any rifles there. So there's going to be a difficult situation now. It won't be a double eco, but I would say they probably definitely want to take 1 eco here at least. They can probably justify a few PT50s, maybe a CZ. But this is the point now where I was kind of joking before about the force buys. This is the stage you don't want to be doing. This is where you can potentially throw the game. So take some discipline here, take the eco on the chin, and then we can work out what goes on from there. Like I said, they have got the overtime in the bag, so it's not a huge deal, I guess, but they want to make sure it doesn't get to that situation after such a strong first half.
Well, you kind of got your wish. It is just a couple of upgraded pistols and only 1 bit of armor over on Apex. But Virtus Pro, they're armed to the teeth. Molotovs, flashes, nades, everything they want, as well as the 5 set of AKs. And they're going to use these bullets to their advantage, try and clean everyone out. If you know Envious is going to be on this eco, got to clean out the bedroom, going to clean out these nice tight corners where you could use the CZ or potentially Zeus.
We saw last round as well how clinical DP has been about flushing these CTs out of position. You saw MBK having a hell of a time just getting Molotov out of the barrels there, and then moved back to new box and gets naded down. It's just like, it was horrible, and then just VP reading it so well there. But now once again doing that very slow play, like I said, flushing them out again. But Keo opens it up, Desert Eagle headshot onto Snacks. That's going to help. And now what's that going to force the terrorist side to do? Going to make their way around to the arch side. Kenny S waiting with the CZ now. A great angle here as well. Could work out for him.
He got some quick kills on that side previously. It's a lot closer though, and this time Neo using the corner of the wall just to bang through and kill off Kenny S. And Keo, there's the 2 for now with that Deagle. Needs to find a lot more, and he can't actually have vision. Actually gets the tank through the smoke. He's done a lot of work from down here inside the pit. Finds another one. Can he get the hit? No, he cannot. Pasha will finally put an end to his spree with that Deagle. Happy tried to make a play up through mid, but that won't work either. It's a 1-on-2, and it's still a great eco here for Envious. It's not going to completely cripple VP's economy, but at least it's going to make him work hard for the round.
So VP fighting back now. The round's getting a little bit scary, obviously, this is map point, but they cling on. Kiyashima making things a bit more interesting with the double Desert Eagle headshot there, but not going to amount to the victory just yet. As we go into round number 28 now, we can see this buy coming in from MBS. They have 1 Famis on Happy, and they do have a couple of incendiaries, but only 1 kit. So VP, I think they need to keep doing more of the same. They're doing so well at just taking the map, dissecting it piece by piece, getting control of Banana, going up to middle, flushing the CTs out, and that's working so well for them. MBS really having a hard time actually countering this. So.
And they keep getting entry fragged as well. Like VP, they come up, and it's not just this simple tag and back out. Which is really, for me, surprising, because Pasha has done such a great job again. I know I keep flagging this, but
Pasha just he's got so much confidence in that area now. Most teams will take about 25 seconds before they can even get to the top. They're just running straight up now. They know they've got so much control of this. They've rattled the CT side, and now the smoke's coming in from the CTs. That's quite an early smoke to go down, so they can just wait for that to come down. They know they're probably in a very good situation there. Show some presence towards A bomb site, pull back towards B. You know you've baited that quite a lot of utility already, and this should be more the same for BP now. That gives the smoke to CD spawn. Here
they got the rotation. They actually got the rotation. There's still 3 players from MBS over on this A side as VP come in, but MBK doing some serious work from the back, already claiming out 3. Bialy is so low, a breeze will kill him off, and MBK, he'll pick up a 4th, and maybe single-handedly finally puts an end to Inferno. Snaximus is the last man left alive. And are they going to actually give MBK the 5? No, they won't. Kenny S will take the last one. But finally, Envious are able to wrap up Inferno on their CT half after what was a blinder of a T side.
So after the pistol, the only 2 rounds that Envious actually won there, so Kenny S gets a 3 or 4 man, I can't remember which was, and then MBK getting a 4K. I think they got a little bit lucky there. They got so many rounds in the first half. Had they gone CT there, it looked like they weren't really turning up on the server as well. So good win for them. Can't take anything away from that. But that second half, a little bit disappointing after such a successful first half campaign.
Yeah, that it was. And that's one of those things where VP, like, you never want to underestimate them. There's going to be those times where maybe you play a little bit more defensively just because VP can do things like this to you. And it just happened to you as well, so it's going to be fresh in your mind.
This is the thing as well, like VP towards the end of that game as well, they're just getting up to the top of Banana. It wasn't even a case of, okay, we need to expend some grenades to get to the top. They knew they had just rattled the CT so completely, would just working this map so well, get to the top of Banana, throw some smokes in, dissect middle, get up there, and then see what you can do. Molotovs were so prevalent on the T side as well. They're actually making sure they were flushing all the CTs out, and it was really great to watch. Unfortunately, the first half for Envious was even better. They weren't doing as, what's the right adjective? I'm going to go with beautiful CS. They were like VP were doing some really nice like textbook CS stuff. Envious were just relying basically on their actual raw talent and aim there. They're staying in that four-man formation we see so much from them, and that was actually really impressive to watch from them. Apex almost 30 kills in the first half. Happy collecting all the rotations as well. But yeah, that's the map Envious we expected them to take, and they do it in style.
Yeah, that they do. Of course, the style will continue soon. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll come back with the analysts as we look forward to map 3.
Check this out.
Welcome back to the Gfinity Champion of Champions here at EGX 2015. My name is Lycan, Richard Lewis, Thorin on the desk. Guys, that game, I mean, Envious took a pretty hefty lead, and then they gave it away.
Yeah, so I was like all geared up to be like, okay, that's gonna exactly the way I said it would. You know, ridiculous T side from Envious, Apex in God mode again. Like he's just entry fragging left, right, and center, ridiculous amount of kills, and then I think it was what 13-2 at half time.
Something like that.
Yeah, and then you go into the second half, and you're like, right, okay, just close this one out, make it easy on yourself. But we also did say, Virtus Pro, no slouches when it comes to the terrorist sides themselves, and they were really pushing Envious all the way. In the end, Envious limp across the finish line of what's meant to be a comprehensive and definitive map for them. So very unconvincing, it's got to be said overall. I will say it would have been an absolute travesty if Apex had finished on the losing side after that first half performance, because it is a CT-sided map. So, yeah, bit of a... I don't know, big concerning if you're an Envious fan right now, but Virtus Pro, you know, they know that they can get those T rounds rolling, and they're going to be pretty confident going into this because Virtus Pro has the better record on this map.
It actually reminded me of what we saw in the DreamHack London final, where TSM and Envious, both really good T-side teams on Inferno, that's what they're really going head-to-head with. And so even when one got a really good start, you had to wait to see what the other had to deliver on his T-side before you knew who actually got the better half. Obviously, that time, it shouldn't have been possible for Virtus Pro to be even in that game. Not only 13 T rounds, but as you said, at one point, I think it was only like a few rounds in, he was, what's his name? Apex was on something like 18 kills, what was it, like 10 rounds. It was absolutely bonkers. And I remember there was a round where it was like a 2v2, and Snacks even came up, and he was literally just like aiming right on him, and Apex just killed everyone in like a matter of seconds. So, yeah, when you consider how badly he played in the final at DreamHack London, where he had the really bad stats, but kind of wasn't noticed because of how great Kenny S was.
It was negated by Kenny.
This really made up for that, and he really carried them, because you think to yourself, if he even plays slightly less well here, VP actually probably just win the game outright, because it's not like it was just Envious, like chilling, unable to close. It's the fact that they switched sides as well. And on the CT side, they weren't so good. They gave up rounds as well to TSM when they were on CT side at DreamHack London. VP obviously was very good on their T side. I mean, I think this just shows that in this series, that's why I thought the train first map was so dangerous, because I don't think there are freebie maps for Envious in that sense. Like, I don't think there's any that they can go, yeah, we're definitely going to thrash VP on that. That's what I mean. All these ones now have got some element of danger.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there was one map, it was that one.
Should have been,
and it looked to be going to the script, but worrying times. Envious are going to have to really step up a level collectively here to beat Virtus Pro on this map, which historically has been very kind to them.
Right. What this handily is they took the T side and then getting onto the CT side, and that's where, as you guys mentioned, it's a CT favored map. That's where they started to really give things away. Do you think that that's kind of like a mental thing that we might unfortunately see coming into Mirage?
Well, I don't think so much about the mentality. All the pro teams, they're very good at resetting. In fact, actually, it's probably Virtus Pro that's more likely to have a meltdown, as evidenced by the 16-0 on Cash in Valencia. They're quite historically famous for, you know, having a bit of bickering and a bit of friction. That's one of the things about their team. And people say it all the time. The only team that beats Virtus Pro is Virtus Pro. But in this instance, there's none of that there. There doesn't seem to be any of that there in all of their most recent performances. They're just a gutsy team. Now, both of these teams have similar strengths in that, even though most maps have this sort of inherent CT bias, or they're about evens, they're about balanced, there aren't any maps that are just runaway T-sided. I think having a strong T side is worth its weight in gold. Both of these teams have that, as evidenced by the last map. So on Mirage, it's going to come down again to little moments, fractions. Who's going to make a mistake? Who's going to land their shots? Who's going to deploy the smokes perfectly for the executes? This is going to be a really, really close map. And I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Thorin's onto something based on what I saw in Inferno. I'm still going to back my team, but I think this is going to be an absolute slog on Mirage here.
I actually think these next two maps are going to be more in line with what we saw in Inferno. No one will win them one-sided, but the thing is, in theory, every map in general is supposed to be CT-sided in CSGO at the moment. But actually, when you see these teams like Envious, like VP, they're so good on the T side that they can flip that and they can win T-halves. Now, when it comes to Mirage itself, I know VP can win both halves of this game. They're really good on both. They can have the crazy CT that just bullies you completely. I mean, we saw that when they obviously were playing against Fnatic. We've seen them do that to crazy effect. We've also seen them win T-sides. I think the real question mark's Envious on this map. Like, I get the feeling they can be good on it, but it's the fact that even going back into the past Envious lineup, they never really liked this map. This never really was one they adapted to and liked that much, which is weird because I think it displays a lot of tendencies actually with Inferno, which obviously was one of their home maps. I think this one and Cash are going to just be kind of like Inferno. It's going to be T-side clinics. Whoever has the better T-side, that is who will win this game.
Yeah, and just want to take a moment as well to appreciate the individual performance of Snacks there. That was an almost comeback that was really spearheaded by him. Now, just prior to ESL Dubai, he was a player that had been in a real bad run of form, the worst since he joined the team. At the last Gfinity we saw, he was incredibly poor, big question marks about his performance. He went to ESL Dubai and he was on another level, another plane of existence compared to all the players that he was going up against. Was just a dominant force, and he was doing it against, they're all elite level teams, world's best. There was no easy games out there. And he's carried that form into this tournament as well. He's just put on a masterclass on the T side of how to get picks, entry frags, mop-up kills, just doing everything. I think he was a little bit unlucky as well, because there was one moment when he was on the CT side of Inferno where it looked like he'd landed an AWP shot, and it didn't quite seem...
missed, yeah.
Yeah, and it looked to me like it might have gone through him. I don't know. Like, I think 'cause they were jumping and stuff. But anyway, so perhaps a little bit of bad luck there. And if you think about how the game swung, an extra round here, an extra round there would have made all of the difference. But certainly Snax is somebody that on Mirage, this is where he's always pulled out big performances for Virtus Pro. He's so good at using the smoke and using the terrain on this map to just good effect, to sort of just waste time and get clutches and do the unthinkable. Just, you know, like, yo, I'm just going to push through a smoke and kill 2 people. People aren't expecting it. This is a map where Snax is always performing, so it's going to be really interesting to see whether he continues to do that.
I thought something that was really cool to see is we've discussed the Zeus a few times now, and we really saw it come out in that game, especially in the early game, not just in eco rounds, but we also saw people using the Zeus, I believe Apex as well, just to get quick kills in the early game before anyone had an economy.
Yeah, and look, that as we said, that's becoming part of the meta now. You know, pros... Like Valve create an arena basically when they do a patch, when they do an update, and they change the costs of guns and weapons, and they change how effective certain weapons are. It's always professional players that perfect that landscape. And clearly the Zeus is going to be a very vogue weapon. It's very desirable. It represents great value for money. I don't think you're going to see it on Mirage quite so much. I don't think the map necessarily lends itself to that. Although there are 1 or 2 spots you might see it deployed. Certainly Inferno's a bit more close range and a bit more closed off, so it plays to the Zeus's strengths, but it's a viable buy for $100. There's just no doubt about it. I mean, what else are you going to get? Like, you know, flashbang or something? You know, a decoy? It's just worth the investment.
It's also the fact that, like, especially if you use it on CT side, on a map like Inferno, you can pick an angle where they can only come at you from one range, which is right around some stairs or something. And then I think also the concept is if you get the kill and you actually have a rifle, on the rare occasions people use it like that, we haven't used any rifle bullets. So it's not like they then just swarm you and you have, like, say, the M4A1, you only have 10 bullets left and they can swap. Well, you still get your whole clip. So I think it hasn't quite fully been decided how people are going to use it. Like, at the moment, I will say it's not like people get kills all the time with it. It's not so overpowered in that sense. Even the best players don't get kills all the time. So I think at the moment, people are still figuring out themselves when it's appropriate to use it and when it's not. And sometimes they don't always make the right choice, I don't think.
Yeah. On a slightly lighter note, how about the name of the Deagle on Happy's?
I did pick up on that. Now, Envious, they always have funny names on their guns. I was going to let Thorin make an obvious joke there about my girlfriend bought me this. Don't lie to us, Kenny.
You know what?
You're single.
You know what Happy's USPS is called?
Yeah, I know. It's Thorin is Baguette. I've seen that as well. So they do name their guns ridiculous things, but of course...
After his hero?
Yeah, obviously. He called his Deagle of Team Solo Wrecked, I believe it was, which is appropriate given what he did to them in London just recently. Yep. But we haven't seen a replication of that form yet, really. Envious haven't got going, with the exception of that Apex half.
Yeah. So let's talk about predictions as far as who's going to give up X number of rounds. Who do you think is going to take the game? And then what do you think the split's going to be?
Even to this day, I still think that very, very few teams in the entire world should ever try to mess with Virtus Pro on this map, Mirage. I think it's almost a map built for them. They're so good on both sides. I think so only a couple of teams can go head-to-head with them. I think it's teams like Na'Vi, they can do it. So I actually think this is going to be a strong Virtus Pro win. I'm going to go like 16-11, 16-10, I think, because I assume, I mean, Envious try to hype it, like, listen, this is a map that we've been working on. I mean, just from the way they say it, like Mirage, like they think that they love this map. I don't. They might like it against other people. They don't want any part of Virtus Pro on this map. So I'm thinking 16-10 to Virtus Pro. Yeah,
I mean, traditionally, I would agree with Duncan. You know, Virtus Pro have been so good on this map down the years. I don't know. I got a good feeling that Envious are just going to have something up their sleeve here. They know they've got to expand their map pool. That was pretty much all that was missing from them becoming a truly elite level team, a team that could really challenge Fnatic for that #1 spot. I've got to believe that Happy has done that and has put the work in with his team on this particular map. So yeah, I think this is going to be another close attritional slog, but I'm just going to give it to Envious 16-13.
All right. Let's talk about the map real quick. Let's say you're T-side, right? What is a tactic that you can use to get a really good momentum, you know, to kind of catch your opponent off?
Well, it's all circumstantial. What I will say is that that's key to this map. Certainly, it's something I've mentioned a few times. Is mid control seems to be so vitally important to it, and that's why a strong AWPer is the best way, often to take control of that mid area. You'll find that you'll place or if you're CT, you'll place your AWPer in the window. If you're terrorist, you rely on your AWPer to basically go aggressive and get some picks there, and that'll be a sort of a little mini duel in itself. Now, fast eco executes onto the B side, where you come through it's sort of a kitchen area, an apartments area. You run past that, and you can drop down into that B area. That can be good for a quick plant to get your money sorted out. So, I mean, there are things that you can do. Obviously, as well, the kind of A split where you come from Palace and you come from ramp simultaneously with some good smokes on the site. These are things that all good terrorist sides can execute very well. And, of course, both of these teams can do that. So I expect to see them flawlessly executed during the course of this game.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. And we are about to go into game number 3 of Team Virtus Pro versus Team Envious. This is going to be third game. It's tied 1-1. Let's see how they do. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back for map number 3. It is going to be Mirage. As the guys were saying, it's a very VP stylish map. Like, they love to play on this, but what do you actually consider from Envious? Like, how are they meant to go against them?
We saw them play this a couple of times at DreamHack London, and it's going to be a very similar story to what we saw in Inferno. It's the same sort of mentality going into it. They won't be doing too many set pieces. We won't see too many walls of smoke from them, but they're very good at getting the mid control, staying together as a unit, pincering the A bomb side from Palace, from lower ramp, and then going in for the connector as well. You'll see a lot of that sort of stuff going on. So that's what they'll be relying on, making sure they stay in that fragging pack and having Happy on the rotations as well. That will be something that will be key for them. But VP is on this map, especially on the CT, it's another one like Train where they set up the fortress. It's really difficult to break down what they're doing. They're very mobile. They can be dynamic. They push up middle a lot. They break down terrorist defenses, which is weird because the CT side is supposed to be the defensive side, but actually they bring the game to the Ts a lot of the time. So that's going to be a really interesting factor here. But we do have to say, we favour VP on this one, but I don't count MVS out of this one at all. I think this is a good matchup for them. I think it's better than Train. After what I saw from them at DreamHack, I think this is actually a decent map for them. So we can see what they can do. We saw them take them Dignitas on this one, and we'll see what they can do on this one. So let's see on the screen right now. Mirage, and we have 2 more maps. It's going to be Cash or Cobblestone. Potentially, I really wouldn't be surprised if this one went to map number 5, Toby.
But if it does, well, we might get some wonderful words in our ear about how long we are actually allowed to stay here if we have to come back tomorrow to end this up.
9 o'clock curfew.
Yep, 9 o'clock curfew. We all have to get our boys back into bed nice and early on. But it's, for me, I think you're right. Like, let's see how VP play this map out. It's actually kind of what I was hoping. I know we're never going to get it in this competition to have something like Overpass come through for VP, because the way they play Connector is just so beautiful. It's a little bit different with the way Underpass works here on Mirage, but I'd like to see how well that mid control works, be it from the riflers, from the movement up with smokes or flashes, or be it with the AWP battle in mid, which is always a fun spectacle.
Well then, here comes the 9th round. It's getting a bit of a boring thing to say now, but the CT side is obviously going to be favoured here going into this series.
Well, is it? Maybe it's not after what happened on Inferno. You want to come in?
Yeah, that was really interesting to see how both teams are so dangerous. I think that the analyst desk actually touched on that so really well, is the fact that these teams are so individually skilled together, they actually can turn these CT-sided maps into T-sided affairs just through the use of the stronger rifle, the AK-47. But was that VP the one that round?
Yeah, that VP won and they decide to switch. So they'll move to the CT side here and force Envious into the T side.
So we'll see how the pistol round goes down. On Train, we saw Envious slow things down. They actually didn't get the bomb down. I'd like to see them actually just do the simple play here. Utilize the 5-man Glock setup you can do and get the armor, go in with a 1-player on utility, smoke off 1 key choke point, and just guarantee themselves a bomb plant. That's what I'd like to see from them there. And then they can actually have that post-plant situation and get themselves back into it. But here we go then. We go into map number 3. It's going to be Mirage. Envious starting on the T side. They have got 4 sets of armor, 1 utility player in the form of MBK. And the CTs now going to have 3 sets of armor themselves. Nothing too aggressive coming out for them just yet. The T's just holding back for that initial CT aggression, but not going to come. Actually, you can
well,
see
it
this.
is. It's coming down
right.
T-slope. You always have to keep your eyes peeled on Taz. He is the man that likes to just push it out a little bit further, and he's pushed out far enough that he's got enough information that Envious aren't setting themselves up for an A move, that they do at least have that guy jumping down window now. So it's, I think it's Neo who made that jump. Taz to take a little bit of chip damage on the way out.
Yeah, well, you can see that Neo's going to be pushing through Palace as well towards the A side. So there's the first frag. He takes down Happy. That's the lurking player there. So
here they come, though. Bialy Silent yet deadly. The nade flies out to start where they won't see it. They're too busy with Pasha, and Bialy's able to claim 2 before he'll drop. This still will allow Envious 2 players on that B side as well as the bomb with them. But Virtus.pro are coming in not too quickly. They're being very, very patient, not giving up too much. Neo moving in now through apartments, which is where Envious just vacated. And Taz, 7 life only, but Neo's in the perfect position. Oh, he missed an opening shot over on Keo. He needs to finish the job. Actually, he'll have Snacks come in and help him out. Now MBK, he trapped himself inside of Kitchen, so VP have the side. They're doing the defuse as well. The one man with the kick gets the job done, and MBK will drop. VP taking the first round here on CTs.
So really nice play there. The CTs normally do have to push one key point on the map. Just to get some information, we saw Taz do that onto the lower ramp on A. He pushed through, like you said, didn't get any confrontation there, so he's able to give the call. Okay, guys, you can stay at B for now. Expect the B push. They came in, they found a couple of frags there, and they've got the lurker in terms of Happy as well, top of middle. So fantastic stuff from them, but it's not over yet. They're not out of the woods. Envious going for a force buy here, full set piece on its way. They've got the smokes, they've got the force buy, Tech 9 and armor as well. So this round is really difficult to hold off. You can see the CT's getting nice and close here. They are expecting it. This is really nice from VP, actually. They are aware of what may be coming towards them.
And they're here with so much spam as well. Like, okay, Apex at least able to get through. Taz, they actually find more. They get through and take out Snacks as well. This is really problematic for Virtus.pro. They have to start the rotation. Maybe that MP7 spray from Bialy is able to find at least Keo, but there's a lot more Envious players on this side. They got that P90 now in the hands of Happy too. Neo needs that initial pick, looking over towards Tetris, looks away at the wrong time. Now he gets the information. As it's Apex playing that Tetris side, they're lining themselves up a little bit easier, but now out from Firebox, MPK. Now he makes his play, but Neo can't finish the job, and Happy and MPK, they do the work. And the buy, it is worth it. They managed to take back the second round.
Mirage definitely is one of these maps where you do the Tech 9 buy with the smokes. It's so hard to hold off. You see VP trying to react to it, getting close up with the P90s, but it was just too much. The flash execution from Envious is really impressive. You see the CT's having a real tough time actually getting any sort of info there, but they will force buy into this themselves to get the scouts on Neo. He did great work on this on Train. Can he replicate that success here as the T's go a much more passive setup this time? Snacks pushing up onto lower ramp though. And BK just waiting for him as well, seeing if he can ascertain what may be being presented to him this round.
But nothing's being presented just yet. Snacks, how Happy's actually, he's almost going to get careful. Like, they could flank into that A side very, very easily. Now that rotation's coming back as Taz is coming in. Keo's already managed to get that kill on Neo, and now Happy as well. The early frags coming the way of Envious. Taz can't do any work with the Deagle. There's only one revenge kill that came out from Bialy. And for that, he's managed to grab himself an AK, so that's not too bad. So they've got the AK and the scout. If they want to save this for the next round, they could do so.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only option they have here. Like, the bomb's going to be going down very shortly. They've got control of the A bomb side. They're not going to be taking any risks here. They want to make sure they clean it out properly before they send the bomb into that situation. So you can see the recon players there just working out what's going on. Bialy, like I said, has got the AK in hand. He gets a headshot. But actually handles the situation pretty well as he takes down Kenny S, but they've got the idea as to where the players are lying now.
He dropped down to 13 life, yet still had the audacity to peek twice. The confidence that only comes from a VP player.
The headline is that Envious do get the second round in a row, and the analyst desk will talk about this all day long. The force buys from Envious, like, it's one of the things as like a vanilla CS player, I would say, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. You want to play the percentages, make sure you have the guns. But these guys, the percentages, you can't really base it on general CS. You have to kind of think of these guys. They are so strong individually. They can make those guns work for them. And now they get themselves in a great position, going up 2-1 on the terrorist side of Mirage. And this is how they got such a strong side in Inferno as well. So let's see if they can carry on this momentum here. The guns are safe for VP, so they get the AK and the scout, so they'll be very useful going into this next round.
But look at Kenny S. He just absolutely loves this. You can have your scout. He's going to upgrade it and go for an AWP.
Okay. That's interesting. Well, I guess they know that there's some guns are saved there, so this is actually a decent investment. They can slow the pace right down again, wait for that initial aggressive push from the CTs, and then Kenny S can just start dissecting the map at that stage.
Look how fast he moves too. If he gets this initial pick off on the car player on B side, this is really going to limit the movement of B. And in fact, Pasha! He's the man with the jumping scout that takes out Kenny S. And Keo's not quite sure he can regain that AWP.
Okay, that's a really big pick because normally that was so much more viable before the hitboxes were fixed. Now they are. That should have favored Kenny S, but that shot from Pasha, what the hell? Takes down the AWP player. Happy trying to respond now, and he does as well. Takes down Taz on the A bomb side. Maybe able to get 2 here, but just falls back safely. And that's good work from him, and Snacks tries to respond as well. MBK gets the second kill onto the A site, and now Neo getting himself in a pretty favorable situation here now.
Neo able to find one. He's running out of bullets, though. Switching over towards the knives and can't actually get the kill. Pasha, however, able to find another frag. Getting into Happy. So he hasn't managed to regain that off, which was dropped, but Bialy from range with the AK. It's all up to Keo, and there's heavy investment. Keo is the man who's holding onto this ult for now, but this is not a safe round. He's got the bomb. But the question is, can he plant the A site? And the answer is no. Pasha going absolutely huge. 3 in the round, the initial frag on the very aggressive AWPing move of Kenny S, and then finishing it up.
That was really crazy. That first frag just really summed it up. You saw the terrorist team get really rattled by that, probably questioning what the hell just happened. How did Pasha get that shot onto me? But there he goes. That's the first pick that started the crumble of the terrorist side down, and VP get themselves back into the series. 2-2 now. And you can see the bite still is going to be there for MVS. Not so strong this time. Apex could be on the Tech 9. They have got full smokes though. We saw the XQ coming in last time, but now Kiyoshima is going through underpass. Snack's going to be aware of this though. He's going to be the first vision of the terrorist team. He actually managed to get that frag. He should get answered back here though. Gets taken down, and NBS actually finds 2 frags of their own. Now it's a 3-on-3. Bialy taking down Apex. Bombs down towards middle, but you see the T's have got control of connect that, but Taz actually takes that away from them.
Yeah, Taz with the crossfire, he's got keeping the T-slope player, which is Happy at bay, but MBK is just going huge on the other side of the map. The bomb is still lost to connector, and this is the problem. Taz having to be caught in the middle of a reload. Gets out to safety. Now he goes to the shutdown. MBK finally being dropped. That Happy on 1 HP. That's all he's got in the bag right now. He's got 77 armor to go with that, but that's not going to help him. But Taz is on 7. It is the mortally wounded at the moment, battling against each other in the last 38 seconds.
Let's see what Taz can do with this. I'm not sure he is aware he has control of the bomb. Making his way onto short now. Happy going to find perfect timing as he makes his way to CT spawn. He's only got 30 seconds now. So he's putting himself in a difficult position. He has to go and retrieve that bomb, and you can see he's realised that now. 20 seconds remain, and now Taz has got full control of this situation. It's his to lose. Easy to work out how he can keep Happy away from that bomb. That smoke should have worked out better for him. It's actually going to benefit Happy, but Taz through the smoke gets the 3rd round on the board with Virtus Pro, and what a clutch that was. That was such a huge round, and you can see that could affect the economy of both teams. So that's really, really big. This is a chance now for VP to get some momentum built up and to start to build that fortress we know they can bring on the CT side. It's going to be a very difficult prospect now for MVS to get into this one. They will be force buying once again. So CZs, Tech 9s, and they've got the full smokes, and you would assume they're going to do that set piece onto A with the smokes once again. So why not? It worked so well in the second round, so let's give it a go this time.
VP aren't really in the greatest position for this. They've got 2 players that can quickly rotate over towards the stairs, but they're not fully prepared. There's only 1 player, which is Taz, on the site. But at the same time, he's got Molotovs and 2 flashes, so if they try and do this, they're going to be blind MVS. In fact, Taz waiting it out just next to the firebox, but the rotation's over. Haven't worked just yet. Taz still laying in wait. He finally finds the kill, and it's a big one too, over on the bomb carrier. A 3-on-3 situation. Happy, completely blind, made his way over towards the stairwell. Where the hell do they go from here? They've lost too many. Happy's the last man left alive. Actually down in jungle now. But Pasha, well, he's not quite sure. He still thinks he's coming in from the side. The blinding does come in. He's spraying towards connector, so he thinks that's where he came from. He was almost right. He did manage to connect a lot, and Happy through the wall will end up being brought down. So 4 rounds to 2. Not bad for an execute into A like that.
Oh no, not bad at all. They would have been better if they got the bomb down, but getting 3 frags like that, and it was just Taz. We talked about him being the lone man on the bomb side, but he bought his time so well that he's hiding and waiting for the perfect time. He wanted to see until he actually had vision of the bomb before he showed his presence there, and he waited for it, got 2 kills, and locked down that situation for VP.
MBK is taking a while to move. Now he's only just moved, so Envious may be a bit of debating about where they want to go, because they started running towards B and then they switched back over to A.
They can't really justify much of a buy this time. They can get Desert Eagles, but they haven't got any smoke grenades. All 5 players heading towards the A side. It's going to be 4 players in Palace actually here, so you'd assume they're going to wait at the end, get flashed over, and try and force another bomb plant here, but it's a round you think they probably shouldn't be winning now.
This time though, VP are in the right position. Like they pop up that flash as well. Taz going to get blinded. Can they charge down far enough? Neo's got a good crossfire happening as Taz keeping T-Slip at bay, but Kenny as well as Apex, they find some openings. They haven't managed to regather any of these weapons yet as this little bit of crossfire Still hasn't kicked in properly yet. They lose Bialy. Now Pasha is able to move up. There's one player left alive, Happy, sitting on the side. Pasha will see him and just tag him up. But it'll be Snacks that finishes the job. 5 rounds to 2. VP. Still not a very safe round for them.
This is it. It's actually turning out to be very expensive rounds for VP. That's a huge problem for them. Their money's not great. I don't think they can actually get an AWP. And the headline here is Kenny S has picked one up. And this is a great chance. And they know the CT economy is probably pretty rattled by those 2 eco rounds, taking 3 or 4 players every single time. But now, just waiting for that aggressive push here. This is what I was talking about. So VP going up middle. Taz leading the charge here. Probably going to get flashed up. And Kenny S waiting for him, though. Misses it. A rare miss from Kenny S. Doesn't actually land a shot. Now Taz going to find that first frag and the bomb as he takes down Apex.
Man, Apex almost looked like he was trying to get the kill, even if the first shot from Kenny S failed. And they were punished for it pretty heavily. Now Taz spraying through that smoke and flash. Couldn't see anything. And, well, Bialy might also be in a little bit more trouble, but Snacks moving in from the side, and with Bialy, they mop it up and Happy again. The last man left alive for Envious. At least he's got 100 life and 100 armor this time around, but there's very little hope he can regain that bomb when it's stranded in mid.
Absolutely. 3-on-1. Happy with full HP and time, but I really don't favour him in this situation. Just to touch on that, so VP went for that aggressive play I discussed in the match build-up. Kenny S was waiting for it as well, and he misses a pretty easy shot considering his skill level. Doesn't land it and allows the frags to be exchanged there, and it all fell apart for Envious. There was a chance for them to get back into it, the player in underpass, but unfortunately the crossfire from Snacks saved his teammate and made it into this 3-on-1 situation. But 30 seconds still remain. There's a player on low HP on shore, but Happy's not going to be aware of that just yet as he smokes off connector.
He's worried more about window. He moves through connector and Pasha just sprays through. He got the call from Bialy that he moved into connector, and then it's just a simple spray and pray.
Well, here we go then. This is an interesting situation for Envious. We've seen them force buy into this game so many times, and it looks like they will be doing that once again. It's not going to be the best buy. They've got Gilils and only 1 smoke grenade as well. That's going to be a very difficult situation for them on a map like Mirage. They need to make sure they're actually getting into bomb sites very quickly, and then together with these flashbangs they may have, that's 1 smoke going down. You assume they're going to try and get short control now. Smoke off towards mid, and then try and get up very fast into that area. Let's see how this goes down for them. It's a very mid-heavy presence from the CTs as Taz goes down there to Kiyoshima.
That's going to need to make 1 hole inside the defense, but Bialy jumping back inside the connector. Apex trying to punish, but he's unable to do so. Bialy will end up taking out 2. MBK has rotated up on Cap, but Neo, okay, a little bit of a miss flash coming out from him, but either way, they're spraying again through it. This time it's going to be Pasha. Find the kill. Neo almost just a distraction play. Keo is still holding the mid, and Happy, he's that floater again.
Yep.
Trying to come up through T-slope, but Snacks is waiting for him. And the perfect time to actually duck away. Looks like Neo. Yep, there you go. Simple wrap-up for VP. They only lose 1 round this time, and we are going to have a timeout here from Envious because things are starting to get away from them.
Good call, I think. This is a difficult situation for them. The rounds they've won haven't been too convincing. I think it's been lost the pistol and then force ball back into it. So that's that same story that happened on Train, right? So their gun rounds so far have been pretty much non-existent. They're actually not getting the frags. It seems like VP are definitely controlling the game so far, but definitely not out of it yet. It's only been 10 rounds down, or 9 rounds going into the 10th, but Envious definitely need to change their mentality a little bit, I think. I think just to get themselves in a favourable situation. We saw how that set piece on Tway has been working out for them. Like, they can get the bomb down with the pistols. Let's give that a go on the gun round, for example, and see what they can do with that. They seem to be careful they're doing it at the right time. VP have shown they can push aggressively into the map. They want to make sure they actually push those CTs back first, gain control of the map first, and then they can go to something like a set piece on Tway. Right now, the frags don't seem to be coming in their favour in terms of the actual exchanges towards mid. It seems like Bialy, especially in their connector area, is going absolutely sick there and finding 2 or 3 frags almost every single time. So they need to just kind of, the approach is fine, dissect the map, work what the CTs are doing, and I'd like to see them go into that more set strategy.
Okay. I'm still wondering what's going to happen once the orbs start to arrive.
Well, this is it.
Because that hasn't happened yet.
Kenny has picked it up once, but it's had little impact.
It was the one time was that like Taz pushing up through the mid, and then he didn't hit the shot and ended up like losing control of the top.
Well, they read it perfectly, right? So they thought, okay, watch out, we're going to get the AWP. Watch out for the CT aggression. He was actually in the strongest position he possibly could have been in. Can't really die in that situation. Gets a great clear shot, misses that one, and then allows, once he misses that shot, the CTs then keep facing through smoke, take down a couple of frags, fall back, and it all kind of spirals out of control from there. But there we go. The tactical pause coming in, like we mentioned before. This slows down the momentum VP may be gaining right now just to kind of cool it down and work out and just have a nice, cool chat as to what may be going on. So this is a quasi buy now. This isn't a force buy. This means you can get pistols and armor and a few grenades, and you still have around 2k in the bank, which is fine because you get in with the loss bonus they've gathered. They can justify this, and it's like set play once again. It's not going to be too smoke heavy. So we have one flashbang on Apex, and the rest of the guys going through Palace right now. But Snack's in a very strong position to hold this one off. They want to make sure they deal with this with the flashbang before they actually execute. But here we go then.
He's going to have to get that Molotov off, but already Taz dropping down. Snacks looking for that crossfire over. As now, while the plant does go down, Envious with a great entrance. Okay. They've managed to take the side already.
Well, there we go then. Somehow that's worked out for them, but it's not over yet. Pasha does take down Keo, and the retake is on. He drops the incendiary onto the T player there in towards fireboxes, and that's going to be ironic. Wow, that's a great kill from him. Actually may cause some more damage there. The other T is remaining.
Happy and Apex are so low right now. There's no more grenades, but there's the bullets from Bialy looking for that last player over on Sandwich, or two last players, one Sandwich, one Box, but that's going to be 7-3. Envious finally able to strike back here on their T half.
So they take the pause, they go in for pretty much an eco round, they actually pistols and some body armor and a flashbang, and somehow get into the bomb site with no frags exchange whatsoever. They get 2 first kills, but now this is where it gets really interesting, right? Because VP go into this dual orb setup. This is where Pasha will be anchoring towards B, Neo will be the more mobile orb, and as I say that though, Bialy gets taken down by Apex, that headshot as he drops out of the mid window, and that's going to be a great opening round, or great opening kill I should say, to that terrorist side there. Wow.
Great choice from Envious as well. They actually switched the orb over to him because they knew Apex had the quicker movement, and then they switched it straight back over to Kenny S. Now they've established control of mid.
Yeah. It's a nice play from them, a good read, and that's the new hitboxes coming to fruition. Before that shot probably would have landed, and now we can see those kind of exciting plays actually work out a little bit more. Neo answers back though, takes down MBK, takes it down to a 4-on-4 situation. Happy takes down Neo, so now the advantage goes back towards the T side.
Yeah, but how long could they hold on to it? Pasha couldn't get the cross. They were running a double orb here on VP, hoping to get that perfect crossfire control from range. Now Taz is the man that has to grab up that orb, sees the player running across, takes too long on the shot. And that now means the bomb plant's going to go down, and they've lost control of CT stairs.
Now it's a very difficult retake of the CTs. No kits in hand. AWP on the retake. He's going to upgrade that to an AK-47. And Happy in his great position, making his way towards jungle as well. This could work out really well for them.
That's a quick flank too. He started this flank at the very start when they put the bomb down. Now with the grenade as well. Taz, not a healthy man, but he grabbed that AK, which one of the grenades which they threw on the site blew the AK over. And Taz is the last man left up. So he has to be able to find this initial kill. Finds it over on Apex. Needs a second one as well. Can he claim it? No, he cannot. Happy able to hold the line. And also hold on to that AWP at the end, and Envious now with back-to-back rounds.
So Bialy congratulating Apex in his shot there towards middle. Like you referenced, here is the great spawn Apex actually got himself, gets the AWP, goes towards middle and finds that aggressive play from Bialy trying to get into underpass. He gets punished for that, and that's really what controlled the round. Once they got in that 5-on-4 situation, it really did fall apart from there, and now they're going to be on the full eco. So Envious coming to life now on this T side. After that pause, they managed to get 2 in a row, so that just goes to show it's a perfect strategy really to do and actually slow down the pace of the game. And actually dancing the first leg shot there onto Bialy should make their way to the B bomb site now.
Grenade and Flash is also doing some work, but they haven't managed to get one of these players down yet for VP. So Kenny S jumps down with the Tech 9, not looking around behind him, and that's where Bialy can get a little bit of a revenge frag. It means the AWP gets dropped, but MBK is able to regather it.
Hello.
As Neo, oh! Hello! Stab in the back, shot in the face. And typical Neo stuff. 2 players left in for Envious.
Shadow daggers in the back there. Haven't seen much of those these games, but there we go. Straight in there. He takes down the bomb on there as well. So that's going to be decent money for Neo going into this round.
He was wondering, where the hell did you come from?
That was great. So now he actually boosts his money so much, he gets the AWP. And now you'd assume VP, they had the right mentality to double AWP setup. I liked it. They just kind of threw it away with that aggressive play from Bialy, losing his first frag. Something a little bit more aggressive now. Snacks smokes deep into the A round this time. And look, this is the set play I was talking from Envious. I wanted to see more of this. And there we go. The punish coming in just over the top of the smoke. Really clever from Snacks here. He's not done just yet. This is crazy. Why go for this? But why not when you can make that kind of frag happen for yourself? 5-on-3 now. Superb stuff from Snacks there.
Crazy thing is Snacks doing it as well. Instead of actually seeing someone like Taz make the same play, the Snacks did it perfectly.
Okay,
now he
at?
had the audacity to peek 3 times, and that is like twice is more than enough.
That's too much. When you get 2 frags, you've been too cheeky, but now look at this situation. It's a 3-on-3, and you'll be probably thinking, yeah, probably should have just fallen back there, but I can see Taz now fancies a chance, and this could work out for him if he just stays in that tight corner.
Happy's checking the corner, however, but Taz will win the gun battle. And Keo, he's a long way away from anything. He's hoping for some kind of rotation, but at the same time, Neo's watching the corner perfectly. Now, MBK able to get that initial kill over on Taz through the floorboards of Palace. And tries to pop Flash himself, either in or out. At this point, he hasn't decided quite yet. He's sitting on the edge of the fence. Akio, perfect timing to wait for Bialy to rotate. Now it's a 2-on-1. There's only one life over on Neon. One is not enough.
Oh, I'm really upset with Snacks. That was something, once you, okay, CS, right, when you're trying to win the rounds, I know it's like, it's cool to get loads of flashy kills and do some impressive stuff by yourself, but when you push once like that and you get the first kill, fine, you can justify going again, but when you get 2 frags, and there's so much on the line in this tournament, single elimination, you need to make sure every round counts, and he goes in for another kill there, and gets taken down, and actually gives Envious footing back into this game, and it's such a crucial round as well. Look at the economy for the CTs, it's broken once again. Happy opens up the Bialy, you can see the aggressive push from Pasha going to underpass, he gets taken down as well, 5-on-3, and that round was actually going to be huge in the context of the game.
As you said, harming VP's economy. They can at least regather that gun that Happy dropped all the way up at top. But the chance of them being able to retake this site, in fact, they can't even regather the gun. Apex is already here to make sure it does not happen.
There we go then, 7-7. Beginning of this half, it looked like VP were running away with this one a little bit, but Envious fighting back now. Double AWP setup coming in as we go into round 15 here. Triple AWP setup for Envious. Interesting setup on T-side Mirage. Definitely unorthodox, I would say, as they leave. Oh, no,
they're throwing it down. They're buying triple AWP and then having the extra AK in hand.
Exactly. So they can come back. They want to go for his initial picks, see if they can lock down any CT aggression. And that's going to come in the form of Snacks as well. Happy takes him down. Great opening frag here. And that puts them in a really strong position now. The CTs have to react to this. They can't allow themselves to get executed on by 5 players. So they need to work out where they can find a kill. And here's the reaction. It's going to be Bialy pushing up middle from short, seeing what he can find here. And no terrorist going to be waiting for him just yet, but it's going to be Kenny S at the top once again. And Will Bialy dance with the devil here as he makes his way at the top of middle and gets shut down by Kenny S. Fantastic stuff from him. He hits a shot this time.
Yep. Can't fool him twice. But Pasha still able to hold from the truck side, so they haven't been able to get into B side. Neo with a great shot into Happy, stopping the push out of Palace. There's still 2 Ts moving to B side and 1 on T slope for A. As Pasha, such a strong defender over on this B side. Taz is going to shut down MBK, so that leads it all up to Kenny S. A 3-on-1 situation. At least he's 196 and gets the initial shot onto Pasha. This opens up the B side, but reveals his position, and Neo will get the revenge and keeps VP with a 1-run advantage going into the second half.
So after losing that first pick, they had to do something about it. The CTs couldn't allow themselves to get executed on, and that's the reaction we saw, pushing up middle. And even though Kenny S did take him down, Pasha reacts and gets the 2 frags, and then gets them back into this. So they win the half. I'd say they'd probably be a little bit disappointed that half, considering they got 6 rounds in a row and then it kind of fell away from them, losing 5 straight rounds to Envious on the T side there. This game is definitely going to go all the way. It's going to be, could be another overtime on our hands, I think.
If it is, it's one hell of a map to have, because it's not one of these maps too where you're going to get caught into one set play. There's so many options for you to run too. Especially with the aggression, which VP has been shown, but not as much as I thought they would. Like that mid play, once it paid off once and Kenny S then read it, maybe they felt a little bit cautious about doing it again.
Very passive. We didn't see too much fast play from Envious there. I expected to see more traditional stuff from them, like taking very fast mid control and going from there, but they actually were playing, like you said, just holding back really far. Kenny S holding for the CT aggression, and then they'd work their way into it. And fair play, getting 7 rounds on the T side, that's absolutely fantastic. Once again, losing the pistol, getting the second round, that seems to be Envious's bread and butter here. Like, we've known him for doing that the last 6 months, but it really is coming into fruition this tournament. But here we go then. We go into the second half. VP on 8, Envious on 7. So it'll be the French side on the CT this time. You can see a 4-man stack going towards the A-bomb site. VP going towards 3 players in the Palace area as well. They're going to have some confrontation. It's Kenny S gets taken down, and now the CT's reacting as well.
Yeah, but that was so aggressively pushed down through T-slope. It stopped the rotation in, but then again, they're getting sandwiched in. These CT defenders. Happy still over a firebox. There's only 2 players left alive. They haven't actually guessed it. He tagged it before, but they didn't really realize the position of it. Now they will, taking up the head of Happy, and it's all up to MBK. He's got 1 Molotov as he'll throw it out, and 1 flash left as well. But the bomb plan is already down. He's up against 3 players. Like how 2 VP prefer to have these USPs in their hands. They've got 2 of them stolen from the hands of Envious.
They're so deadly at long range here. The pixel precision headshots you can get with them. MBK doing everything he can. Has not got a kit, so needs to work fast. He's going to have any chance getting into this 3-on-1, but he gets locked into Salmanger, and Bialy does take him down. So the CT stacking towards the correct bomb site there, but unfortunately the player towards Palace, he spots up there. 3 players is looking down at him. He gets taken down in the very fast execution coming in there. Happy towards a firebox is actually was in a fantastic position there. He actually got I think 6 shots off. We got noticed, unable to landing a headshot there.
Yep.
That could have been the difference maker. Unfortunately, not able to replicate some magic we saw last week. But now Virtus.pro are going for a very fast play. Oh, it looked like they were going to. Now they've actually decided not to do that. It's interesting considering they're in the positional advantage here. But
especially considering Envious is already stacked on the B side. They're expecting a quick play from VP to come towards the B side. So they make the play to A. Then they back up to B, and then they run back over to A.
It seemed like the call for the fast 8 came in, and then just at the last moment said, okay, wait, let's see if there's a stack first. It's probably a sensible decision. I think that is the right call. But
Stacks
now,
rotating. The smokes are coming in as well. And this is now where VP, they can take over the site because Envious is allowing them to do so. Apart from, okay, well, that's a very aggressive push up here by Kenny. So it's running on the other side of the firebox. Pasha gets the initial kill with that AK of his. Now the CZ. Kenny, that was never going to go well after he missed the initial kill. But at the same time, now Pasha just aggressively just mowing down Apex. And VP, they do take the round. They need to pick up this AK, which they're able to do so. But they lost a hell of a lot for that. They ran in with the MAC 10s, so they lose their semis at least.
Well, the headline is they do get the 10th round on the board here. So now they can actually justify these 2 SMG guns, right? They know the CT... Oh, God, saying
they do it again.
Envious, this is crazy. Like, I'd say you definitely want to take an Eco this time, but they're going in with the Force by Desert Eagle's armor. And they're going to be showing a little bit of mid-aggression here as Apex makes his way into underpass. Kenny's holding window, going to be chucking down the smoke towards... As Smax makes his way up towards middle. They're the recon players now. They actually, wow, that's a hell of a shot from Apex. I was about to say the recon players can get into bomb sites and work out where Stacks may lie, and giving away an SMG is not a huge deal, but now they're actually on the back foot here. Stacks makes his way up to Connector, and he actually takes quite a considerable amount of damage there.
This is when these buys from Envious can really pay off. But Virtus.pro, they're slowing down a little bit more. Okay, there's your jump down. Reveals the fact that Kenny S is over in the window, and they do find that kill on Keo. Trying to hold from jungle, and Kenny has already backed himself up. He's almost all the way back in CT. And then BK is this floating defender, Pasha. Sorry, it's not actually Pasha, it's actually going to be Snacks going for the bomb plant. He comes out, there was no cover, Pasha was completely blind, and then it's just tit for tat trade-offs, all down to Bialy, who's going to drop. Envious will take the round. They managed to salvage 2 AKs and a MAC 10 as well.
Can you believe it? That plant, I'm not really sure why there was no cover coming in there. When you're planting in such an open position, you need to have the confidence your teammates actually be covering you.
Yep.
The fact that MBK could come from city spawn and take the bomber down, not really get...
It was Pasha's position. Pasha was too far back over towards the T-slope if he was back over towards the site. But even then, the flashbang was perfect, so Pasha would have been blind no matter what.
Crazy round there. We saw the force spike coming in from Envious, a questionable one to say the least, but they make it work for themselves and get back into this. As we go into round number 19, the T's now definitely on the back foot. They didn't get the bomb down there, so Taz has got a decent amount of cash. The rest of the guys, though, not much to play over at all. This is interesting. Taz is going for the full buy here, so VP want a piece of the action as well. They want to have a go with the force buys. They've got 2 scouts, and they have got smoke grenades as well. So CZs, Tech 9s, AKs, and scouts.
And let's see who can be effective this time around. Looks like money doesn't even matter for the initial kill.
Wow.
Kenny S finding nothing but scalp for Pasha. But Neo in return is able to work that scout in. So it's still 1-for-1 trade-off. And the CT's getting a little bit spaced out. That's even better when Snacks can get the rotation of Happy. He'll smoke up the connector. Looks like Keo also wants to do exactly the same thing. They both want to smoke up that rotation area. But Envious, they're committing. They're bringing 2 of their the remaining 3 defenders over towards B. Oh, wait, no. There's a thought.
Actually, the bomb's going to get boosted up into the window, it seems like now. It's getting control of mid. They have got a lot of time remaining, and they've got the man advantage here. So Kiyoshima locked into CT spawn, can't really get into that position. He knows the T's may be lying for him, but there we go. Finds the first frag and gets into a 3-on-3 situation. Taz goes down towards window, but they still have the bomb towards jungle as well. Look at Apex is trying to get some info, so he's reacted, pushed into the A ramp, and has worked out where the T's may lie. That's so valuable for him.
Where's Neo go from here? Maybe he can get a little bit of vision from Cat over towards the bomb site. Then he'll know what's happening. Keo, okay, he just scouted that VP just running out then. There's still only 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're just jumping around the windows. Now Keo comes to the spray. He only brings down Snacks, however, losing his life to Bialy, and now it's a 2-on-2. Apex still that defender over on A, hanging around Tetris. Going to see the players jump out. Goes for the first fire, but doesn't win the gunfire. So Bialy, they're able to get control of the site, get that bomb plant down, and add another 30 seconds to the clock.
There we go then. MBK, 2-on-1. Once again, hasn't got the kit, needs to act very fast. It's not going to matter as Bialy shuts him down at the top of the steps there. Another great round from VP, and that's going to actually knock the CTs onto an eco now.
That's so big for VP as well. Like, not only are they rounds ahead, but now they've managed to cripple Envious, so it should be, it should be 12 rounds to 8 at the end of this.
Well, let's see, it's more of a quasi-buy this time, so Kirishima will justify the head armor and Desert Eagle, but the rest of the guys going to be buying a lot lighter into this one. They smoke up the top of mid, and you can see a semi-stack coming in for the CTs there. They're going up to the Palace, trying to gain that early intel. Happy, though. And now we can do work with this Desert Eagle. Going towards the window, looking for the boost coming in. But the smoke comes out, makes that redundant, so he's going to fall back towards the B-bomb side.
Yeah. The snacks. They have control of mid. They don't see through the connector, however, and Kyo's just going for these wild shots, expecting someone to be pushing up through T-slope, but these two flankers, now Bialy's able to find him. Leads to flashbang so we can escape out, and in fact, it looks like Envious are already backing out, coming back in through Palace. But because you're able to scout out two CT players aggressively pushing into T-spawn, you're able to just push into the B side. Happy was at least able to bring down Snacks. MBK, the last man standing here, and he won't be standing anymore. It's up to now Kenny S as well as Kyo to retake the B site where the bomb is now arriving.
Good luck with that, guys, because I think you probably want to be saving that Desert Eagle and armor. So they'll be stuck in the CT One really nice pincer play from VP there, getting control of connector. That smoke they put down on the other side, right? It may seem like a questionable thing to do, but it's so good at actually just clearing that area out. You've taken the vision away from the CTs, and you know you can get out short safely. There's no way the AWP can actually see through that. So that's a really nice play, and they got through to the CT spawn, boosted up window, pincer onto the B bomb site, and that's a really clean round. They've only dropped one frag so far in the form of Snacks, and he dropped down Neo as well here as he You'd assume. And we're back into it now. So,
yep.
MBK still going to be rolling with the scout towards B. And Neo will be wielding one as well. So let's see what goes down. He's going to be making his way towards middle. Kenny S back towards mid. He's not actually the lead on the AWP this time. He's controlling this with the rifle. Does some decent damage on the passion there. Spraying through the smoke and landing a grenade as well. It's going to do decent work for him. Snacks is going towards underpass there, trying to clear it out. Now then, smoking off towards jungle. This T side, just getting this mid control locked in. Neo going to be the anchor here, top of middle with the scout play there.
Trying to make it so they got some cover fire to get in. Bialy's already able to punch a hole into that defense, and there's a lot of MVS getting caught up in the mid. They're trying to play around window. Keo on the stairs, they walk through it, and well, Neo finds the kill with the scout, but the initial spray comes in from his teammates. Partials are cleaning up window, and this is a quick round for VP.
This is going to be a difficult one for MVS to lose as well. They're not going to get much in terms of money next round. Definitely crippled here, 15 for 9. And this puts VP in a very strong position indeed as we go into round number 25. And look at the money there, around $1,800 average, I'd say, for the CT team.
That's the one.
The round before, not actually survived. And no CT players surviving whatsoever, so money very difficult right now. So obviously they will have to buy those pistols and armor and see what they can do. They will be choosing to send a player towards underpass. Bomb left towards T-spawn though for the terrorist side. They're just going to be working out what the CTs are presenting to them. It's going to be Apex working his way up there. The smoke goes off towards middle, and there comes a frag. This should be it now.
That's the big picks. That's what's going to basically spread out an already underarmed force of CTs. And Apex, well, he gets an opening coming in from behind, and he is able to get the win on the duel with Neo. But beyond that, it's all up to MBK as well as Happy. They did manage to at least bring this to a 3-on-2, but they haven't managed to recover any of the guns. They're having still to use these pistols to get in close. A lot of flashes. Bialy and Taz trying to play from the high ground. Now Bialy comes in from behind. They don't know where Happy is. Now they do. He only finds one. Needs a second headshot. He's able to claim it. Can't get the third, however. The map will go to Virtus Pro. 16-9, giving them a one-map advantage here in this best of 5.
I expected VP CT side to be the really formidable one, but they've turned up on the T side once again. 8 for 2 to close things out. That was really strong. And the MVS economy just never really got rolling. They definitely had such a hard time getting into that game. Every round they won, they lose the subsequent one after that, and it just left them for dead, unfortunately, for that. But this story continues now. That's going to be 2-1 in favor of VP. But yeah, what a game that was.
That was a fantastic game. Bialy, got to mention him going 30 bomb in that game too. He was always at the right place at the right time, playing that aggressive kind of move. And yeah, VP played maybe a little bit too aggressive. We always got to remember that one moment on the T-slope, but they're playing their style again, and that's what I was searching for them from this series.
Counter-Strike is all about confidence, right? And I was saying before, it's definitely a difficult situation when Snacks was pushing into that A ramp and stuff like that, but if he did make it work for himself and he was confident in doing it, he could have pulled that one off, but that was a round they lost, and that was a really big highlight for me. That could have been the moment where MVS got back into the game. Luckily, it didn't affect the outcome too much, but that was such a key moment for them. But yeah, so second map goes to VP, and they seem to, after that Inferno match, seem to bounce straight back and found their footing once again.
Well, looking forward to seeing what they do in map number 4, which will be coming up after this short break, and definitely stay tuned.
yourself.
Welcome back to the Gfinity Champion of Champions here at EGX 2015. My name is Lycan, Richard Lewis, Thorin on the desk as well. Guys, it is now 2-1. Virtus Pro on the precipice of making it to the finals tomorrow.
I've got to say, I really felt that Envious were going to be able to do something there. I thought, again, you know, good start with the T half. They managed to get enough rounds on the board, respectable. You know, I think got 17 rounds, right, Envious, at half time. And you're thinking, okay, these guys are in, you know, a good place going into that second half CT. They lose the pistol. You're like, okay, that's all right. It's still good. It's still good. Game's poised at 10-8, and then Virtus Pro just went into that plow mode that Duncan's always talked about. They just had that momentum going forward. And actually, you know, I don't want to talk in cliches. They were just the better team. You know, players were just fundamentally out-aiming them. I mean, even Taz, somebody who you don't associate with being a great aimer and whatnot, he was playing smart. He won a couple of 1v1 clutches, I think. So just a great performance again by Virtus Pro on a map that's always been historically kind to them. Envious really got to be worried now because they're going into cash, which, okay, both of these teams are competent on this map, but honestly, Envious have looked really drab by contrast. Like I say, they're really up against it for me.
All right. Well, thank you guys. It's been great. We're going to go now to the casters. It's going to be the possible final map at the Gfinity Champion of Champions tournament. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back for map 4 of our best of 5 series, and we have been told we will stay until it's done.
Good. That's the way. Should be done.
Exactly.
We didn't want to cut us off, but it gets to the peak of the excitement. But here we go. Cash is definitely going to be a high fragging affair here. It's a map that Envious can be let off the leash a little bit more. They can boost players up. They can take control of middle, stay in that little 4-man pack they do. They are really explosive on this map. They're one of the fastest teams to watch on this, and if they are hitting their shots, it's very hard to contain them. Both teams have struggled on this map in recent months, so it's going to be interesting to see which kind of team does turn up to it. I favor Envious going into this one, though.
Man, when I first started actually watching games from Happy, I remember seeing these double AWP positions where you look for that pick coming into the B site, you look for the pick into A main as well. It was this great aggressive kind of move, or the boost over the mid boxes. How is VP then meant to handle this when they want to be aggressive as well? Is this actually going to get to a point where maybe it's going to be a little bit too risky for Envious to come out in the same kind of manner?
I'm not sure. Like, the cool thing about Cash is, right, even if you lose mid-control at CT, there's so many different options for you. You can push into A main, you can get positional control back there as well. CTs definitely have as many offensive options as the T have here. That's why it makes it such a good map to watch here. And now we go into the ninth round. Again, it's going to be interesting to see who gets it. Cash is one of the more balanced maps, in fact. So, especially the way these teams are playing tonight on their T side, I don't think it's really going to matter too much who starts on what side, but it depends where you feel more comfortable. I like Envious' T side very much. I think it's really fast and exciting. So, they'll potentially stay T side, you never know. But let's see how this one goes down then. Knife round does kick off. One of the decent exchanges going on. Looks like Envious have got the advantage here. And Happy.
Is this actually the first knife round they win? Like, that's, of course. Yeah. So Envious will win the knife round, and what is their choice? They're currently on CT, and they're going to stay.
Well, here we go. Let's see how this one goes down. VP have struggled in the past, famously lost 16-0 to Kingwin on this map with DreamHack Valencia, but that was a different shade of VP, I would say. Just that was in there before the restructure, before they'd worked out the problems, and now this resurrection of the team, obviously coming back off championship winnings. So they can. It's hard to take anything away from that result. Don't actually read too much into that one, considering the changes that have been made. But this pistol round is going to be really exciting. There are a lot of teams, like I'd say 80% of T-side teams will just rush P on this map because it's so strong. You keep the 5-man formation, you wait for the CT pushes and see whether they try and lock you down with that push. And if it doesn't come in, you do one flashbang into the B-bomb site, swarm the site together, and VP do that pretty successfully. You see them running quite a lot, but this is where the mind games start. When your tactics are so publicly available, you're not sure whether you should just do straight up what you normally do or try and mix it up a little bit.
But say, what makes B more advantageous than going for A when you've got like multiple entrances there?
Well, this is the thing. It's like the CTs when they have the pistols, they have to hit that first USP headshot. If there's 5 of them running at you and they get through that first initial choke point, it makes it look, say, okay, so you're going to be going straight towards B. This is VP staying in that formation. You can see only 2 players for the CTs going in, but
yeah, they throw a whole bunch of decoys into the mid, and Keo, very aggressive forward, down to 4 life. He didn't get the initial hit. He'll come out with a Zeus, however, and bring down Taz, who puts it into now a 2-on-2. As the entry frags still continue, Apex trying to find a couple more. Out to find 2, and in fact 3 at the end of it all.
See what I mean about that first shot? I kind of forgot about the Zeus, though. I didn't put that into my idea pool. So that's actually an interesting play. If you don't get that initial frag, you just hold that really tight angle towards the checker room, and that Zeus is so viable, though. We saw Cloud9 running that the other day, and Stockhaven. It seems to be a really viable option towards that area of the map, so that's kind of cool. That's a good way for the CT to shut it down. I haven't seen that before, but here we go.
Waiting for the patch to come out tomorrow, and it's just like, Zeus now costs you 500.
Let's see. VP will be buying into this round. They're going to get the scout onto Pasha, and the rest of the guys getting armor, Tech 9s, PT50s. CTs, though, going a little bit aggressive towards the B storage area. They have got 2 rifles. No, actually 1 rifle, and the rest are on SMG plays there.
And they're going to keep the smoke up. Snacks. Okay, he just turns his back and runs in. He's gone straight past him. They don't realize they're still there, so Keo as well as Kenny can just go to work right now, and they're going to mop up VP, or will they? Snacks and Pasha able to find some openings. They don't own B site just yet. They're still going to worry about up in heaven. That's where MBK is battling it out from. Takes a bullet to the head down to 2 life. Pasha knows the CT's there. As the smoke will come out, They want to be able to pick up that bomb. But it's Happy. Snacks rotates over to help out Pasha because he couldn't get the better angle, and Pasha doesn't work with the scout. And once again, we have the counter round after the pistol going against the team that won with the pistols.
I think it's happened pretty much every map we've casted tonight. Just
it happened like, what, 3 out of 5 of the first series as well?
You think, okay, we've won the pistol, some breathing room here, but it's never going to be the case with these two teams. They're so stubborn as each other. You can see Envious buying straight back into this. They want to end this one as quick as possible, but they don't have the strong power of the scout on their side this time. They're going to be going full pistols, stacking more towards the A-bomb site, hoping the execute comes in there, but T's slowing it right down now. They have got 4 rifles. Bialy's going to be on that UMP, but Pasha is scouting out, working out whether we can find a pick into this B storage area. They're not going to come in just yet.
Well, there's actually no one else there. Like, Envious is fully stacked.
You're right. There's no one actually playing towards B whatsoever, so they do make that conscious decision to make their way into there.
If you actually had maybe an SMG over there, maybe you'd be pushing a little bit aggressive. You get this information, but because their choices, NPK just goes to work on Bialy. That Deagle. Just shutting down the A main approach. And they're going to boost up now. So VP, they want a better angle. If they can get mid control, they maybe can get the A players to turn around on them. They are still playing up against Deagles, and Deagles down highway can do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Time ticking away now. They have got mid control VP, so very advantageous for them, position for them to get into. They just need to work out how they're going to get into the next bomb site. They go towards A or go for the vents towards B. It looks like Taz going towards A main will be causing a distraction. Maybe just work out where the CTs maybe lie. Snacks takes down Apex now and gives them options at least. So you can see the bomb still just waiting around middle as they try to work out whether the CTs will be fully stacked to the A-bomb side.
And Taz still got so much information from this until Kenny S will finally put him down and actually end up stealing that Galil of his. And, well, VP, there goes your plant. The first tag, Pash needs to finish the job, and he can't do it. Dropping NBK down, but that body armor protecting him. Now Snacks has to do the extra work, down to 73 and 81. He's got a little bit of help, which is now lost, which is Neo, and actually get the retake. Envious will come back in, and now they will take the counter round as we go into round 4.
That's pretty crazy. I'm not sure what Pasha was hoping to achieve from that. Like, after getting his pistol out, and it didn't have to, he had so much time to fall back in that situation, set up a crossfire, and make the CTs work for it. He knows they haven't got kits. Why
maybe he thought he did more damage.
It's just, I don't know why you even have to get yourself in that sort of position. Like, get the information, sure, but you don't have to commit to the kills. It's the game of the game is to make sure you secure the round. Pasha getting himself in that disadvantage as he goes in, faces 2 players, unable to find a kill, and leaves his team in that 3-on-2, which they're unable to convert to the victory now. But they will be buying straight back into such a back and forth affair here. Envious win their force buy, but VP coming straight back into it. 3 rifles are going to go for that fast mid control once again.
Can they hold it this time around? Looks like now Envious shifting a lot of their defense over towards a very backward A defense. No one up this time near Cat, which was that surprise attack onto Taz that worked in the last round. Pasha inching his way up through highway at Apex. How to bring down Neo. Can't get Snacks as well, so there's still 2 players for VP that control the mid. And in fact, Pasha's already up on Cat. Happy does have this AK. So Pasha very apprehensive about pushing in. In fact, with MBK on 3 life, he's able to defend from quad. And this is a real rough round for VP. They're going to lose everything. Pasha's the last man left standing. He can't... Oh, yeah, he can't find this kill. He's caught in the middle of reload. And Envious, now we finally get a back-to-back round. And it does come the way of the CTs.
Yeah, so this is a real chance for them to gather momentum now. You can see them, they're getting a decent, didn't lose any players that time, so they actually managed to build up a decent bank of cash here, and VP can't really justify any buy here whatsoever. So the force buys finally end, and we should see some stability come into this game. As we can see, nothing really purchased for the T's whatsoever. They have a P250, NES once again gets the AWP, and they're going for that mid presence once again. Not going to allow VP to have that same control they've utilized once before.
Keo is already waiting for Pasha to drop him down. And VP, for the first time really on this map, we're seeing a proper commitment. They're checking out quad, and Taz, I can't get the double stacked. That is very efficient, and what was forced is now punished by Envious.
Absolutely, really fast round there coming in, and the CTs just changing their setup almost every single time. Tees thought they had that positional control to get out middle, but getting locked down by Kiyoshima, finding that first kill through the smoke, forcing the Tees through to the A-bomb site. They lock it down, the boost getting a little bit scary there, but they managed to recover it and don't even drop a single frag now. And they're forcing VP onto an eco. There's not going to be a force by here, some P250s and one flashbang. They really have favored towards that B area on these sort of rounds, but Kiyoshima going to be changing his position once again, and they try mid.
Apex
starts locking it down.
Time to stat pad. Okay, maybe not. Actually gets brought down, but MBK will be there to ensure the rest of this push doesn't work. They break through Vents, but Kyo will stop that push if they attempt it. They get another frag now, VP. With these pistols, that means AK and M4s in the hands of Snacks as well as Bialy. That one instantly removed from Bialy. It was already very low as it was.
Yeah.
So Snacks is just hoping for... is he even hoping to save, or is he hoping to remove these weapons from Envious?
At this point, I think he just wanted to save the gun, but he's not in a position to do that or make that decision for the team. So he goes down. Kiyoshima takes him on, but 7 for 2 now. You can see the money still isn't great for the T's, but they are going to be able to buy this one.
The CT's there. They've got 10k left. I'm
Yeah,
happy
really,
after he's bought.
They've been farming so well here. Kenny S once again with the AWP. He's not going to have the best spawn here, so will potentially just be playing a little bit more passive. Maybe go towards middle or B and see what he does here. So Kiyoshima is going to be backing him up once again. Snacks just going to be trying to face that mid area, gets smoked off and not unable to gather information there.
At this rate, I might get my wish. Envious looks like they're just on an absolute steamroll going over to Cobble. But VP, again, never count these boys out. There's still 2 halves to this map, plus the ability for VP to get a good advantage if they can win just back-to-back rounds where they need to just harm that economy of Envious. Where they need initial kills. There's that move from Snacks, adding more kills to his name. And they're trying to come in towards this B side, but Pasha dropped. The Orb doing the work, and even the MBK aggressively pushing in through A main to catch out Taz. And bailing out, that's that pick and fall back. Information galore.
Yeah, it's absolutely vital there. MBK reacting perfectly. As soon as you start exchanging frags and you get the information as to where the T's may be lying, you can push into those sort of positions, catch the T's, surprise there in the back, exactly what MBK did. Gonna leave Bialy now in the 4-on-1, and this is going to run away from VP. As Bialy, he's going to be left for 40 seconds. He has got the bomb. If he can plant that here, it'd be fantastic.
He's got the advantage because there's only one player that's here to defend. But Bialy needs to check quad. Right now he's watching Highway. And hasn't gone over to check up quad, and he cannot win the fight with MBK. That would have been the plant.
Well then, another success round for MBS. They've got a great hybrid here of mixing up the passive rounds with the aggressive ones, and they're actually catching VP off perfectly. They're not sure which setup to adapt to, and now it's another eco for VP. It's actually going to be pretty much full Glocks. I was going to say full Glocks, but he actually gets some Tech 9s and Deagles out just the last minute there. So we haven't seen too much in terms of like actual nice little executions from VP. They've been trying to work the pick game. They get that mid control and try and capitalize on that, but bomb going down there. Apex getting the first frag onto Snacks.
They really try to set him up for that too. At least Neo can get something back on Kenny S. They popped the flash over the top. They bought like a smoke and a flash to work with that. But he had to run straight through a Molotov and commit to the play. And that's why VP decided to drop like flies. Kenny S the only one to be the casualty of war. Taz and Bialy incapable of getting control of, 1, the bomb, which is stuck over at Z.
Yeah.
And 2, actually, they are at least getting a flank. And VP aren't looking the right way. Now they will. Happy looks up towards Highways. Like, okay, I think we've got a problem. There's a hole in the defense. And Bialy, there's one. Needed a second headshot. Couldn't actually claim it. Moves down for the weapon. Unable to get there, though. So it will only be 2 players lost here for Envious. But that's not going to be a huge blow to their economy. There's almost 15,000 on Kyo.
Well, the good news is for VP, they have a decent bank of cash this time as well. As I was saying, they don't actually they haven't done any proper like set executions yet. They're trying to work the picks, getting that mid control, which is great. But I'd like to see them get that mid control, then fall back to A and actually do the wall of smokes and try and just get a bomb down in this situation. Seems a little bit lackluster so far. Looks like they may potentially be boosting up once again. MBK going to be the one to hold them off. And actually, Neo finding the first frag onto Apex there. That's going to be towards middle, and that boost coming to fruition there. MBK to be left towards middle. He's actually going to choose to leave this position and fall back, but he gets caught there by Snacks. Great reaction from him.
He's done such great work inside that mid. Now Pasha straight through the smoke. Still gets to kill on Neo before he's brought down, but it's brought it into a 4-on-2. Both the AWPs left here for Envious, and the push is coming to A. Happy going to play from Squeaky. Kenny S tries to go for the flash, but Snacks able to see him first, so gets the shot, and Happy just running out with the pistol. He's able to get the kill over on Taz and back up into Squeaky. Throwing out the Molotov as well. Unfortunately, that's not going to work with the smoke. He's just bailing out there. It's still a 1-on-3. Trying to bang through the wall and just pray that he actually tags down the, I don't know, planner or whatever. Either way, he's saving this AWP. Yeah. There's no way he can retake A now.
Well, like we said, the CT money is so strong right now, but just keeping at this level, saving the AWP will be fantastic. So he's going to try and do that towards T-Spawn. The T's potentially going to be trying to hunt him down, but their money's probably a little bit fragile. They might want to just opt to keep their AKs and AWP in hand, but let's see how this one goes down. And if he makes his way towards the mid warehouse now.
And they're sending one man to hunt.
There we go, more of a positive round from VP there. The boost up of Neo to middle takes down the connector player, and that's exactly what they need. They've been getting that mid control around picks before. Now they're actually getting the AWP up there, utilizing him and finding that first kill. And you can see Apex saying, Neo, where were you?
And that gives Snacks so much more room to move, because he's been working it really hard in that mid, having to battle up against multiple sides every time he goes. You get that pick over on the mid player, then you can focus on headshot box.
Look at the scoreboard. Snacks on 16 kills. Taz still on 1. The rest of the guys on like 3 or 4. He really is going to town.
Yep.
In the rounds they are winning. But 2 AWPs set up now for VP. Realizing those picks actually working out pretty well for them. Now this is the play I was talking about. You can see 4 players going towards A. You'd assume they're going to try and just do a quick smoke out of Squeaky door. Try and utilize AWP to work a pick. And that lurk play coming in towards the B bomb side as well. 2 CTs waiting for him as well. So if he can keep those 2 players over that, it'd be fantastic for Virtus Pro this round. So we Pasha working that lurk.
And VP still not bringing up that bomb. Now it's finally going to be picked up. They're about to play their A entrance. The flashes don't come at the right times. However, MPK perfectly blinding VP. Goes for the Molotov as well, making it a little bit more difficult to run out now. They've already taken out Pasha. He was the mid player at that point. And VP they're going to boost over. They're going for a very late boost, but maybe they can find that initial pick. Apex actually sees the smoke coming from the boost spot. So he's going to, oh, okay, that flash didn't work the way he hoped it would. Now that one should do a little bit better job stopping Neo. And again, Neo stops him as he's moving towards the vents. And VP, they are going to commit to the A site now. The Molotov flying in, but Neo, well, he was hoping the Molotov would flush out MBK, but Happy is there to get a revenge kill onto his teammate. And more Molotovs just flying out everywhere.
Flurry of frags coming in for both teams there. Now a 3-on-2. Happy on the retake with the AWP, but Kiyoshima helping him out, taking down Neo. Brings it to a 2-on-2 now. Snacks on 11 HP. Bomb does go down towards A. It's quite an open plan though, so you see Snacks there. Just trying to find that CT player. Now, how can they retake this? That's not going to help whatsoever. Bialy and Snacks getting frags pretty much the exact same time as the retake comes in. And that's once again the frag. I thought that round was going to go in favor of Envious because we saw Pasha going towards B. And I assumed the idea was he keeps those CT players over towards that area and they go in towards A.
Yep.
But the way it went down was they started rotating towards B, going on his information, but Pasha then dies and they have to stop completely. They've lost the positional control they had on A, but they fall back and they somehow work those picks for them. The double AWP setup working very well now for VP. CT's not out of it yet in terms of the economy. Get themselves that AWP back onto Kenny S, but mid-control shown here, only 1 player towards B.
It's just a good last couple of rounds in this half for VP. They bring it closer and something more for them to work with when they go to CT in preparation to see how Envious will be able to handle their T side.
They seem to be playing a very pick-based game here as Neo goes in happy with that off angle there. Neo didn't expect that one. He gets that early frag and gets the CTs into a very advantageous position now. They don't really need to do too much. MBK can be flashed in, and what a great kill from him. Takes down Bialy. Shot to the head, locks him down through the box there.
They don't need to do too much, but they're very happy to do it when they feel like there's a good little play to go for.
Sure.
Get the pick, fall back. Now, it's the movement coming in from Pasha, trying to go really big. pushing it to the side, but Apex on the flank. Starts to spray, though. Can't find anything just yet. Reveals his position. Now does manage to pick up Pasha. But Taz is the last man left alive, and Apex will finish the job there too. So 10 rounds. They hit double digits on their first half here.
So then, a slower play, trying to find that first pick. Happy locks that down, and then Apex with a nice little clean up towards the end from Checkers there. Good positional control from him. Once again, he's looking at the scoreboard. Snacks really is running away from this one. It's kind of crazy if you have a look at that. But let's see how the T's going to approach this 15th round now. Not a great buy for them. Going to have 3 pistols, 2 AK-47s. Going for that mid-control, it seems, once again. It's going to be Taz leading the charge. There you go. Gets knocked down by Kirishima, making a double as he takes down Neo as well, but Snacks chimes in with his own frag and makes a double as he gets 2 kills there, making it a 3-on-3.
Man, Envious had the perfect setup for that. They had one already up and one holding for the sandbags and the spray up to the up to They are still going to commit to this. They're waiting for the smoke to dissipate. As far as the CTs go, they got 1 smoke and 1 flash left over. Taz, okay, he sees it coming out of A main and should make the call right now. Yep, they're moving very quickly. He moves actually closer towards the smoke, give him a better angle, looking for one, able to bring down Apex, catching out Keo as well, making that work from the forklift till finally MBK will shut him down. Snacksmus moves himself in too, and they're able to bring down even more. It's all up to Happy, the last man left in A main against 3 CTs. And they're all looking towards the bomb. Happy makes his play out, goes for the shot, but he's been done from multiple levels and multiple ranges. So looking for these perfect little pop headshots if he can get it. But life is becoming a little bit too difficult for him to find it.
Yeah, the fact that Bomb's down in a horrible position, this is VP's round to lose. They somehow give him even a frag here. They've got to question what's actually going on. And there we go. Actually all facing, making sure they lock it down. That came down to Taz, though. That's such a perfect weapon and utilizing of the smoke for him. He heard the footsteps coming into A main, smokes him out for a while, delays the play, and he gets that close angle with the 5-7, manages to spray down 2 early kills and knocks down the bomb as well, allows the rotation to come in. So that's great work from Taz. But this is the round we're all so scared of on the second one from Envious. They get the armor, they get the Desert Eagles out. Let's see what they can do with this. Not much in terms of utility. You'd normally see them getting a smoke grenade here, chucking out a squeaky door on A, and then coming out that way. But they actually opted to go purely for frags here. Desert Eagles coming out once again. And now the CTs. 3 SMGs, a pistol on Snacks, and then a rifle on Pasha. Let's see how they lock this one down. Boost comes in, Apex is buying his time now, and Happy opens it up with a headshot onto Taz. And we knew it was coming, you could feel it, but that opens it up. Now the T's have to react here as the CTs get 1 more kill back and Apex goes down.
And they've actually got a Molotov available as well, allowing Snacks to run in, but getting very over-aggressive, but he buys the distraction. I think that was the end goal there, allowing Bialy to come in from the side with an MP7 and grab 2 of Envious. Down for the count, and in fact they're going to mop up the round until Happy turns for that quick deagle shot, finally brought down by the P90.
And they survived the second round somehow.
That's a very rare occurrence today.
Happy opening up with that Desert Eagle headshot. We thought, is it going to happen? Is Lightning going to strike twice? But no, he gets shut down and VP recover. They do lose 3 frags, but the bomb didn't go down, so they are safe this round at least. There is a few CZs, Deagles, and Tech9s coming out the T side. No utility purchase whatsoever, so you'd assume VP should be able to gap for this one pretty easily. Pasha showing a little bit of aggression towards middle there. Bomb going towards A, and that's the first frag coming for Bialy. He takes down the lurker player, Kiyoshima, by himself towards the B storage area. And now the T's just holding up and working out what they can do with this situation.
I think they're going to be so careful about getting flanked from the B side. After what happened during the last round, in fact, they've already pushed another player over there for it. But VP, they're coming in for a different avenue of aggression. Under cover of smoke, pushing into the garage. A lot of noise being made here. And again, Snacks, he's just finding kill after kill. Bialy's able to grab another couple as well.
Yeah.
What is Snacks even up to right now? 40? He's had himself a fantastic time. So Pash is able to shut down Apex, and that leaves Happy as the last one.
Yep, so he's got the Desert Eagle, but the bomb is down towards that B storage area. CT's slowly making their way into it. Happy is not long for this world, I'm afraid. Probably just trying to find a cheeky little headshot. Bialy's going to be low HP, but there you go.
There's a drop down. Reveals the position. They can just spray him down. In fact, that's exactly what happens. They just rush it in. They take the round. And this pushes VP into a nice little spot. But Envious are going to buy up AWP, AKs. That's what they got in the bag. And Virtus.pro are still running around with their SMGs. And it's 22 kills on Snacks.
So this is the chance for them to actually build the bankroll up. They can win this round. It'd be so big for them in terms of the economy game. I wouldn't be surprised if they did something a bit aggressive here. Maybe a counter boost going to be storage the SMGs. They want to do something to surprise the T's. Just do a pop flash, try and utilize the MP9, for example. And this Pasha going to be going aggressive towards mid. He's going to push through, going for that shot through the smoke. And let's see what comes in. And you can see now CTs, I think they got boosted up.
Yeah, there's one up. There's one up, and Snacks just going to throw the Molotov out. It's going to bring a lot of attention as well to Envious to look up towards that jump spot. Either that or just rush themselves out of there. That bomb is practically back at T-spawn at the moment and hasn't moved up. Apex tried to go for these like little corner checks in towards A, but couldn't hit anything.
Envious now going to be boosting up Apex, the entry fragger here. Going to get a couple of guys up here. This is when they get pretty aggressive. Pash is waiting in the bench now and gets shut down by MBK, and then opens up the map for Envious.
And the lava of potatoes brings down Pasha. Looks like Envious, they're coming towards the B site now.
Yeah, this is where they're so strong. It's almost impossible for Bialy to hold us up. A mammoth performance required.
That could be a really good flash though from Bialy. He catches out one, can't get the second down in pit though. It'll be Kiyoshima that does the work. That's Neo ready to throw out this Molotov. Flashes, just trying to cover him up. They know exactly where that plan's going down. Taz going to work. That's a very exposed plant coming out there from Envious, but they still find the frags. And that leaves Snacks as the last one. Running very, very loud and Happy. Just an easy put down for him.
So then, Envious kind of sticking to their current playbook, I guess, working out what's going on with the map, waiting back for a little bit. Once they get that mid control, find the first frag, and they make very quick and assertive decisions there. Going towards that B play, and they actually read it so well. Getting into that bomb site, one player, Bialy, on the bomb site, when I said it's going to be almost impossible for the hold it. Manages to take down 1.5 players. Second one, the only headshot, didn't manage to get the kill. But now this is where Envious do come into their own. You can see the money really is kind of shocking for the CT side. A scout coming out for Neo. And Bialy on the 5-7 as Kenny S boosts up to middle with the AWP. Really got to find a frag. He's going to have pick an opportunity. Won't capitalize on it though.
Man, Neo still down to 4 and Bialy's down to 29. This has not been a favorable exchange of gunfire in the early stages of this round. And Envious just need to keep this control up. They haven't found themselves a kill yet, but they're definitely softened up VP for the attack.
The low VP players here, Neo on 4 HP with that scout. And there he goes, he gets taken down by MBK. And the bomb's still down towards middle. You can see though, Snacks replies with another headshot onto Apex, making it a 4-4. And it's going to be down to this man, I feel, if they're going to actually salvage this round. Let's see what he can do.
Well, for now, not a lot. They're not coming into the site. They're coming over towards the B site. Kia making a lot of noise as they move, and Snacks, again, he's moving on this flank, but he might have to move a little bit quicker. because you've already got Keo onto the side. Bialy with his Fire 7 doing work down of 1 life. Throws at the Molotov, so at least only going to play with a close position. They're spraying out right now. MBK, he does find the kill on Bialy, but abort time for Snacks to arrive. But KNES finds the shot around the corner, and now it's a one-on-one. Taz on MBK. What's in the kit? Well, there is one kit, but there's no smokes, there's no flashes. Armor for both. As MBK, well, now he gets the vision. So does Taz. Keeps that spray going, control it up. They just keep bouncing up and down. And finally, MBK will get out on top of this. And Envious go 12 rounds to 7. They keep their momentum up, and Virtus.pro in a real rough economic position.
Oh, absolutely. That was a great play from MBK. He knew just he needed to land 1 bullet in that situation. Looked a bit scrappy towards the end, but did the job with that crouch play towards headshot there. But like you said, the economic situation for VP now, pretty devastating, considering Envious now are in touching distance of getting to map point. This is a huge round for them. They want to make sure they take this very methodically, don't give anything away, and just guarantee themselves a clean round. They want to give VP anything into this one.
All right, now VP's taking it from them. MBK getting gunned down by a very aggressive Snacks. Is Happy trying to battle with just a door, which is Taz. He keeps closing it on him. Can't get himself out into that A side. That is where they want to move, though. The bomb coming into A main. At the same time, Neo having a very quick peek. He knows he's about to be flanked on multiple sides. That door is open again now. They're going to flash out as well as smoke. At least let KNES walk into the side area. Doesn't have a secure, getting just peppered a little bit from each side. He knows there's one at quad, he knows there's one over at forklift, so he brings down forklift, then starts going to work on quad. However, they've multiplied in the meantime, and I don't think it really matters. Bialy's the last man left alive. Envious have control over the A side, and Bialy's just running up with a P250. There's not much more he can do apart from death.
Snacks did well to get that opening frag. Bialy gets one of his out, but once they lost that first man, they knew they just needed to go, okay guys, we're against an eco here. Let's do a very simple execution, get the smokes into key areas, get the rifles out there, get that kill onto forklift, isolate that A-bomb site, and make sure you just go frag for frag. That's what they did, got the bomb down, and it was a simple procedure from there. But this is where it gets interesting now. You can see the buy, very poor still for VP, no kits. Have got a decent amount of utility, but this is going to be obviously a huge round. This will pip Envious onto the 15 points.
And potentially a 5th map.
Yeah, this is it. We thought we called it at the start, and I'm kind of feeling that's the way it's going.
You called it at like 9 AM this morning.
Yeah.
They will have a full 10 maps today.
It's happened.
Because it really is like 4 teams of such great quality, and they're being able to push each other to the absolute limits in a full best of 5, a great format as well.
Absolutely. It makes it such an exciting series here today. But here we go then, round number 22. Full AKs for Envious. Once again, just trying to fill out the map. You can see Snacks waiting for that boost there. And he's been so strong this map, trying to kill almost every single round. Let's see what he can do. Nothing really coming in as of yet for the terrorist side, just holding off in that spread out formation. Probably going to be boosting up again, you would assume. Seeing as that's been so successful so far, they kind of make their way over that.
Yep, here they come.
Charge.
Up comes Apex. Shoots out the vents to start with, and VP, they're already preparing a very heavy A defense. But the attack is going to come through Z as well as Highway. And that's where Snacks is already moving down for. Actually, it's not even going to come to A. It's going through fence. They're coming into the B site. Bialy asking for help, but the rotations are coming a little bit too late. Bialy actually able to take out 2 right now. Looking for the 3rd, unable to shut it down. But does drop Keo down to 25. Happy. Well, there's that little flanker. He loves to float. And caught out Taz right now. And he's looking for the last player. Scouting out Neo, moving in towards Heaven. But there's little he can do from here. He's going to flash in and try and find the opening. Actually able to flash up very, very nicely onto Keo, but he cannot find a kill. So Envious now, heavy amount of map points, as well as the ability to force it to 5. And what's VP got? Not a lot.
No, not much to play with, unfortunately. The problem is right now, once Envious has, by the timeout, use the CT utility up, and then they get the mid control, and they seem to be going to B almost every single time they get in that situation. There's only Bialy ever there to actually hold them off. They get spread thin after they lose that first frag. Bialy does do some decent work to hold them off as much as he can, but it's just never enough now. We go into potentially map point now, 15-7, CTs on pistols and Famases. They have got a max 7, excuse me, but Apex opens it up once again. Snacks going down. He's been the MVP so far. That's a huge scalp to take, and now we go to a 5-4. 1 minute 20 remaining on the clock.
And VP really want to be aggressive. That's why Pasha pushing up now into the garage. But Keo, like, where do you find the opening? Pasha's already been dropped down by MBK. And they're going to Molotov around the corner. Just try and spread that fire over to forklift. forcing back whoever they possibly can. As Taz is on the side, Neo's still got a good angle there with the scout, but the problem is now he's completely blind. That smoke just keeps him out. Taz will drop as well, and it looks like right now that Envious will be able to wrap up the map as they do get through the remaining players. There goes Bialy, and that is GG for map 4, which means we will have a 5th and final deciding map heading over to Cobblestone.
So then, VP didn't really arrive there. They did not. Side, unfortunately for them, Envious got the momentum gathered, won the first half 11-4. Looked really strong though. Good rotations and actually nice synergy with the team playing towards mid as well. They had that great hybrid setup of leaving mid completely open sometime and then presenting 3 men the next round. So it's difficult for VP to read into that. And even when they had the mid control, they're unable to capitalize there. So Envious, after losing the pistol in the second half, really did get the ball rolling and get like 5 straight rounds in a row. So very impressive performance from them. The key players working out for them. But Snack's performance for me was stellar. Unfortunate for him, he's not going to be on the winning team in that map, but
he didn't have his team behind him most of the time. Like, Snacks was losing his players left, right, and center, and then was pushing up. It's like, okay, make the best of a bad situation. And that's why the kill count looks so good for him. But beyond that, like VP, they need to take a minute, get their mind back into it. We moved to Cobblestone, one of the maps which I know they really enjoyed. Like when Cobblestone first came out, is even before, like I say, before it first came out, when the changes first came to it, they were the ones that were really hammering into Cobblestone. They wanted to make that map their own, and they're definitely going to be comfortable. The question will be, will Envious be as comfortable?
Well, this is the thing. Envious, definitely, if they're playing in that kind of form, it doesn't matter how comfortable you are on a map. It's difficult to lock those guys down when their aim is so on point like that. But let's see. Definitely a map that's going to close this series out and be a great crescendo of this series. But before that happens, I think we're going to have a quick break before we go to analysts. So don't go anywhere. This series is just coming to the end now, but it's only going to get better. So stay tuned.
Check this out.
Welcome back to the Gfinity Champion of Champions. This is going to be the final round of the evening. I'm pretty excited. We've got Team Envious, Virtus Pro. They are now tied up 2-2. Walk me through the last game, Richard.
Well, I mean, it's looking a lot better for Envious, no doubt about it. We talked about that Virtus Pro being good on that map. Now, once they get that momentum going on Cash, they're a very, very good team. But we've seen recently there's still some shades. They need to iron out some kinks. It was kind of Cash, when they lost that to that 16-0 to Kingwin, that prompted them to do this sort of reimagination of the team, to rejig the roles around. And I don't think they've really sort of revisited it. They're probably just having nightmares about that and haven't made the necessary changes to be comfortable on that map. By contrast, Envious, we know that going even right the way back to the LDLC days, they're a team that are very, very good on Cash indeed, and it showed there. Now, this is obviously we move into a decider, but if Envious carry that form forward, I give them the slight edge on Cobblestone. So I know obviously we'll talk a bit more about Cash, but I think maybe Envious are now getting into a place where they can close this series out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there that it's not like the Envious first half was just case closed, it's going to be over. There was always going to be some play, but there's something happened to Virtus Pro's Cash. I'm not sure when it happened or exactly what the turning point was.
Probably when Kingwin were teabagging them in Valencia.
That didn't help, put it that way. I think in a way, though, it's not just that result, but the fact that they lost to such a lower level team by such a big margin made them in their own minds to say, you know, we're not playing Cash anymore. So it was fine beforehand, because in the best of 3, fair enough. You just stay away from Cash, not a problem. Sometimes you ban it. Sometimes the other team won't pick it anyway. Sometimes they can get away with it. The problem is in a best of 5, as we've already reiterated many times, there is no way to hide it. You get one ban and that's it. And if, like Virtus Pro, you already have a permaban, which is Dust 2. Well, then you're going to be playing Cash. You're going to be playing all these maps. You're going to be playing Inferno, maps that otherwise maybe you'd like to choose not to play against people. You don't have a choice in this particular case. It was very impressive for Envious that they were good on it, though, because like I said, that's a map where that was a questionable one for them. They don't know themselves how good we are supposed to be on that map.
Yeah.
They haven't had to play it too much in this era because they've been spamming Inferno, Cobble, bit of Dust 2. So interesting to see that they're at least above a Virtus Pro level. Now it's going to be very interesting, though, because in theory, Envious have actually done the best work. Even though it's 2-2, I think they've done the best job because they've survived the really hard maps. And they've gotten to the 5th map where, in theory, both teams are going to be very competitive. But this should be one of the best maps for Envious. This is a legit chance to win this series.
Yeah, and, you know, I want to point out just on an individual performance basis, like Apex, again, I think he's been brilliant in this series. You know, we've talked about...
It's always on T-sides, though. It's all the T-sides.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, on these maps, we keep talking about how it's a CT meta right now. Even on the balance maps, you sort of give that slight favorability to CT. Maybe not so much on Cash. I know that's pretty open, pretty even. But just in general. But, like, Apex, again, he was just clutching rounds, you know, making so many frags. And he's really turned up in this series. Like, when he came in, keep in mind, this is the guy who came in for shocks. Do you know what I mean? Like, you couldn't have bigger shoes to fill. And he's done it incredibly well. He's took that entry fragging role, done it competently. Now he's really starting to add lots of frags to his game in general. And just he's been brilliant this series. He's been the real kind of, you know, factor that's dragging Envious, you know, through this series. I think MBK's had some nice solid moments as well. But there's no doubt that Apex has been the one that really stood out for me on the Envious team.
And if you want to kind of bring in a storyline that we're going to now revisit, loop back on, you've got to now think of in that major final when they'd lost the Dust 2 game, Envious, they won onto Cobblestone, and that was the game where Kenny S famously not only failed, but in front of the whole world. And he was a laughingstock in many ways because people were like, oh, they didn't even have a chance in that particular game. And they're supposed to be really good on Cobblestone. Well, they're facing another really good Cobblestone team, and obviously Kenny's AWP is going to be vital to making this one work.
I agree, and I think there's a lot of mitigating factors around that. I mean, Fnatic had pulled off an absolute miracle, you know, 5 match points to take it to overtime, then 4-0 in overtime. That's going to mentally break anybody. And we know that Kenny S in the past, you know, he has had that trouble in turning up in big games. You know, it wasn't there when he was Imperious and he was just beating everybody for fun. But we know he, for example, he used to have problems with Nip in particular and you know, going way back. So this is interesting. This is a little bit different because it doesn't have that psychological factor there. Now, I think Kenny S has a very important role to play on Cobblestone. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I definitely think he's in a much better place going into this game. You know, hey, we've won Cash. This was a map that we weren't really certain about. We've won it comfortably. We're coming in to decide it. We know we can play Cobble. We know we can beat elite level teams on Cobble. All throughout their history, they've been posting good results on it. So, with the exception, of course, of that spectre of Fnatic. So, I got a good feeling about this one. And in particular, I got a good feeling. I think Kenny S, you know, again, been a bit quiet in this series, but I think he'll lay to bed any of the sort of the demons from that particular period of time.
Can you talk about the role that Kenny S's op could play on a map like this?
Well, I mean, again, I'll throw that over to you, Dunk.
I mean, I think when I see AWPers at their best on this map, it's usually you put them in that big B site, and the best ones are the ones who can hold mid-range, and you just play around that fountain area. You play there, or sometimes back in the chicken coop, and the idea is you're just going to take out everyone who comes out of the main long area who doesn't get taken by the guy at the box. So usually you have to be a guy who can always hit the first shot, because that way if 3 try to swarm you, you put them down a couple of times, you get the first 2 guys, and they quickly learn, like, you can't do that. You have to go in slowly, you have to have every flash, so it just delays their B-rush. Because the problem is as soon as any team, a good T-side team, figures out that they can swarm the B site, especially from a mixture of dropper and long, they're just going to do it all the time. And they'll force that over and over and over again because the rotation can't get there from A. So I think Kenny has to be solid. He has to be able to hold in that position. And if for some reason economically he can't get AWPs, that's where I'm worried about him in the context of what I said before. That's because you put him on a rifle on a map like this, I think sometimes he struggles to be useful. I mean, I remember a famous game when he was in Titan, when they were playing against, I think it was against Na'Vi in the EPL Winter Final in April, where It was just after the AWP nerf, and he'd really started to drop off as a player. And there was a round where he didn't even have an AWP, and he literally just said in French to I think it was Apex, who he was playing the site with, like, "Oh, I don't even know, what am I supposed to do at this site here?" Because he'd never conceived of playing it without an AWP. He always used to have the AWP. They'd give him the AWP all the time. Now he wasn't the focal point of the team because he was having problems, you know. So we'll see if any of that rears its head. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we just have a great game and all 10 players are on it, and we get great like back and forwards, plants, everyone getting in on T side. I'd rather it wasn't just a shutout fest on the CT side, but I get the sense that, for me, the big danger zone for Envious is if VP start first and they put up a really strong CT half, even sort of like 9-10 rounds, that's where it's really going to test the Envious guys.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, you know, a big responsibility on that drop-down area. It's so vital to the map as a whole. I think it's almost like feels like when teams can kind of group up there and take control of that area and you know, sort of overwhelm, again, it opens up the map. It's always super important to be able to do that, because when you've got options, especially on the T side, that's when you need to start split. The CTs start thinking and they need to split up. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if Envious can hold that area and you know, control it, or actually dominate and force the issue on the T side. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that pans out.
All right, well, thank you guys. I'm looking forward to this game. It's going to be really exciting. We're going into Cobblestone. This is the last game of Virtus Pro versus Envious, tied 2-2. Who will make it to tomorrow? We'll find out. Casters, take it away.
Envious.
Thanks for that, Richard.
Well, that's the voice of God that tells us Envious is going to come through.
Well then, judging by that last performance, they're going to be carrying that momentum off. They seem like they're heading the heavier fraggers. There's only really Snacks has stood up out of VP for that last map there. So the rest of the Envious guys seem to be firing on all cylinders, and that's when they get very dangerous. Once they start getting into that rhythm and they actually get into the fifth gear, that's when it feels like they're going to be so scary going into this last
But at
map.
the same time, VP, when they're down, that's when they're also the most dangerous. Like when they're injured, they start to bite back really hard. And one quick pump-up chat, just say, you know what, guys, let's just focus on what's here.
Yeah.
It's the trophy, it's to get the grand finals to face up against Fnatic. That's what Taz said in his interview. He wants to face up against Fnatic. They can only do that if they win here on Cobblestone. They'll feel comfortable on this map. They'll feel prepared. All they got to do is just find that wind.
Well, this is it. That's a little bit easier said than done. As we said, there's so much on the line here, right? So you've got, if you win this game, you automatically get the 30K tomorrow instead of 10K. So that's pretty exciting nonetheless. But also, obviously, if you lose this one, you're going home. That's it. It's such a exciting tournament. What a great format it's been so far. I actually love the fact you get to see these great teams go toe-to-toe in a best-of-5 scenario. We've been begging for it for so long, and now we finally get to see it. And it just goes to show you, we've seen all 10 maps today, so that just goes to show how close and exciting this can be to see them tested to the absolute limit. So we go into this final map now. Map number 5 is 2-2.
It's going to be a wonderful time, man. I don't know who said it backstage, but they said the words, every game, every series that we have here is like a grand final because it is this best of 5. So it's basically an orgasm for all viewers. Let's get into the knife round, and we'll see who gets to take out the CT side, would be the assumption, considering what we saw earlier today.
Yeah, well, here we go then. So it's going to be a very quick affair here. All the teams just getting stuck in there. They're running around this time. VP do take it. And going into this last map, we've talked about how much is on the line. The CT start, it's going to be instrumental here, it feels like. So one would assume they're going CT. Maybe they've got something.
It would be the assumption. It would be the assumption. CT, like once you can lock down the economy, the T's have real trouble because you can just play from range. And Taz is going to say stay. VP definitely want to play the CT side here.
Absolutely. So this is where they can get their teeth stuck into this. And this is going to be interesting. We saw quite a loose mentality from MVS on that cash setup, as holding up, waiting for pushes, then boosting into middle, staying in that 4-man pack, and then executing from there. I'd assume a very same methodology going into this map. It's going to be similar. Going maybe towards the A side a lot, but B is always a heavy area of contention on this, right? So it's an area where you can work out what the CTs are doing and then just go in with some simple smokes, go out to the upper platform, utilize your heavy fraggers out there, and find a frag and get some positional control from there. That's what we're going to see. Kenny S, the guys pointed out on the analyst test, he hasn't arrived in the same fashion he did in DreamHack London. He had such an amazing tournament there. We saw him almost every single game topping the scoreboard. He hasn't been bad this tournament, but I will say he hasn't hit that godlike status we saw last week. So it'd be nice to see him step up into this. This is the map in the major where he actually had a really poor performance. He was playing for the A bomb side and actually managed to get, I think, 4 or 5 frags against the semi-final there. So it was the grand final. Let's see what this one where this leads him to. So
hopefully he can put those bad memories behind him and just focus on what's at hand, which is beating Virtus Pro. Like that's
a good. That's
it.
Good mission to say yourself.
That's the simplest thing. Just simplify it and just go at it. For me, like this map is just so simple for one angle. Okay. This is like why I kind of actually want to see Fnatic tomorrow also forced to play on Cobblestone.
Sure.
Because the way you play that drop. I'll see how each team approaches it as well. It's such a critical location on the map, and I want to see who can come out and top inside of it. For now, pistol round will begin, and we'll get ourselves underway. Our 5th and final map, it is Cobblestone. The winner will come back tomorrow to play up against Fnatic, and the loser will get to watch.
All 5 players opting for armor on this pistol round. Envious here, not going to be rushing B as I would have anticipated. They're waiting to see if those early grenades come in. They want to see what the CT's doing. But look at this stack coming in. 4-man stack towards B. VPR reading this pretty well. We've got Snacks there, working towards drop down.
That aggressive play from Neo too. He pushed all the way up into the mid A. He's able to note out that no one from Envious is coming.
Yeah, it's a great
Snacks
play.
With that little jump too, he notices that they're getting ready to fall down. So with the second he hears that drop, he can just like pop out, throw out the nade, and slow down this Envious movement. And already happy. Well, he's going to catch out Neo. That was the long A movement. They still have Taz over there, so they're not too worried about it. The nade does decent damage to MBK. Bialy, while the Snacks waiting in close, they're actually able to get these USP shots up, but not enough of them. It's now a 2-on-3. Pasha needs to try and level this up. Either that or Taz from down inside a drop. Now he's in a 2-on-1 battle. He needs just one head somewhere to hit. He can't find anything, so Pasha forced to rotate over, but Happy was waiting for him. He's the man to start the round, and he's the man that will end it with the kills.
So VP did predict the actual setup correctly there, but Neo, as soon as he got taken down there, that's when the round started to fall apart. They had no men towards A whatsoever. They had to pull back a little bit from B, and then you saw Snacks in that drop-down area. Did manage to set up a little crossfire with Bialy, but it wasn't able to land enough kills. And Envious take the first round now on this 5th map. You can see they've got 2 recon players with Mac 10s. That's going to work out pretty nicely for them. They're just going to keep the rifles towards the long-range area there towards B. Kiyoshima is trying to get some intel. The CT's once again stacking towards B this time. They have force bought into this. They've got Desert Eagles, CZs, and armor, but no utility to speak of. So they're just going to be waiting for the T's to come into the bomb site and try and set up some crossfires that way and hopefully take down the T's. But bomb's still top and middle.
It's actually having a little of indecision on where the bomb's going to go because you've got 2... Okay, it's going to come down through A main. There's a double push coming in through A long. Happy still playing around here inside of drop, but all he's doing is keeping the attention of VP over on B. So they haven't rotated now until finally the scout gets that pick. Taz tries to come out through the doors, but gets completely blinded as he does so. So it was forced back. Now the smoke as well restricts all vision. They need just lucky headshots to get themselves onto this side.
Well, now the bomb will be going down. And that opening frag from MBK was so important because they see there's such a clean entrance now. The stack does start rotating towards A. Snacks takes down Kelly, but the frag's coming back in from Envious. 2 players remaining now. Pasha and Bialy do have armor here. Probably would be an idea to say, but I don't think that's going to be an option here. Pasha, the last man remaining with that CZ in hand towards drop down. He's looking towards Connector and seeing whether he can get an exit here, but the T's are hunting him down. And then he dropped 1 frag there as well. So nice little round for them as well. Happy once again, keeping that low position, working out where the CTs were lying, and he kept them over there for just a amount of time. And MBK with a nice little scout headshot to open up that A-bomb site. They get in quite easily there. So that's going to put VP onto pretty much a full eco here. You can see Snacks has still got a decent bankroll. Could justify P250 here, but you assume he may be trying to save the money for the AWP, but he gets a 5-7 in fact. So let's see what's going on now.
This is going to take so long for VP to repair the economic damage that's been done to them. And in the meantime, Envious just keep making the most out of these Mag 10s. Like, Happy's got so much money on him because of the 2 kills he got in the last round with this. Kyo again aggressively pushing in. Neo down to already half of his life. He's been forced back off that long A, and that's where the bomb was. Rotates down a little bit lower. They won't find the kill on Neo, but they do find it on Taz and Kyo. They've actually given up the plat, which means now Kyo gets the perfect crossfire angle, using that box, still bangable, but not really with the pistols that they've got. And now getting dinked from the side, he turns over to the USP and one-shots Mihaly in the head. Oh, I suppose if the machine gun doesn't work, just go straight to the pistol. Pasha at least able to recover that AK now, and he'll lose it just as quick as he got it.
So then 3 on the board for Envy. It's a fantastic start for them. Looking at the CT money, that second round buy for them, it's not going to be too damaging, but they do definitely lack a certain element of utilities. You can see Taz has only got one flashbang. The guys have got a few smokes, but no incendiaries, no kits as well. This is the danger of buying up on that second round. It definitely puts you in poor stead for the rest of the round, and Envious are going to be aware of this. They're keeping the scouts on MBK, trying to build a big bankroll for themselves. This time actually opting to go towards long A. And this could work out really nicely for them. Once again, Neo going to be isolated on the A side by himself. If they can find that initial frag onto him, they're going to have an open bomb site once again. MBK just holding up the top, and now they start dissecting the map, making their way slowly but surely through long A halls.
Happy again gets to be this floater. As you said, like A's the way to go. That's where they've got the bomb at the moment. Happy. Okay, I think he just got scouted out then. He knows it too. So Pasha.
But it works for him though, right? Because he's trying to keep the CTs over there. So this is perfect. If he stays alive and keeps CTs there, it's absolutely fine.
Like what he's doing right now looks like a normal drop entrance with the smokes and the flashes. The vision though over on A, it didn't come quick enough. Now Taz will get the vision, but at the same time he loses his head. They've only got one player left over on A, and Neo hiding on the other side of the hut, waiting for Envious to push up onto the side. They get a little bit of spam. There goes Neo. And now it's a real difficult retake for Virtus Pro. They can't see anything from the platform. If they break through the vent, then they know too. As Envious will know exactly where VP's coming from. So it's almost like they just have to save their weapons right now.
Absolutely.
There's no joy to be had on the A side.
No kits, and they've also obviously lost those first two frags going in. Taz actually backing up Neo there. And it's just with that, when they have such positional control, Envious, they get to all the way down long A. They know they've got a great setup there. Happy's called. I've kept two players towards drop down now. This is the perfect time for you to go. Even when he died in that situation, he'd done enough work. They came up middle and side alley at the same time, got that first opening frag onto Taz, and then Neo just isolated on the bomb side. They set up a crossfire. Kiyoshiima locked him down, and as you see now, the CTs don't even have an option to get back into this. They'd have to retake against 4 players and defuse without a kit as well, so it just wasn't viable for them. I think they made the right decision saving those guns, and they can look towards this round to how they can get back into this. Now this is the decision. Do they force up into this? I think there's probably a valued idea. They get the at least pistols, head armor, some grenades. You can see some guns being dropped there. So Neo going to be getting the scouts. They are going to be going for this one. And now Kenny S is upgraded to the AWP. This is such a huge round, Toby. If they lose this one, it's going to be 5-0, and they'll be looking down at Eco potentially as well. So let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, VP are in such a rough position, and Envious, they're the ones with the ball, and they're trying to play it over towards the A side. I like how Pasha was the man who got all the smokes and grenades. He likes to play that B platform area. And with everything he's got, he can hold him off for a good 30 seconds, if not longer. Potentially even finding the early kills. But in this case, it's just not the right place to be. Happy is the man who's just playing this drop distraction again. Neo, this is going to be such a critical one. The timing was just a slightly off. It's Kenny S versus Neo. And now, well, they get tagged up. Kenny S down to 29, Neo down to 4. It was scout on AWP action. And now Apex flashed up, gives the space for Taz to do that aggressive play in towards the A main. Goes for a second pop flash. But the movement's coming from Envious now. They're coming over to B, but Pasha is still here. And Pasha still has practically his whole arsenal, both Molotov as well as grenade available. And the defuse kit, but he's going to lose everything as MBK takes out his head inside of drop. But now the movement's coming over from VP, and they should be able to get there in time.
CT's in a very difficult situation here. Snack's going to be the only player onto the B bomb site. He gets absolutely decimated by Kenny S with the AWP and Molotov combo. And now the retake comes in. Neo with 4 HP and only a scout in hand. And PG50 jumps around the corner, gets handled by MBK, leaving in a 3-on-1 with no kip as Taz. He gets the first kill, putting him in this 2-1 situation, but still definitely not in his favor as Kenny S finishes him off there.
Way too many angles to cover as you come in. You've got 2 players jumping down from Plat, one of them being the AWP that finds the kill on you, and you still knew because of the sound that was made down inside a drop that there was one inside a drop. So you're like, okay, well, this is just a disaster.
Well, this is it now. 5-0 in favor of Envious. Even if VP win a round now, they're still in such a fragile position because they won't have much money. They need to make sure they have a really clean round, come and get themselves back into this to even justify the next one because
that reset.
Exactly. The reset will come in and be so devastating. But decent damage there from Apex to knocking Taz down to 38 HP. Happy once again working the drop down area, and Snacks finally able to make him redundant with that smoke coming in. So buys himself a little bit more time, but the AWP still going to be ringing true for Kenny S. Not being able to do much of it yet though as they make their way towards long A once again.
And Bialy playing that position over on Tree, a lot more exposed for him. But if Envious do try and push the play, he's going to be in a good position for it at least. It's different from what they've done previously. But Envious, they're not coming towards Plat. Happy again is playing such a great distraction role. He's got so much money to make the distraction until finally Taz sees 3 players coming in through A main. Neo's already there. They shut down Happy, so there's no extra flanker here. In fact, it allows VP, if they're quick enough, that they can get the flank around, but they're coming back the straight, direct way. They need to get back onto this side. Neo picked off as he's trying to fall back deeper into the site and make this push up for Envious a little bit more difficult. And as they just lose them one by one, they're not coming in as a full team because they just can't. They're all coming in from the same angle. So they come out one by one. Pasha going pretty big here. Decent damage into Wood. Needs that bench, able to claim it. There goes Keo, but he can't shut down Kenny S. And it was a valiant attempt by Virtus Pro, but now it's 6-0 in favor of Envious. This T side is looking so good for them.
Really good. And unfortunately for VP, the money situation is not getting any better. It looks like they may have to take an eco on the chin here. They tried to force the situation. They were waiting to see whether they could gather info. Taz getting flashed towards middle, getting taken down straight away, and that's the man advantage, giving them favor to Envious once again, and they just capitalize on that. Knocked down Neo, I think got legged by Kenny S through the smoke, actually. And it was an easy frag for them to pick up, but here we go then. It's going to be round number 7. 6-0 in favor of Envious, and now VP on another eco. That will help though. Pasha gets the CZ kill onto Kiyoshima, making it a 5-4.
Finally, Pasha can get something there. Kiyo's been playing back all the time, just spraying from all the way down to back plat, and then throwing out the smokes and the nades, playing, oh wow, that's a good shot. But he never had the opportunity to try and get that CZ kill up close, and Kiyo gave it to him. But Envious, they instantly take everything back from VP.
Wow, this is obviously a round you'd assume that VP were going to drop there, but actually Taz gets the bomb from MBK now, and you can see him towards the fence area, still trying to work some magic here, as Apex is isolated on the bomb site, gets taken down by Snacks as well, leaving Kenny in quite a difficult situation.
They got
Needs
weapons.
to run fast as well. Yeah, AK's picked up for the CTs.
Yeah, with the double AKs, well, one of those taken back by the AWP shot from Kenny S. They had the bomb back in their control, now revealing Snacks' position. Kenny S just goes for the kill, not for the plan. He'll end up getting both, the extra 300 for him, but Envious, 7 rounds to 0. Now we'll see VP go into the bye.
Well, this is it. Now they actually have taken a full eco. They're going for the double AWP now. And I think this is probably a good call for them.
Is this aggressive plat play by Pasha then?
Well, the idea is you can either push into long A or go down towards middle, get that early information and justify his stack. So Taz now, he actually is going to be going towards long A. And this is the AWP from Neo, going to be going towards mid. Not going for that early information though. A lot of AWPers will tend to do that. This will be trying to catch any T's running through the smoke just now. But here we go. Trying to look at the top of mid, through the top of that smoke and see what he can do. Can't find anything just yet. The T once again makes their way towards long A to be Taz, waiting for them. Soon Pasha's going to be towards the B side on the upper platform area.
Yeah, they boosted him up. The second they can get that off and they can see a long way into B plat, then they only have to worry about what comes out of drop and shift everyone else over to A. And that is where Envy has been focusing a lot of attack. And Neo gets snapped back by Kenny S.
That one's going to hurt. That was a huge pick from Kenny S and takes down one of the big scalps there, the AWPs on the A-bomb site. And Kenny S isn't done yet. He spots another player, it's going to be Taz. And now Taz definitely needs to find a frag here. Snacks does take down Keo. MBK isolates Snacks there, and Taz isolates in the position towards long A. And then Kenny S deals with him in the Tech 9 there.
And perfect grenade just to soften him up. Bialy, though, coming in, playing huge on the ramp. The bomb is down with him, and he takes out another one as Kenny S. Pasha as well as Bialy now, they're the ones to defend up against Happy. They know he's coming in from A main, but Bialy going to be dropped by Happy. Not a lot of life left on Happy, but he has the bomb in hands, and Pasha with this AWP takes the first shot, and Happy realizes where he is. He's just running it over towards the B site. The smoke will give him a little bit of extra space to go. There's a little bit of concerns. We just lost Neo from the serve, but Happy goes for a very exposed bomb plant. Where's he play this from? Is it upper plat? He's going to play it in close. And in fact, just gets the instant wrap-up over on Pasha.
That's so smart. What a great play from Happy there. That's the problem. When Pasha fired that first shot there and they gave his position away, he just set Happy up so perfectly in that situation. Bot makes his way to the B bomb site, smokes off the connector, isolates Pasha, forcing him to go through smoke, gets the bomb down, and his plays it so well. They've taken the audacious face, but they've got so many rounds on the board, they can afford to take those kind of chances, and he takes his head off, and now look at the money for VP. This game is getting to the point of no return as they get mag 7s, which obviously are still very viable in this map, but that's not going to help, but Snacks get taken down as he boosts up in the drop down there.
And that's the first time VP have attempted such a move as well, and it blows up in their face. They try to trap him in with a Molotov as well, but didn't work. Keo, again playing this more of a spam and control move over on B, and then rotating back over to the A to join the rest of the Envious attack. Taz at least has a little bit more of an aggressive position, staying at the top of danger. Yeah. Just mostly giving him that cover fire, but now he starts spraying out, and they know he's come down inside of danger, so they can flank around him. But not before Taz does enough damage to bring down MBK. Neo's also watching that A pull out. He actually unscopes at the wrong time. Unable to get the kill. But Envious still got tagged up a hell of a lot on this A push. So Bialy, it wouldn't be beyond the stretch of the imagination for him to clean up.
Yep, you're absolutely right there. 3 players pretty low here, but Happy working the lurk so powerfully. Takes down Pasha, who's trying to gain some sort of positional advantage there. Neo going to be isolated at the top of the middle. He's going to be taken down, you would say, but he actually managed to find a kill onto Kirishima, and Bialy answers back as well. But it makes it a 2-on-1 situation. Bialy with no kit, no grenades, just the M4 in hand. Needs to work out how he's going to enter this as he gets smoked off through Connector. Going to be forced now to go up to balcony. Or is he?
He's trying to play it. Like, was he going to wait for the smoke? The plant's got to go down. So if he waits just long enough, when that plant goes down, then it technically is a 1-on-1. And the plan is being done now. And Kenny S is watching the doors.
There's no smoke down.
Oh, he's at least able to get the kill over on Apex. But can he get past Kenny S? A long way back on the long A. And he misses a shot. This is the opening right now. Oh, okay, no, it's not. Bialy caught out by Kenny X as he's just able to move himself across.
Yep, really nice play from the 2-on-1 situation. He came onto the 1-on-1, but it never really was in an area that could have lost it. The fact that he had no kit, he had to find that kill onto Kenny. He had such an advantageous angle as well. Now we're going to force VP onto yet another pistol round, and that's 9-0 on the T side of Cobble. In the final map here, this could be the end of VP's tournament run. And you hate to see it happen like this. It's a pretty clean sweep so far. And now they're on to another eco, so you have to assume it's going to 10-0. Fast play coming in now from Envious.
Yeah, they mix it up, realizing the eco is there. They control up the B plat very early on. But now they slow it up. But this is buying time for VP to rotate over. They go for the clearance nades. Back over towards the back of the site. And in fact, yeah, there goes Bialy. They have to look down, however. There's the waiting player, and it's Pasha. But, well, okay, they will mop up VP. There's only Taz left alive. And he's got no hope. He's up against 3 AKs and an AWP to try and retake the side. NBK just does it with 1 bullet from his AK. 10 rounds to 0. Envious commanding against VP. And VP, they need to stop this. And the only way to do that is with a timeout.
Well, yep. Maybe a little bit too late when you're in the double digits. You haven't got a round on the board yet. NBK have an absolutely stellar round there. Oh, nothing but headshots, I think, bar 1. But there we go.
It's the critical round, though. This is VP's buy round.
Look at the kills. Let's have a look. So Neo, the AWP player, actually on 1 for 10 right now on the CT side of Cobble. AWP's normally very instrumental on this map. He can actually control it, be very mobile. He's getting isolated. I think they probably need to move him towards the back of B, set him up in the chicken coop, for example, get him locked down there. B hasn't really been a heavy area of contention for Envious, apart from on the eco round. It seems like they're actually just relying on that long A takes, getting map control in that position, and working the frags there, and then Happy coming in with the lurk, and it's working out. Well, obviously working out very well for them, as they're getting 10 rounds in a row.
Here's the second question for you. VP, why are we not seeing what they normally do, where you rush that player down to A main as well as one up on long, get the information, and then start your rotation over? Pasha, like that one round I said, like he had Molotovs, nades, smokes, and everything else. You throw that down, you can't rush into B plat. If you do, you take so much damage, and then Pasha will at least get like a, if not an even trade, a favorable trade for himself. Where is this intel search from VP?
I think it's more of a case that the VP players are getting opportunities to actually make frags here, but when they're presented to them, Neo especially, he's the anchor onto A. He's the one being left on the A bomb side, and he's got 1 kill. And 11 rounds in, you've got 1 kill, and you're holding that A site where a lot of kills are being exchanged.
Yep.
Something's going wrong there. They need to change the setup. So Neo has picked up the AWP now, so they're going to work out what they can do here. I think he needs to go for the first frag. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive here. Go for that first pick, and then at least get them that morale boost to saying, okay, we can still do this. Just get that first pick and move back here. Double AWP setup coming in once again. Didn't work out for them before, obviously. Didn't win the round, but now...
Notice who's carrying it too, so it's actually in the hands of Snacks and Neo.
Do you know what the problem is, though? That Envious get this chance to get the pause as well. They know a reaction is coming in, an adaptation. They get the chance probably to chuck in something a little bit wild, a bit more fast, and actually lock down what they probably assume is coming in. This double AWP setup.
This is the reason why it's in the hands of Snacks. So he can make the quick run. He actually starts with the smoke, but he's awful to be able to see over the top of it. Waiting for the flash, they're actually banging through to him. And they haven't taken any damage. And Neo said, this is the plan. They run AWPs low as well as AWP top, but they've just lost Snacks, and Apex again gets through Neo on long A. Taz is that floaters. They're heavily committing a bit. Apex goes again, going through Taz. Pasha and Bialy are starting to rotate. Pasha's the only man there. Wants to try and slow it up with an 8 and buy time for the rest of his teammate to come over. He gets the kill on Apex. He had to put the fire out. He wouldn't have been able to run out in time. But Bialy, as well as Pasha, now they've at least forced us into a 2-on-2 situation, even if the A defense failed at the start.
A 2-on-2 situation. Stu's out the advantage here, but Kiyoshima caught reloading in the corner there. It's going to leave Happy in the 2-on-1 with the AWP. Has got the 5-7 as well. Low HP for both players on the CT team. And he's actually going to find an easy pick there, not able to capitalize on it. A rare miss there from Happy, and doesn't get the bomb just yet, and that's absolutely massive there.
Oh! Off the hip, Pasha will drop. And now it's 1-on-1 into the wood. Bang at Bialy down to 48. They go again with a 5-7. Bialy finally gets VP on the board. They go 1-10. The pause worked for them, but still, that A hold was not the greatest.
Well, Apex is having an absolute field day right now. Neo not able to land any shots. He's got the AWP towards side alley, and it's getting locked down straight away, unable to get a kill. Yes, again, 1 for 11. He's having a really difficult time now, and this is what I'm talking about. VP, after winning that one, the buy's still not going to be great. It came down to a 1-on-1 in the end, and this is where the T's really can capitalize. If they win this round, CT's go into with $1,400 next round, and they're absolutely knackered in this game. So let's see whether they can hold on for another one. P90 on Taz, Max 7 on Pasha, although it has to be said, he's very strong in that B area with the Max 7, so definitely viable. But now then, here's this round.
I want to watch to see how well Apex does as they make the plays as though they're pushing into A, and VP, they've doubled up over here. So they've actually boosted up one player and then pushed the other into danger. So from there, they look like they can hold the A, but Envious, now they switch it up. Snacks, he's been hitting his shots, hence they've actually put the AWP into his hands. It's not Neo, it's not Pasha. They put it into his hands back over at Chicken. And Snacks, well, he sees the shoulder, but misses the, he actually tags the shot. As Keo that drops down a little bit lower, they realize it's coming in through drop. Bialy starting his spray. Kenny S able to actually open it up too. The Snacks, he's going to get peppered down the chicken yard, and he finally is brought down by Keo. And VP, they're down to 2 players who again have to rotate onto the side. They're not the remaining players on that side, but at least they find the first one in Keo. The nade, oh no! Bounces backwards, that wasn't the plan, but it is still a 1-on-1. The bomb is dropped, but in comes Happy, had a flash in his hand when he walks around the corner. He might blind up the CT, he's chasing the kill, and who will win? It's going to be Taz, after what was basically a comedy of errors from both sides.
Wow, what an interesting round that was. That double nade coming in from Neo could have ended things pretty early there, but manages to recover, and they get the second round on the board. And like I said, that's such a huge round for them to win, considering the money situation they would have been on. Like I said, $1,400 going to the next round. They managed to salvage it, pick up the AWP onto Snacks, and like you said, it's kind of interesting that Neo's dropped that one, given they're all over to Snacks, who has been their secondary AWP for a while, but Neo definitely not arriving on this map. He's been very quiet indeed. Kenny S once again, money's still strong in their camp, so at least holding a little bit more passively this time. It's going to be Happy and Kiyoshima, that tag team towards B bomb site. You see the boost coming into the upper platform from the CT, so how are they going to handle this?
Oh, there it is.
Much better control. That's the aggressive pick. They want to get themselves in a decent position. Now they can afford to fall back. The T's are definitely on the back foot now.
Yep. Apex will be the one to pick up that AWP. He's aggressively pushing in through long, but the AWP is not the greatest thing to try and go up against Taz's current position. Up there on the left, unless he can flick it. He'll be flicking very, very quickly for that. He just tries to look a little bit further down. Not expecting the close. Meanwhile, Neo making the advantage a little bit better for VP as they were able to bring down Keo. Does he check up? Okay, almost hit him with a smoke. He didn't look, he didn't see it.
He got a kill as well.
It went around his back. He gets the kill on Neo. But I suppose revenge is still served. MBK finds one on Snacks. He does have the bomb, and if he can actually get through the... Okay, he can't. He was caught with his knife out, and Bialy will bring him down. But if he could get through Bialy, he would be able to outrun the CT to that B side.
So the pause proving prevalent once again for these teams. They take a pause, get 3 in a row. They've been scrappy rounds, but rounds nonetheless. 3 in a row for VP. They're getting back into this.
It gives them hope for their CT side.
At least some sort of hope, right? That's all they need.
For their T side.
Yeah, exactly. So now they've actually rumbled their envious economy a little bit. You can see 3 players onto the pistols now, but a much faster tactic coming in, going for the straight-up B rush.
I'll give it a crack. Pasha really legging it nice and quick. Keeps his back turned as now Taz, he realizes what's also coming down. Tries to go for his own little battle. Brings down Apex. He's got help from Bialy playing him from the statue area. The bomb in the open. So VP know they're committed to this. Banging out towards the platform. Now Pasha is still laying in wait, but Kenny S coming in from behind with the Tech 9. Can only claim 1. And now it's all in the hands of Happy. He's able to find out both of the CTs, but he cannot stop them. Snacks able to finish the job now. 4-10. VP making a respectable score here on CTs.
Fighting back, and this is what you need. This is like we said, every game in this series is like a grand final, right? You got best of 5, 2 of the world's best teams playing here. You can never give up. You need to make sure you're fighting back all the time. This pause has worked out for them. They've ground down the Envious economy, and once again, they're going to be on the pistols and 2 rifles here. So 10-5, considering they're 10-0 down, is absolutely amazing. They've actually managed to claw themselves back into this. And Snacks on the AWP once again, 4 rifles, and it seems like they actually will be favoring the B site once again.
Well, this is the last round of the first half. Can Envious actually get themselves in to the site? They're going in through drop again with a bomb, but Bialy able to get a nice little corner. They're taking out Plant, taking out 2 in drop as well. The last one into drop, and that's going to be Happy down for the count. VP able to actually drag it back from 10-0 to 5-10.
Not sure how they did that, I'll be honest with you. Even on that first round they won, that's when they lost the first 2 picks and somehow claw their way back into it. So hats off to them. Going 10-0 down and getting that back in the board is very, very respectable indeed. So definitely giving themselves at least a chance. They've got enough to play with. They get the pistol to get back into this. And then if they do, this is going to be such a great way to finish this series off. Let's hope they can find the pistol here just to make this as close as possible. We want this to go all the way. So,
man, if they can and they hold the same momentum as Envious, we could see Envious like pausing the game in 25 rounds and just going, okay, guys, like, what do they do to us to try and bring this back? But let's watch it. We're underway. The pistol now for our second half and our last half of the night. This is where the night will end. Who will get to play up against Fnatic tomorrow? We're going to find out now.
So we have a look at the buy for the T side here.
Dualies.
They've got 4 sets of armor, 1 utility player in form of Snacks, and they're going to be heading very quickly over towards drop down now.
Boost so quick, Happy taking out 3 with a boost up. That is not the way Virtus Pro were going to win the pistol. They have just dominated drop, and Snacks is the last man standing. He has done so much for his team, but what more can he be asked to do? Too much. They get a complete team wipe. Envious go 11 rounds to 5. What a start. Happy with a quad.
That was absolutely sick. That USP control does not come naturally, I'll tell you that. That was so well played from Happy. Getting up there and just keeping completely calm and finding 4 kills there, that's crazy. And that's the round VP needed to win to get themselves back into this series and continue that momentum they found towards the end of the first half. Amazing scenes, but of course VP buy into this round, get the Tech 9s and armor, and they're going for a very similar tactic here. MBK opens it up with a shotgun kill onto drop down, and actually a crater kill coming in there. And now, you equalize this 3-on-2, but it looks like Envious are going to run away with this round. Crazy scenes.
Neo's the last man. If he can get this kill and pick up a weapon, there'll be a chance, but the chances are removed. And now, Team Envious, 12 rounds to 5. We are on a raw eco now for Virtus Pro. They have no money in the bank apart from 2.5k on Pasha. That is not enough for a full buy.
Well, that max 7 and the shotguns in this map especially is so exciting to watch. It's so viable here. You saw Fnatic earlier running them. They can do such big work with them. But here we go then. MBK going to be keeping up with that max 7 in hand with the full eco coming in from VP. They have got a P250 but no grenades to play with whatsoever. Making their way towards B once again. The bomb going to be in hand of Snacks, but not really much I can do in this situation. Pasha's going to be leading the charge here with that P250, but it's going to take an absolute miracle to find any sort of entrance to this round whatsoever.
Well, they just lost Neo as well. So there goes your floater over on A. There was actually 2 players over there. Taz was there with Neo, trying to cause the distraction, and they're going up again. There's already a little bit of spray, and he's up. Takes out 1, looking for the second. Able to find it, still another 12 bullets left in that. Good thing about this M4. And then Taz. Okay, he'll drop on the stairwell. Bialy goes for the last one, reveals his position. He's running over towards drop, which hilariously is actually unattended for now. But now Kenios comes back in with the M4AS, and this is 13 rounds to Envious against the 5 for VP. They're gonna push it. They're gonna push it now. They're into the AKs and the armor.
Well, this is it. 13-5. VP need to act. They need to act right now. They need to find some rounds here, but MBK still on the max 7. He's just building up his economy, and this is where we need to see something interesting coming in from VP. Either they're going to do it for a wall of smokes here. They've got 5 smokes, and it looks like they will be opting to go towards that area as well. It's going to be Pasha going first on the upper platform area, get locked out by the smoke there. And this actually allows the CTs to boost up and gain some positional control. It's going to be Kiyoshima getting on the upper platform now.
And Pasha, he's still trying to bang through that block and stop him from doing so, but bouncing across the rim, he can still get up there. And that's now where VP, they don't control the B plat. No matter how hard they try, they're smoked out on the drop side, and they're committing 2 players now into this B plat. Pasha's pushing up. But Kyo is still in such a great position. He's mixing it up as much as he possibly can. Kenny's able to bring down Neo. So once again, this A player doesn't really work. They had more support over there, which I believe is actually Snacks. The rest of VP, they're flashed. MBK can see him. He's trying to go for these little jump shots. Can't find the heads now. Okay, that tagged, and he actually kills off Snacks, doing the work. And Envious, they're just having fun now. The last two players left alive for VP. Make that one player left alive for VP as Pasha over on the B plat, moving in closer, brings down Happy. But there's 3 Envious players converging on his position. He's looking for the extra kill, and he can't get it. Kenny will finish the job, and VP will be flat broke. Going to this next round, they have 3K apiece, but it's 14 rounds to 5. Envious so close to victory.
You see the difference there in the CT approach from Envious in this half. Kenny S pushing into a long A there. He's using the information that's gathered by his teammates. He pushes long A and finds an isolated player towards the top of mid, just holding the lurks. And that's so important. If you can have a player that has the balls to even push that area and get that kind of intel, it allows your CT guys to actually hold B strong. That's exactly what happened. And then MBK, the jumping shots coming in, doing a lot of damage. And now, of
they
course,
already pushed him up.
This is it. Happy being boosted up once again, and this is a forced buy from the T's, but they do manage to find that first frag and an entrance into this round.
And that's really good too, because they can pick up his weapon. Yeah, they got the AK into the hands of Taz. MBK again try and do this Mag 7 jump up. The Molotov's going to force him back. He's going to smoke it out, so stops the damage. A secondary molly actually being wasted there. But it's MBK. VP, they get down. 2 players left alive now for Envious. As that flash up very, very high, Kyo blind as a bat. He's actually not that blind, so wait for him to actually hit with sonar. Now Kenny jumps on down, out through the window, not gonna happen. But Kyo trying to defend, able to do so up against Neo. It's only up to Bialy now, the last man left alive. Those flashes, they're still available. There's number 1, there goes number 2.
He has got the bomb in hand though, and a lot of time to play with. 2-on-1 situation. He does have the HP advantage here, but it's not going to happen from him. That's map point and series point going in favor of Envious now. They just need to hold on for one more round, and then VP need 10 in a row. I don't see it happening, Toby, but stranger things have happened as it's been pretty clean sets the second half. 5-0 in favor of Envious in the second half now. What can VP do to get back into this? Obviously, they will have to buy.
I'd say, what can Envious do to actually let VP get back into this?
That's probably a better question.
Envious have been playing this so tight. Like, Kenny... His move out on the side has just been so good. He keeps controlling it. And Envious, they're not feeling that bad about pushing up. Like, they've got 10 rounds as an advantage. They want to try and get aggressive into VP. Make sure they feel so pressured and defensive. And there's that Pasha pickup. So they've just lost their B player. There's no more flank. It's only 3 players left on long. And Kenny S is in a great position. He's looking to actually get potentially flanked. We brought down 1. Doesn't injure the second, however. Neo is down 72. But Apex is already waiting on site. What's there for the T's? You've got no smokes, no flashes, nothing. And there's still Molotovs available here for Apex, who is playing on the site. Moves himself over towards the cannons and waiting for Bialy to be looking the wrong direction, which is exactly what happens. Neo playing from the van. He brings down 1, and he's going to keep VP alive in this. 6 rounds to 15.
So Neo had a very quiet series in this map so far. 7 kills here, but that's obviously could be one of the most important rounds if they keep themselves in this somehow. But the money being ground once again. You can see Snacks getting the sawn-off shotgun there. Taz on the Galil, and the CT still rolling pretty hard with their money. A change of pace as well, sending 3 players towards the long A area. You'd assume they're going to be going for an early pick here, but let's see how this goes down. Kenny S now opting for the AWP. Happy actually be joining them. He's been playing drop down pretty heavily.
They are really heavily stacking this long A. Happy's waiting for it. There goes the first hits, but
there it is.
Yeah, VP weren't expecting that many people there. They just stack it up nicely. At least Snacks can get the revenge kill with a shotgun. But Kyo's still over on the site. And where is that bomb? It's locked on long. They actually have to retake the bomb. Kyo spraying through the smoke, brings down Snacks. Pasha has mission impossible right now, and I'm fairly certain he's not Tom Cruise.
Well, he's got a minute to play with, but no bomb towards that long A area. Does find a CT here.
He wants more than that. He needs more than 1, and he knew it. That's why he was waiting for it. But GG, that is going to be Envious taking the series in a full 5, the whole 10 games, the whole shebang today. And that means Envious will play up against Fnatic in our best of 5 tomorrow.
What a fantastic way to finish this off. Although it was disappointing to see it was such a one-sided affair. The T side going 10-0 in favor of Envious. It's a very rare occurrence. Hats off to VP though, bouncing back and managing to get 5 on the board, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. The CT side from Envious, it was just so strong there and winning pretty much clean sets there.
Man, it was still a wonderful display of CS through both the series today. I know tomorrow is going to be an absolute wonderful experience too. And it's only going to be only one best of 5 series, but it's going to be a terrific series nonetheless.
Absolutely. Like, I think we've been absolutely spoiled here today. We got to see all 10 maps, as you said, and it's gone right down to the wire in both games. Unfortunately for VP, they were unable to just find that little bit of form towards the end there. After they got 5 runs on the board, we kind of thought, if they get the pistol here, they could be onto something.
Yeah,
but
and then that play, the USP play.
Like I was going to swear then, but that was probably justified. But the way he actually handled that situation was fantastic. That boost, we see a lot of teams trying to do that in the drop-down area, but you normally don't get there in time. The T's will just lock it down. But Happy finding those 3 headshots and then finishes off the 4th kill as well. For me, that's when the game got tied up. Like after that, you're just like, okay, how did that even happen?
Yeah, that's spirit-breaking. It's been a very long day for VP as well. They came in here very early in the morning. They're watching most of the games before.
That's the thing.
They had a lot of warm-up time, and it was this like, now we can play. Nope, we're going to another match in another map in the first series, then another one. So they had to keep waiting, and now they finish a very, very long night. It's a bit of a shame for them, but still they put up one hell of a fight. And Envious, confidence booster. I'm interested to see if they've got enough to go up against Fnatic in the final.
Okay then, well, I think we have an interview on stage with our esteemed interviewer, Banks. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much, guys. Finally, we are here. 10 maps we went through today. You guys just done 5, a long day. First thing I want to ask you is, how are you feeling stamina-wise? Was that getting testing? Because both teams were giving it their all the way through.
Well, this match was really important for us because we lost against them at Dubai, and yeah, that was really important to win, and we did it. Even if they back from vacation, because they were 1 week in vacation, but it's still a win and a good win.
Now, you're one of the players that stood out across pretty much all the maps from our point of view. Did you just feel like you were on complete fire today? Did you feel like you're on form? Any reason for such great performance?
Yeah. I think it's normal. We worked after Dubai. We had a really bad event, so we spoke a lot together to don't do the same mistake. And yeah, now we're okay. We play as our level.
Now you will have to face Fnatic in the finals. Going to be a tough game, but how are you feeling going into it? Have you guys got something specially prepared for them?
Well, Fnatic is currently the best team in the world, so we have nothing to lose. But we have a revenge to take from Cologne because we lost in final and we lost like we shouldn't lose. So we're gonna give everything to win this event, and yeah, even if Fnatic, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Even if it's Fnatic, we want to show that we can beat them and be also a top 1 team in the world.
Well, good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much for the interview. It's time for you guys to get ready and relax, ready for tomorrow to take on Fnatic. We're going to pass it over to the analyst desk for one last time to sign off.
All right, thank you, Banks. Guys, that wraps up the last game, the last series for the day. Tomorrow we're going to have Fnatic and Envious going off against one another for $50,000. I'm pretty excited.
Well, definitely, and you've got every right to be. I had a feeling that Envious were going to win Cobble there, as I boomed down the microphone as we cut to the casters. But they won it in really convincing fashion. Again, these T sides that they have are just on another level right now. Got to say, I was hugely impressed with that performance. It's not like Virtus.pro aren't competent on that map. It's not like they don't know what's going on. That should have been a lot more competitive. But Envious, probably for the first time in the series, they had a real clear cutting edge. And it was a great time to save it in the decider.
I mean, really, that map wasn't that so much about VP as it was about Envious. What you saw there was how high Envious's T-side level is on Cobble. I mentioned before how misleading the Cobble stat is for Virtus.pro because the losses tend to nearly always be to Cobble specialists or the world's best teams. Well, I mean, it's not really much consolation to say, yeah, well, you've just lost another one to another really good Cobble team because it's still a loss. You know, you don't get anything from that. I have a rule, Richard. I've said it many times. I've said it at the beginning of this tournament as well, which is that normally I have an analytical rule which I never bet on Virtus Pro if they're playing anyone who's at their level or possibly above it.
They've caught me out a few times.
I never bet on them, right, because I've lost almost every single time. Because as I said, they themselves, you can tell, don't know when they're going to turn up in incredible form. And actually what's interesting is in this series, they did that. They turned up on 2 maps in insane form, absolutely dominant. Other ones, yeah, they were kind of just here and there. Weren't so hot for 2 halves at a time. They had a hard time maintaining it over all the maps, even though the map pool was very favourable for them. In theory, they were the only team who had chances on every map to a degree, even Inferno.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get there in the end. They teased us. They went up 2-1. They had the dominant first map, but they couldn't make it in the end. And so that's why normally I don't bet on them. The thing was, as I meant at the beginning of the day, I said my big qualm, my big question mark for Envious is how deep is their map pool. Because I knew they were really good on, okay, Inferno, Cobble, I know that, okay. But listen, Dust 2, yeah, they've looked very good on it versus TSM, but they've lost a bunch of times in it as well.
Yeah, true.
Cash, no one really knows where they're at. They definitely don't play the customs. We saw them get smashed on Train. We know they don't play Overpass. So that's something that is a storyline to carry over to tomorrow. Because again, if you think it's bad against VP, where if you don't play Overpass, you have to play Cobble, what are you doing against Fnatic there? Because again, you're going to be banned Overpass. Again, you're going to be Cobble. But the thing here is, Envious did show me something here. They showed, hey, we can match up with one of the other really strong deep teams and map for map.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give mad credit to Virtus Pro. Like Duncan says, that they were really... It wasn't even a case that they were in the game. They were controlling the game for very large periods of this series. And up until Cobblestone, it was really, really super competitive. Almost pulled out a ridiculous comeback on Inferno. We're looking really good there after an embarrassing first half. They showed a lot of character, a lot of guts. But this is the thing. Envious right now, I think pound for pound, outside of Fnatic, maybe TSM, they contain probably the highest skill ceiling of any team. And when it all clicks, it's ridiculous. It's unstoppable. There isn't anything you can do. It's Happy's job. It's the job of the players to make sure it is clicking. They're all clicking at the same time. And I just don't think Virtus Pro realistically could match them pound for pound this time around. There's always going to be questionable performances. There's always going to be, well, you know, you've got a veteran like Taz. What's he going to bring in terms of firepower? Everybody in Envious is capable of firepower.
Well, the thing is, that point you brought up there, people were actually surprised. When this Envious lineup first came together, that was actually when I made the statement that, for me, TSM was still the team that had, man for man, the highest skill level. And they were thinking, well, what do you mean? How can Carrigan be as high as Happy? You know, like, man for man, they have all the stars in Envious. But I said, the key thing is, we have to see what those players turn out to be like as Envious players. You can't just take it for granted that Kenny S is going to be Kenny S from Titan. We know Apex used to be awesome a year ago, but is he now? So I wanted to see, once the roles shake out, who retains their skill level that we know they're capable of. Right now, I don't think it's really debatable. I think this Envious lineup is man for man the most skilled, because as we kind of mentioned, there is no support player. There is no in-game leader. There's no spot where someone can go and they can do a role and go, I don't have to get frags. Everyone in this whole team is capable of top fragging. People have tried to say that in the past about Fnatic. Well, obviously, that doesn't make sense because Pronax doesn't top frag when they're doing well. People try to say it about TSM. It's very rare that you'll see Carrigan top fragging. People try to use that cliche because usually what they mean is 3 or 4 players can do it. This team literally, as I've mentioned when we were at DreamHack London, every player has been a star or top 2 player in another lineup, and in the lineup now can be a star and can be a carry player. Now, that obviously means as a result that you don't have consistency of someone doing it all the time, but it makes you really dangerous at all times. So what this is to me is it's the most skilled team in the world, the hottest team at the moment right now maybe, and tomorrow they're going to go up against the best team in the world, the most consistent team in the world, and the team that just knows how to win. And so that's the really interesting matchup.
And just on that point, there's so many little storylines there. Like, we know JW in the past has had trouble with sort of the Kenny S matchup. He's been like, JW fears nobody, but historically, when those two have squared up against it, JW struggled. There's so much going on in terms of...
And Envious has never won a Best of X series against the Fnatic guys.
Exactly.
The only one they won was literally, I mean, it sounds unfair to say this, they literally only won 1 best of 3 series against Fnatic, and that's because Fnatic forfeit the game. They chose not to replay that Overpass game, and so even though it allowed them to go on and win their major, they don't want it to be the case, but there's always kind of a tiny asterisk there. It's like, hey, you still won all the matches, you still did everything you could, but you didn't beat Fnatic, and that's the one thing they've never done. And so to beat them in a best of 5 tomorrow, if they can do that, that'll be an incredible accomplishment. Not necessarily at the level of winning a major, but for them, and to get that off their back, to know, hey, we can beat Fnatic as well, that will be a huge test for them.
Yeah,
Because I think
exactly.
psychologically, that's what's going to even out how hot they are now, but there's all those demons from the past.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. This might not be a major, right? But in terms of what it's going to mean, it's a moment in history for both of these teams. Are Fnatic going to continue, keep this dynastic run going on where it's just ridiculous? You know, they can beat all the best teams consistently all of the time in ridiculous ways, putting out miracle after miracle after miracle to do it, and have just dominated the landscape for a year? Or is this going to be the point where this pound-for-pound most skilled lineup are going to be, okay, right, we're ready now to take that mantle on. We're coming for Fnatic's #1 spot, and we're going to prove it by beating them, not in a best-of-3, in a best-of-5, in a final.
And here's the thing, Rich.
So much going on, honestly.
Imagine if Envious can win this, not just for winning the tournament, because then it means you go into the major. That means VP have beaten Fnatic, TSM have beaten Fnatic loads of times, Envious would have then. So then you'd have 3 teams who can all be legit contenders. Whereas in the past, we were always like, okay, teams can play well at the smaller events, but we know Fnatic, they'll be there in the final at the major. Maybe this is the first major where these other teams finally break that dynasty.
Yeah, but I thought that the next major was going to be wide open no matter what happened here. I think we saw enough in Cologne to suggest that Virtus.pro getting so close to Fnatic, Envious making it to the final. TSM is still Fnatic's kryptonite. That top 4, you know, grouping is just so unreal. And now you've got other teams sort of coming in their own as well. I think it's going to be absolutely huge. But still, for me, I've been a believer in Envious since this lineup come together. I honestly think they're going to go on to be the #1 team in the world. That's my personal belief. I think when Fnatic eventually do fall off, and it's long overdue, and MBK's pointing at me while I say that, and it's long overdue that Fnatic drop off. I think Envious are the guys that are going to take that mantle. I absolutely believe it. I've got complete faith in them.
All right. Well, thank you guys. We really appreciate it. It's been excellent working with you today. You guys can tune in tomorrow. We will be live on Twitch, MLG TV, and YouTube at Gfinity TV. Thank you guys for tuning in. It'll be Fnatic versus Team Envious in a best-of-5 playing for $50,000. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Check this out.
Hero, hero. I wanna be a hero, hero.